Welcome to our 5th annual Spring Symposium. Thank you all for joining us. We hope you all enjoy your time here in Cyprus. Thank you.
I think Ivo's an amazingly modest man. This is the 5th time that he's hosted this symposium here with his great generosity and hospitality. And I think we should all give him a round of applause before we start for this meeting. Thank you, Ivo. And today, on day 1 of the symposium, we've got two particular areas. One is ethics in reproductive medicine, and then the second area is optimizing IVF success. There's a slight change to the programme in that Charles Kingsland isn't with us, so I'm going to stand in with a slightly different talk, not commercials and IVF. But to begin with, we're going to hand over to Peter here for the first session to take over chair, and I hope you enjoy the programme.
Okay, thank you, Tony, and I'd just like to add my thanks, and maybe on behalf of everybody else, thanks to Ivo and his team and Claire for inviting us all out to this wonderful location once again. We've had a very good programme over the 2 days. I'd also like to thank Tony for putting the programme together. So without further ado, we'll get our first speaker up. It's Dr. Chris Bulmer, who's a senior counsellor at Leeds, and he's going to talk to us about posthumous use. Just because we can, should we? Yes.
Welcome everybody, and a huge thanks to the organisers of the conference. I feel very privileged and very honoured to be invited to this 5th meeting. It's become a very significant event on the annual CPD calendar for all of us, and so I'm sure that we're looking forward to an interesting and challenging programme. There is just one thing I would like to say before I start, and we have a very, very special VIP guest with the meeting, and she sat at the back, and she's the reason why we all do what we do. She's the reason why this partnership is proving to be such a good success. And I am, of course, referring to Jessica. So can we please have a round of applause for Jessica? For those of you who've not had a chance to meet Jessica, she's sat at the back. She's the one that looks about 9 months old, so she's pretty easy to spot. Okay, so, posthumous treatment. So what I want to do in this session is to bring some of the experience that we have out of our counselling rooms at LCRM. Some of that work is based on research, some of it's observations that we've made over a number of weeks of the practice that we introduced. So it's a glimpse into the work that we do with patients. I want to raise this question about, should we offer treatment just because we can? And I'd look at some implications for clinical practice. Counsellors in infertility will inevitably be dealing with welfare of the child issues on a weekly basis, and I think we often will say in our clinical supervision sessions, look, just because we can, should we, which is where this title came from. So in terms of fertility preservation, so this is based on our clinic experience, if you just bear that in mind. So we generally find, since we introduced mandatory implications counselling for posthumous use, principally use of sperm, we find 2 kinds of patients. There are the just in case, why not? The nurses ask me if I want to tick this box, why not, just in case. And the others are the patients who are undergoing cancer treatment. For them it's a very different experience, and I'll just highlight some of that. Interestingly though, when you look around at some of the popular press, and indeed this is reflected on the HFEA website, is the number of service personnel who are now routinely freezing sperm before being deployed in a theatre of war. This is becoming quite common practice, And here from the Sun newspaper, dozens of soldiers off to the front line in Afghanistan have been freezing their sperm. From The Guardian, just this January, partners freeze sperm of troops on active duty. And then this interesting piece from the New York Times only last month announced a program supported by the Pentagon where they are going to pay for fertility preservation for their frontline soldiers in a pilot project. And this is an increasing trend. Interesting, I had a quick look on the internet before coming today. I found 2 clinics in London that were both offering pretty substantial discounts for service personnel who want to freeze sperm prior to deployment. So that's clearly going to be an increasing issue. So, as I said, my patients, 2 types, the just in case, keep this in mind, the just in case, those undergoing treatment. I would say, how many counsellors have we got here today? Could you just put your hand up if you're in counselling in psychology? 1, no, 2 then in that case. Okay, so I hope you'll agree with this, but much of implications counselling is quite formulaic. It's pretty straightforward. In most cases, it focuses on the implications, those feelings about those implications, and what that means for them and their potential children. Occasionally, you'll come across some more serious psychopathology, but by and large, you don't. It's very straightforward. What I will say is that the work that we did through our psychology services working with posthumous use patients was that we very much felt that this was slightly off-piste. There was a number of things occurring that were quite surprising and quite difficult and quite challenging for us. There were moments when we thought, are we doing more harm than good providing this counselling, which was quite interesting. So I'll just try and talk us through some of those things. So, over several weeks, I looked at 21 patients and asked them, made sure I asked them questions, wrote down verbatim their responses. Okay, what do you think it might be like for a child born in this way? Straightforward question, casually asked. Of the 21 patients, I was quite surprised that only 2 had superficially thought about it. And when I say superficially, I mean really superficially, only 2. So 19 had said that they'd given no thought at all to it, or they had clearly given no thought at all to it. And interestingly, when we did sit down, there were a further 4 patients, not all of mine, but between us, who then, after implications counselling for posthumous use, had decided not to go ahead with it. And in fact, I think on 2 of those occasions have withdrawn consent, and the other 2 didn't consent. So this certainly would add weight to the argument that implications counselling for posthumous use is of value. The sorts of things that these patients were saying, now I wrote these down as verbatim during the session. Want to keep positive. These were the patients in cancer treatment. Want to keep positive. Don't want to look at the bad side. Just want to look ahead. Don't want to think about that. We've put all our trust in this treatment, the cancer treatment, the chemotherapy, radiotherapy, not infertility treatment. Want to fight. Concentrate on getting well. So somewhere in that, with that mindset, you're trying to help patients to think about the implications of a child born after their death. So you can see it's not an easy task. People simply do not want to do that. So in the case examples that I observed, there were quite a lot of avoidant behaviours, classical avoidant behaviours, poor eye contact, changing the focus of the discussion, the women particularly being protective, repetitively interjecting, trying to draw my conversation away from the men to protect the men so they don't have to think about it, don't have to talk about it. And also non-complimentary body language. In other words, people clearly being uncomfortable, looking away, not sitting, not engaging with the conversation, all of which, of course, indicative of increased levels of stress and anxiety. So men also, interestingly, of these observed cases, and I know it's only a handful, I know it is, and we would hope to do more work, just want to support her. These are the men negating responsibility, just want to support her for her own peace of mind. Obviously it's up to her, it's not really my decision, I might not be here, so I can't really do anything. So quite a lot of avoidance and disconnectedness, which was much more observable in the men than in the women, who were much more likely in my clinics to want to engage with this discussion. So what about some more general observations then, or considerations? Successful posthumous treatment will mean a child will stand as a constant reminder of what is lost. There may be a great deal of ambivalence using the sperm. The thing I would say about grief is that it is an elongated social process. It has a beginning generally, a middle generally, and an end generally. That's how it works. So when somebody makes a decision, like a temporal slice of time, they make a decision to do something. How relevant is that decision in 6 months, a year, 2 years, 5 years' time? This decision was made an awfully long time ago, and we recognise that for some patients, what they decide today may not bear much relationship to what they think they might want to do in the future, and that in itself may raise issues for them. The surviving partner might feel a sense of guilt or betrayal if she chooses not to proceed with treatment. And of course, allowing the sperm to perish is just about the grief starting all over again, perhaps, or just elongating it. So, in terms of thinking through, it's very difficult to think through, to conceptualise how we want to think about posthumous use. I gave this some thought and felt that really attachment and grief were two relevant psychological theories in terms of trying to understand the human experience of this approach to this unconventional approach to family. Now, we understand that grief and loss is a deeply psychological process. It is quite social as well, but it is deeply psychological. We know that there are lots of symptoms that are very predictable and that there is a trajectory towards people travel, which is usually some process of recovery. Kubler-Ross's grief model moves through denial, anger and depression through to bargaining and acceptance. It's a very typical approach to grief. There are some more contemporary models which I think also have merit, particularly the excellent Bowlby's work, perhaps is a little older, but certainly William Worden, for those counsellors here will know about William Worden's work, Bill Worden's work on grief. But essentially these are all trajectories. So, you know, if you're going to make a decision about something really important, where do you make that decision? Where you can be confident that it's been made with all the right cognition in place in order to think that through carefully. So we think about grief. To be honest, I hardly see any women who are going ahead with posthumous use. I've seen a few, but I've not seen very many in the many years that I've been working in Leeds Centre for Reproductive Medicine. I wonder if somebody would be kind enough just to turn the microphone down a tad, if possible, just to stop the feedback. That would be really helpful if anybody understands how that works. Just to stop it echoing. So, in terms of grief to acceptance, some of the empirical work looking at bereavement suggests that normal grief, which is different to more complicated pathological grief that occurs for different reasons, such as not having a body or through a tragic road accident or something which is manifestly different. But grief we can see here, if I just move this on actually, we can see that it's peaking at between 3 and 4 months, not right away, which actually you might think is the case. It isn't the case. It tends to peak at 3 to 4 months. And what we see is a reduction in symptoms associated with grief and loss at anywhere between about 17 to 24 months. Why is that important? Well, it's important if we have to think with our patients about when the time is right to consider treatment. On the basis of this, I would suggest that in fact, much before that, needs to be very carefully managed. In other words, the trajectory of grief needs to occur in order for us to have some confidence that a patient's cognitive processes are requisite to making such important decisions. So we say that grief is typically uncomplicated grief, typically up to 24 months. So can we trust decision making? Well, having looked again at the psychological research, it's very difficult to conclude anything for sure. There is some evidence that suggests that there is quite a lot of avoidance of decision making during grief. On the other hand, there's other evidence to suggest that improved ability to select from a range of options. So I suppose what I'm saying is that it is actually quite difficult to say for sure that people's ability to make such important decisions are truly impaired during grief. And we need to bear that in mind. But I think it's a note of caution. I think if we believe that somebody is actively grieving for the loss of their partner, I think it's questionable as to whether we should be navigating them through to using treatment in terms of posthumous use of sperm in particular. Some authors have suggested a period of not less than 12 months, but this is a great opinion piece, but it's not based on any particular research. I think the best work that I've seen is Bill Warden's work, who argues that around 50% will have completed grief within 1 year. And this is somebody who is close, not a distant relative, for whom we may feel sad but not grieve. Attachment theory is interesting insofar as, I hope you can see the bottom of the slide there, because it is important. Mum has had a relationship with the dad. The child has had no relationship, has made no choices, has not consented to treatment, and so it's the grown-ups that are making all the decisions. There is no reason to believe that this child will have any sense of attachment to who this person is. But there's every reason to believe that the mum would expect that, because after all, she's loved this person. This is what the consent is about, is to have this child, possibly have this child afterwards. We know that most of the early attachment taking place between 5 or maybe 7 years, depending on what you read, is important. But actually, the social attachment and the more psychologically emotional attachments take place into adolescence. This is not going to happen. This child has no relationship with its dad, only that which is created or understood or discussed by mum. And she needs to understand that this is not the same kind of relationship. Whatever relationship she imagines that her child might have with this invisible father, it's not going to be based on normal attachment, which is what we would hope our relationships are in fact based on. So neither of these attachments develop. There is nobody there to develop an attachment with. So, what are some other considerations? What are the expectations of the parent about the nature of the child's relationship? I've just mentioned that. You know, is it realistic? Once a child is old enough to experience loss, will this be evident? As I've said, unborn children can't consent. How would they feel about that? And the child's experience of loss will change as that child develops over the years. As they enter phases of their social development, social and psychological development, their need for a parent to provide a function changes as the years go on. And of course, what expectations would a child have of this father figure who has never been there at all? So, what do we advise the grown-ups to consider? Well, we advise them to consider that talking and telling for the future and implications, particularly into early years education, is crucial. You can just picture this in the early years classroom. So a child is in reception or year 1, and all the kids are around the table and the teachers getting them to draw pictures of families and where they live and a family tree. Okay, so that's different then, isn't it? And there'll be lots of encounters like that that simply won't add up. They'll be unusual and difficult to explain. Not a reason to avoid doing posthumous treatment. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying from the child's point of view, it will continue to encounter these challenging moments in time where it will feel ill-equipped because it's outside of the range of everybody else's social experience around them, unless the class happens to have other children in a similar position, which is probably fairly unlikely. What are the wider family expectations? And also, how might they feel about letting the sperm go at some stage? And of course, the other crucial thing is the thing in all of the models of grief, one of the key milestones that indicates that someone is towards the end or completed their cycle of grief is reinvesting their emotions and their affections in new people. And then that's very different, isn't it? That's very different. The consenting to the freezing of the sperm for the possible posthumous treatment later, how relevant is that at that point in time when everybody else has moved on several months or even several years? What we also advise the grown-ups to consider is to create enduring loving memories. And so we talk about things like an All About Daddy book, Daddy's treasure box, letters, video message. Can you imagine trying to have these conversations with somebody who was in the middle of treatment for cancer? Can you imagine trying to do that when the last thing that they want to be thinking about is this? But when we know, for those of us that work in counselling psychology, we know that it is important. And this is why I say that implications counselling for posthumous use felt a bit off-piste, because you're kind of backing people into a corner, trying to get them to think and talk about things they simply don't want to. But these are important. These sorts of techniques are not out of the air. They're based on evidence that they do have a positive impact. Adolescent adjustment, identity, the absence of the person, and relationships with future attachment figures will also all be important and interesting journeys for a young person to navigate. There is evidence that shows that irrespective of the reasons for parental loss, as well as material circumstances in which the children lived, those who possessed adequate and favourable information about the absent parent fared better on emotional well-being scales. And so this is one of the reasons, and there's a few interesting studies in this area, we don't have time to explore them here, but they're important to us, to counsellors, because it helps to guide our practice. It helps us to think about how do we prepare couples that are wanting to consent, wanting to tick that box and sign on the line for possible posthumous treatment. This is why we talk about things like a memory box, or Daddy's treasure chest, or an All About Me book about Daddy. This is why we try to create these enduring loving memories, so that a child has at least got something on which to base some kind of relationship, be it virtual. Okay, so just because we can, should we? Well, there is a significant lack of longitudinal observational research. It's just simply not available. You'll know from discussions that we've had previously at these meetings that particularly people like Professor Susan Gollenbach, you will have heard of and probably read some of her papers. She's involved in longitudinal observational research, children through, I think one of her studies is looking at the kids. I think they're now 7 years old. 7 years old, I think, last year. So, but there's nothing longitudinally that's watching the mums and that's watching the children. Okay. We know that psychological outcomes for children are generally good with art. We know it differs between different techniques. There are differences. And the conditions of talking and telling, whether a child knows, finds out, we know all of that has an impact. You'll have heard that discussed here before at this meeting, because in our work it's a very crucial issue. So just because we can, should we? Well, are we at risk of elongating or complicating grief? Particularly if it's unsuccessful. Particularly at risk with people with low mood. This is very controversial. This research is comprehensive and controversial. The poorer social, behavioural, mental health outcomes, increased drug and alcohol use in single-parent household. Can I just say that there are plenty of examples of single parenting which are, compared to anything, are a huge success. But the evidence overall is pretty clear that social outcomes are poorer in single-parent households, and not just for reasons of income. But it was influenced by income. So, in the absence of any evidence to the contrary, there is no demonstrable basis to deny treatment. But it is, ethically, because this section, if you remember, the introduction is to think ethically about this. Well, so there's no evidence not to do something, so that means we can do it, presumably. Well, I mean, if there's no evidence not to do something, why should we not do it? I'm not saying that we shouldn't, but we should think carefully about that. And maybe the issue is more about timing, more than anything else. There is an argument in the literature. It is not research, it's opinion pieces, but they're very interesting. But there are several arguments that the emotional experience of loss is probably within normal range, and so is not necessarily something we should be overly concerned about. We know from the evidence that it's mothers who lead the talking and telling. It's not the dads, it's the mothers. So maybe that's another reason to support this. There is clearly a much reduced opportunity for secrecy. And of course, since 2003, the father's name is on the birth certificate as well, which also could well make a difference to children in terms of their identity to their parent. So, practice considerations and summary. Well, given that most patients haven't really considered the implications of posthumous treatment, I was truly shocked by how little couples have thought about this. Truly, truly shocked by that. Posthumous use implications counselling, I think, is hugely advisable. Of the clinics, the different clinics here, LCRM in Leeds, so it's mandatory for us, notwithstanding the strengthening consent reasons around that. Are there other clinics where it's now mandatory for patients to consent to posthumous use? Are you seeing them as a mandatory part of your counselling clinics? Is it only LCRM where it's mandatory? No other clinics it's mandatory. That's interesting. So that gives us some food for thought. Based on these reflections from our own clinics, I would argue that whether you want to call it mandatory or not, guiding patients into this has proved to be a very worthwhile exercise. Hugely time consuming, but a very worthwhile exercise. Okay. So in terms of implications for practice, I think that timing is absolutely crucial. The point at which a patient might present wanting to consider treatment using their deceased partner's sperm, the timing is crucial. I think we have a real ethical responsibility to satisfy ourselves that there are no concerns that might suggest that there are clinical reasons in terms of mood or a mood disorder that we think might undermine their ability to consent to that treatment going ahead. I think we have to be so careful, and I think this is absolutely a role for counsellors in infertility. So, of the clinics who are represented here, if a lady wanted to progress using her dead husband's sperm, would it be mandatory at that point for them to see an infertility counsellor? Can you put your hands up if that's mandatory? Right, okay. Could you please be kind enough to put your hands up if it's not mandatory? Okay, interesting. The balance has definitely swung towards the mandatory at that point. I think that's right. I think that's based on good practice. I applaud that. Okay. So sensitive psychosocial assessment should take place at the point, certainly at that point. It's absolutely crucial at that point, because the implications of progressing to treatment when somebody is really not fit to make a decision are huge, ethically huge. So timing is very important. If there are concerns, then it might be that that assessment needs to be more robust. We may choose to use instruments like the Beck Depression Inventory, the Core 10 if we're significantly concerned about risk, but I hope we're not using a Core 10 assessment with our patients, because we would be concerned about their safety if we were using a Core 10 assessment. We might want to use a Beck Hopelessness Scale. A social functioning questionnaire is an excellent judge of just how well somebody's socially functioning in their everyday life. And of course, if there are more significant concerns, then we might look at ICD-10 and DSM-5. These are the diagnostic criteria for mental illness. We would hope we're not looking at that, but prolonged grief is in both ICD-10 and DSM-5. So we have to be very careful to understand that prolonged grief, abnormal grief, is recognised as a psychiatric condition. It's something which all the counsellors here would recognise when meeting a patient on 2 or 3 occasions. So, just in conclusion, then, the welfare of the child is, of course, the most important issue to consider. Having a child in this way becomes a lifelong commitment to supporting that child's appropriate psychological adjustment to the what I refer to as the ever-present, ever-absent parent. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. So maybe time for 1 or 2 quick questions. Colin?
What then, on the basis of the work you've presented, is the implications for women who choose single motherhood using donor sperm, where they haven't got any information and the child doesn't have access to what would be the useful information until it's 18?
The implicate. Well, there's 2 things. There's 2 things, you know. Certainly, there's the issue about talking and telling. Talking and telling. It's referred to as talking and telling. It is helping a child to learn about their biological beginnings. The talking and telling will, I think, is an important mediator in both of those circumstances, whatever the circumstances of the absent parent, or whether it's a single parenting. So that's certainly the imperative to inform a young person through interactive play, conversation, but through interactive play is important, and I think that will help to mediate their experience. The second point, I guess, is that we know from the evidence that social outcomes in single-parent households are poorer compared to the presence of 2 parents. Not necessarily of the same sex, I hasten to add, not necessarily heterosexual parents. And so that also raises concerns. But I think in neither case do we find any compelling evidence, and certainly not for posthumous use, do I think we find any compelling evidence to suggest that we shouldn't be doing this. But I am concerned that we haven't got compelling evidence to suggest that we should.
I've got a bit of a practical question regarding the discard of sperm stored with posthumous use. The discard of sperm stored with posthumous use. So the consenting period for storage is coming to an end, and whether we should consider contacting the partner who is still alive to let them know that we're going to be discarding the sperm. If we know that they know the sperm is stored, it feels very awkward discarding sperm with posthumous use, knowing that somebody out there could use it.
What would be the standard practice in your clinic?
We don't, because we feel that if they weren't going through grief, should we raise that grief again by letting them know the sperm's going to be discarded? Okay.
Does anybody else think that we should be contacting those patients and having discussions with them? Or do you think that this approach is the appropriate approach?
We contact.
So some contact.
And do you know if they know it's stored? Because you could be breaching confidentiality. If their
name is named on the use form, then we would contact them.
That might not necessarily indicate that they know it's stored if they weren't present when the consent forms were completed.
That is certainly a dilemma.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're going to move on. If there's any further questions, which you'll take later on.
Yes, of course.
Second of this evening, Rachel Gregory from Glasgow Royal Infirmary, talking to us about legal parenthood.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to again thank Ivo and his team for your hospitality, and also to Tony for asking me to present to you today. I've been asked to talk to you about legal parenthood. First of all, I apologise to any of you who are almost sick of hearing about legal parenthood over the last few years, but also to say that I'm seeing this from a scientific point of view, as a scientist, but also as the HFEA person responsible who's dealt with the aftermath of some of the problems we've had with legal parenthood consent, and dealt with the investigations, the audits, informing patients, and investigating how we can move forward with it. To give you a brief overview of what I want to talk to you about today, I want to just give a brief description of what legal parenthood actually is, and also give an example of a historical case where legal parenthood went to the High Court to discuss and declare whether the legal parenthood was actually valid or not. And this then had a huge impact on the clinics that consent patients for legal parenthood. I want to go on and talk about the difficulties that we face with gaining consent and how we can potentially prevent future error. I then want to sort of see if anybody else can offer us advice. I think we're at Glasgow Royal Infirmary. We've only gone through all of this legal parenthood dilemma just recently, and I think there's other clinics out there that are a lot further forward with it. So if you look on the HFEA website, you get this vague description of what legal parenthood actually means, and it's this lifelong connection between a parent and a child. And it affects things like nationality, inheritance, and financial responsibility to the child. If we try to look into this in a bit more detail, what we need to do is really consider legal parenthood different to parental responsibility. A person can be named as, can be given parental responsibility, essentially if their name is on the birth certificate for the child. And this parental responsibility means they're given the day-to-day, the ability to make day-to-day decisions such as religion, medical treatment, and education of the child. So who has parental responsibility? Well, essentially it is the couple if they are married, and the mother if the couple remain unmarried. And I'm going to go into this in a lot more detail later on when I explain the HFEA Act and the amended Act in 2008 and how this has changed. So, well, why is legal parenthood actually important, and why should we consider it different to parental responsibility? It affects citizenship and nationality. It affects the obligation to financially maintain the child by the legal parents, and also inheritance. And it also gives the legal parents rights to, with respect to the parental responsibility, which can actually be removed if a child goes into local authority care, and they can have more say into the parental responsibility on a daily basis with these children. Again, if you actually look on certain legal websites, you get even more detail about legal parenthood, that it actually affects both marriage and criminal law on the basis of incest. Now you've got to ask the question of how important are these aspects of legal parenthood to our patients. If the patients walk away, our patients walk away with a child and are considered the fact that their name is on the birth certificate and they have parental responsibility, why should legal parenthood matter to them? It only matters if anybody then wants to question legal parenthood and actually dispute it. If a relationship breaks down and one parent or the other wants to dispute whether the other partner is in fact the legal parent, then legal parenthood is extremely important. But I think there's more to that. I think as a parent myself, if someone said to me that my husband, who has brought up my children, actually wasn't the legal parent of my children, I think we would all want to fight that and get recognition for our partners. So if we look at who is a legal mother, well, it's quite simple. Thankfully, this is straightforward for surrogacy cases, donor insemination, and also the use of donated embryos. The woman who's carrying the child is classed as the legal parent or the legal mother. When we ask the question of the legal father, however, it gets a lot more complicated. And the scientific part of my brain doesn't like this slide very much for numerous reasons. I should say the text for this was brought from the HFEA Act, the 1990 Act, and was then obviously amended to include same-sex couples. So this shouldn't really be who is the legal father, it would now be who is the legal parent. But it's the word presumption, which I think I find very hard as a scientist to take. The word assume or presume is a word that probably is banned in most assisted conception laboratories, because we can never assume or presume anything. We have to make our decisions based on the facts, whereas the law allows us to presume. So we are essentially able to presume that someone is the legal father, even though we know that they are absolutely not genetically or biologically related to that child. However, if they're married to them, we can presume they're the legal parent. We can presume they're the legal father. But if they're unmarried and in an enduring relationship, we can't. And I think there's a lot of dilemmas here with these statements. So essentially, the law needed to catch up with society. The fact that we deal with a lot of same-sex couples now, and also we have civil partnerships, marriages, but also those who remain unmarried and what their legal status can be. So the HFEA Act was amended in 2008, and this allowed same-sex couples to be the partner of the woman who is having treatment to be named as a legal parent, and also for heterosexual couples that remained unmarried, that they were allowed again to be named as a legal parent of the child. This was all only allowed to happen if clinics made sure they gave appropriate and clear information to the patients before they had treatment and before they consented to legal parenthood status. They were offered counselling, that counselling offer was documented, and that there was a clear consent in place. So it came into force essentially on April the 6th, 2009, and these revised definitions of what legal parenthood actually means. Sorry about the wordy slide for this, but essentially, again, they insisted that legal parenthood to not unmarried or same-sex couples could be granted as long as the offer of counselling was there before treatment was provided, the appropriate information was given, they obtained consent from both partners, and also that anybody withdrawing consent was clearly documented. So, again, this is more and more of the HFEA Act, and it shows how clear it was in 2009 when this was brought in for clinics that were having to consent patients for legal parenthood, how clear it actually was. So we had clear direction again of which consent forms to use, the dreaded PP, WP and WC forms that we all know very well. The WP form must be completed by all women receiving treatment using donor sperm or using donated embryos. If they wished their partner, their same-sex partner or heterosexual unmarried partner, to be named as legal parent. And the PP form was completed by that partner to consent to being that legal parent. So these have been continued to be used by all clinics since 2009. And what happened in 2009 changed everything and had a huge impact on legal parenthood status within all our clinics within the UK. I know there's people in the room that probably know this case a lot better than I do, as they were actually directly involved, so forgive me if I've got some of the facts wrong. Essentially, there was a same-sex couple who had been in a long-term relationship since 1998. In 2008, they decided to approach a clinic to have donor insemination. They had CD, the partner CD, had 2 unsuccessful treatments of IUI in 2008. In early 2009, as I say, the 6th of April, the Act came in where the partner of CD was able to become the legal parent. They then had further IUI treatment on the 4th and the 5th of May of that year, and that was successful. They went on to have twin boys in 2010, and unfortunately AB left the mother of the children in 2011. So for 18 months, to all intents and purposes, had been the parent to these children. She asked for contact for the children, and CD opposed the application and wanted a declaration that her partner was actually not the legal parent due to non-compliance with the Act. The facts get very muddy around 2009, around that third successful treatment. They did complete the correct forms, but they completed the correct forms on the 5th of May 2009. So essentially they had had an insemination the day before. We have no indication of whether it was that treatment that actually worked and created the pregnancy. There's also some indication that they did, the intent was there for both partners to be the legal parent, because there was a lot of discussion between the couple during the treatments previously. And it was actually the CD, the patient having the treatment, that downloaded the forms from the internet and took them into the clinic. So, and she'd been on forums to discuss how exciting it was that now her partner could become the legal parent. However, the ruling on this case, because there was essentially a fight about whether it was a declaration to see if it was actually a valid legal parenthood status, it was Justice Cobb who announced in 2013 that the handling of the forms essentially was incorrect and was not compliant with the HFEA Act, and said that even if the consent forms had been delivered prior to that third cycle, they wouldn't have been valid because there was no documentation that the patients were ever given counselling to discuss the implications of this. So although the intent had potentially been there for both partners to be legal parents, and also the fact that there's a possibility they delayed that third treatment to allow the law to come in before they commenced, that was not taken into consideration. So Justice Cobb proposed to make the declaration that AB was not the legal parent and had no biological connection, and therefore needed to come to terms with the lack of legal recognition. So what did this impact on clinics around the UK? Well, while this was, once this ruling came out, the HFEA were also inspecting a further clinic and asked to look at the legal parenthood consents for the patients, and found another 14 discrepancies within one clinic. So they obviously alerted the rest of the UK clinics to ask them to do a full audit of all their records to see if there were further cases where legal parenthood could be brought into dispute. 51 out of 107 clinics, so almost half the clinics in the UK, found discrepancies and found that we just weren't completing these forms accurately or weren't following the Act with guardian counselling and implications counselling for this. Of these cases that were found, 7 of them went to the High Court and faced Sir James Munby, who is the President of the Family Division, and he, as opposed to the previous ruling, which found that the parent was not the legal parent, Sir James Munby actually found all 7 cases. He declared that they were in fact the legal parent. And I think we have to question, all those 7 cases were not disputing legal parenthood. We have to question if one of those 7 was actually disputing it, would we have seen a different outcome? The fact that Sir James Munby felt that the intent was there for the partner to be the legal parent, because either consent forms had been filled in incorrectly, or potentially had been lost because they weren't in the notes. So he used the intent to be the parent as an important factor, as opposed to Cobb, who only sought the fact that the Act wasn't followed. But Sir James Munby issued a very damning report to both the HFEA and all of the service providers, saying it was alarming and shocking, and that widespread incompetence across the sector. He then issued further guidance with regard to the fact that not complying with the law, the dire legal consequences of that. And he insisted that we need to meticulously and at all times follow the HFEA's guidance and directions. We need to consider checking and then rechecking the completion of our consent forms. And he did question whether we need to take as much care and attention to legal parenthood forms as we would, for example, a certificate of a land sale or even a will. So with regarding this, what's the difficulties for us then? Why can't we do it? Why can't we do this correctly? Why are half of our clinics not filling in these forms correctly? Or why are half of our clinics not offering counselling to our patients? Well, if we take Glasgow Royal Infirmary for an example, in last year we performed just over 1,100 cycles of IUI, IVF and ICSI. 142 of those were using donor sperm. For partner cycles, we complete 8 consent forms for our patients, and in donor cycles, there's 9 consent forms. So last year, 9,500 consent forms were completed by our nursing staff with our patients. That equates to about 40 consent forms a day, or 80 if they're going to be checked by someone. It's a huge task. But on the flip side of that, the scientist part of me thinks, well, let's think about the lab. On a busy day, GRI performs about 8 egg collections a day. On average, 15 eggs per egg. On a busy day, we perform about 8 cycles. On average, about 15 eggs are produced. So on a busy day, we could potentially be assessing, moving, transferring, discarding or freezing up to 250 eggs or embryos. And even if we're not doing anything with those eggs or embryos, we have to clearly document why we are not assessing them, moving them, so that we've got clear documentation that we are considering where they are and that we can trace them at any point. So we perform that, 250 times in a busy day. So why can't we just make sure that we're accurate with 40 consent forms in one day? There are obviously human error. We do have mistakes. We do have problems in the laboratory as well, but then the loss of one oocyte or embryo or potential harm requires incident report forms to be filled in, investigations and so on. There's also the concern that who should actually be gaining consent from our patients. Our medical and nursing colleagues are best placed to consent a patient regarding a clinical procedure, but are they best placed to discuss legal parenthood issues and the implications of that with our patients? Or should we be considering one person performing all the consent forms, or should it be a lawyer, somebody legally trained? These are all things to consider. So how do we prevent future error regarding this? Well, on numerous occasions we've performed staff training sessions to make sure everybody's aware of the importance of legal parenthood. We need to devise a clear process for the donor pathways to make sure that all patients are counselled accordingly before treatment commences and that consent forms are filled in at the right time. Should we triple check our consent forms? At GRI we currently have the nurses complete the consent forms. These then go to a nurse coordinator, then pass to the medical staff who should check the consent forms, and then it goes to the lab staff just before treatment. We should make sure that there's clear implications counselling for all our patients, and this is clearly documented. And all stages of the treatment and all discussions with the patient should be documented. Now the next part is any advice, and this is really sort of some questions that I think are raised from the legal parenthood dilemma. Again, who should actually give the information to the patient regarding implications counselling? Should it be our medical staff, should it be our nursing staff, or should actually it be our counsellors? So who should take consent? And who should give consent? I think we've got to consider that those that are married or in a civil partnership do not have to consent, because there is the presumption that the wife or civil partner or husband is the legal parent. But why not remove that presumption away altogether and get all our patients that are undergoing donor treatment to complete these forms? Because there could be at some point a married couple, the partner could one day approach the clinic to say, I wasn't counselled correctly, I didn't consent, but we never documented it. So remove that presumption altogether. And should we consider that counselling is mandatory for all patients using donor gametes? I know many clinics do make this mandatory. We don't. We would like to. But then we have also the issue that some counsellors may feel that mandatory counselling isn't counselling. So we're having that discussion at the moment at Glasgow. And I think most importantly, it's the consent for all IVF procedures. At the moment, there is a huge focus on legal parenthood, But what about the treatment forms, the WT and MT forms that we have to complete for all our patients? We need to make sure, although the legal parenthood consent forms make sure that the patients are protected and their legal parenthood status is protected. However, we need to protect ourselves. If those forms, and we're finding many discrepancies in those forms, we need to go back and look at discrepancies in our treatment forms, because we may well find a patient again approaching to say, I didn't consent to the insemination of her eggs using my sperm because they weren't properly counselled or the consent form wasn't filled in accurately. So we need to take all these factors into consideration. Thank you very much.
Questions? Is there any suggestion that the majority of the problems with consenting was in the early days after the cases came in, or is it?
No, not for us. Certainly not. Not for us.
Chris?
Hi, Rachel. Thank you for that. Your point is well made about mandatory counselling isn't counselling. I can't tell you how many times I've had this pointless discussion with people, with clinic colleagues. I have to say, it doesn't really matter. I think that misses the point. The need for checks and balances in terms of making sure that everything is robust, that all the governance in place. I think for clinics to still be having the argument about is mandatory counselling truly counselling is largely irrelevant in the interest of making sure that we get things right for the patient. It's most important to do that. I do think that counsellors are the best people to do mandatory counselling, and it is my experience that most counsellors will see it in that way. I'm not sure they would necessarily agree on consenting in terms of legal parenthood, but certainly the argument around their contribution to strengthening and making robust consent and informed choice is definitely something that the counsellors should be involved in. I think issues around whether it's counselling or not, in my experience, should really be put to bed now. We should just be getting on with it.
I completely agree. I think the fact that we don't need to call it counselling, it's a discussion about the implications of treatment, and we need to make sure it's done properly, because certainly our counselling colleagues cover implications that we would just never consider as medical and scientific staff, and the patient isn't aware of those until they have that discussion. So I completely agree.
Indeed. Thank you.
In Belfast, we have mandatory counselling for all cycles of donations are used, and they also all couples fill in the two forms as well. Just different basis. At the back, Gavin.
This might be a question to Chris, perhaps, I don't know, or you might be able to answer later. We asked the couples to actually have, if they wanted to have a telephone counselling. Is that enough, do you think? If they are coming abroad here for egg donation, for instance, we say telephone counselling if they wish to do, instead of face-to-face. Is that good enough?
Okay. Are you asking me?
Well,
Shall I comment and then? Shall I comment briefly first?
Please do.
It's an interesting question and hugely relevant. You know, we would like to put the patients at the centre of things and do the right thing, the most clinically appropriate, what's often the most convenient. We were doing Skype sessions in LCRM, but unfortunately we were told by the trust to stop doing it immediately, with immediate effect. We can no longer undertake Skype sessions with patients. So to answer your question, Gazi, I think it's hugely appropriate. I think if we've got a potential donor lined up who's in Canada, well, why not do a Skype session for implications counselling? Why ever not? I think telephone's different because, for me, with telephone, you don't have all the non-verbal behaviour. It's argued at least 80% of our communication is non-verbal based, so it's pretty important to be able to see that. So I'm not a huge fan of the phone, if I'm honest, but I think Skype, why ever not should we not be using Skype? It seems a very practical solution.
Most of our patients choose telephone for convenience.
Yes, yeah. I think
before coming on the road.
Yeah.
Chris, what was the reason for
banning Skype?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So the reason. So it was the information governance team at Leeds Teaching Hospitals that intervened, and interestingly, after they'd approved the use of it and then came back. So essentially they felt that it was that the media was not secure, that somebody could eavesdrop over that and take information from that. Not quite sure for what purposes, but their view was because the communication is not in a secure tunnel as NHS Net email to NHS Net email would be, we were simply told that we had to stop it immediately.
The reason why I asked you that question is because we've taken a different view, and we're actually trying to expand our Skype, our alternative consultations through Skype in our
And your trust approves that activity. You see, isn't it bonkers that yours does, and we are now disabled from being able to do this? It's ridiculous. Yeah.
Tony? Stuart, Can I just comment on this one point, Stuart?
Well, interestingly, the HFEA commit most of their committee meetings about statutory approval, etc., using Skype.
Telemedicine.
Thanks, Rachel. I really enjoyed that. And I speak as somebody who's been on the receiving end of all this, and in particular from the lovely Sir James Mumby. I want to say two things. The first is that our case was one of the 7 that went to the High Court and was then reserved. And the reason ours was reserved is there was an extra complication where the right forms were given out to the couple for a first treatment. The couple then decided for a second baby that they would reverse who wanted to carry the baby. And the nurse who did the consenting didn't quite understand that, so we filled the wrong forms in. But what really made the case different was that one of the patients had been in a civil partnership with another woman previously, who'd been out of the picture for about 5 years. And of course, because we'd given the wrong forms out, that woman who'd been out of the picture for 5 years then became the legal parent. So extremely complex, and it's still a very unhappy situation, but we've now added a special question to our form that the counsellors work with, which says, are you in a civil relationship or marriage to anybody else? So we have to sort of, and it sounds crazy, but we now have that in writing. Who should be doing this job is a real difficult one. We're trying to get a group policy on this. In our group, all the patients see counsellors, and all the counsellors have refused to do the consents. So we're left with the nurses taking the responsibility for that, and I don't know what the right answer is there, it's challenging. And then just the last thing, is this guy, James Mumby. I don't know if you've actually read any of his judgments, but his language is appalling. The things that he said about the profession, anybody involved in this profession, in my view, is appalling, and the things he said about the legal profession. And I think the personal invective that he's brought to the judgment has actually diminished it. That's just a personal observation.
We have the same. We have one case where the forms weren't swapped around for the other partner having treatment as well, and I think that's going to be more complicated than the others.
Okay, thank you, Rachel.
Okay.
Thank you. So we're going to veer away from ethics for a moment or two and not quite get to optimising IVF. As Dr. Tony Rutherford's going to talk to us about isoforms, FSH isoforms.
Thanks, Peter. It's a little bit more about optimising success rates, really. And it's a few thoughts. Just before I start, though, I meant to say at the beginning, and I apologise for not mentioning it at the beginning, is you will perhaps note that Ian Aird, who is a frequent visitor to these symposia, isn't with us. He was due to come, but unfortunately he came back from Egypt after a short illness and developed Guillain-Barré syndrome and was admitted to to Newcastle hospitals with paralysis from the neck down. He was given immunotherapy and is making a steady recovery, It's a really long recovery, but he was able to talk this afternoon to Isaac about handbags, so there is some progress being made. But I'm sure you'd all like to wish him a speedy recovery. Okay, to FSH isoforms, and I just want to give you a few thoughts on, we use the FSH drugs, of course, in all our treatments, whether it be egg donation, whether it be just conventional IVF. But I want to talk to you a little bit about the FSH molecule. It's a little bit more complex than you may first think. So in this talk, what I want to go through is just a quick overview of the physiology of the menstrual cycle, the structure of FSH, the FSH isoforms, their properties and functions, the gonadotrophins that we have on the market, and the differences in those gonadotrophins, and that potential impact on success rates. An interesting conclusion slide, which I'm sure will make you think. So let's just remind ourselves the basic physiology of the menstrual cycle, and you can see here that you get the rise in the FSH in the early follicular phase. This stimulates follicular growth, which produces estrogen. 95% of circulating estrogen comes from the developing follicle. It reaches a peak, you then get the LH surge, and you get a little surge of FSH, and then those hormones both are relatively low, and in the luteal phase you get peak progesterone and a rise in estrogen around about the mid-luteal phase, around day 21. Of course, it's not just one FSH molecule. There are many different FSH molecules. The structure of FSH is it's a complex glycoprotein with two chains, the alpha and beta chain. The alpha chain is common to a number of peptide hormones such as TSH, HCG, and it's the beta that gives the specific biological activity. Attached to each of the chains, there are two carbohydrate side arms, onto which you can get various residues, but in particular sialic acid, which can change the isoelectric properties of the molecule. And this slide illustrates the structure of the carbohydrate side chains, and you can see that you can have up to 4 sialic acid molecules attached to each chain. The more sialic acid molecules attached, it changes the isoelectric point, making the FSH molecule more acidic. This change, the addition of the sialic acid, takes place in the, it's a post-translation modification in the Golgi apparatus, and it's under the influence of the enzyme glycosyl transferase. And there are differences within this enzyme, within different species. This is why, using recombinant DNA technology, FSH cannot be made in bacterial cells. It has to be animal cells that contain this. But there are species-to-species variations. So you get a characteristic release of FSH in the pituitary gland with fluctuations in the isoform profile throughout the follicular phase. There is a pulsed release frequency of about 25 minutes with FSH, but this is lost because of its long half-life. You have both a tonic, which tends to be more acidic, and then a pulse, more episodic, which is less acidic secretion of FSH. The pulse amplitude and frequency of FSH release increases around the peri-ovulatory period, and you get less acidic isoforms released at the time of the LH surge. So if we look at this diagrammatically, you can see at the top, in the early to the mid-follicular phase, you get a predominance of acidic isoforms, whereas in the late follicular phase, you get a predominance of less acidic isoforms. Why does this occur? Because estradiol regulates the FSH isoform mixture, as estradiol downregulates the pituitary expression of glycosyl transferases. So let's look at some of the biological properties of the more acidic FSH isoforms. They have a slower clearance rate from the liver, so they hang around a lot longer. They induce higher levels of inhibin. Inhibin exerts a negative impact on the FSH, along with estradiol. And the inhibin drives theca cell androgen production around the time of the follicle selection. And you can see this in animal studies, in laboratory studies, where theca cells in culture, if you give more inhibin, you get higher levels of steroid production. Also, if you look at the intrafollicular levels of inhibin in a natural cycle, they peak around about 10 millimeters, which is about the time that we see natural follicular selection. What about the less acidic isoforms? They have a lower threshold for antral growth, so they're more likely to select a follicle. They induce a much more rapid follicular growth. They're more effective in stimulating estrogen production and synthesis. They're more effective in creating cyclical AMP. They're more effective in resuming meiosis. But too much of a good thing is bad because it can cause theca cell hyperplasia. So you can see that the two variants at each end of the scale have quite different properties. And you could imagine that why nature's decreed that these are put together through, and the changes that take place throughout the normal menstrual cycle in the follicular phase. In particular, with follicle selection, you want not every single follicle selected, you want the best follicles selected. You want a steady rise in estrogens. You don't want a rapid rise in estrogen. You want synchronized endometrium to take place. And you don't want too rapid granulosa cell proliferation, because that can have an impact on the follicle. What we're looking for is better primed oocytes to make more top quality embryos. And if you do overdose on gonadotrophins, if you look at the left-hand side of the slide, you can see that the granulosa cells, that there is a different pattern on the outer side. You've got more compact granulosa cells. On the inner, they're less compact. Whereas on the right, if you give a 4 times higher dose of FSH, you get a more compact picture of granulosa cells throughout this hyperplasia, and this can result in empty follicle syndrome, so you don't collect an egg. So what we need is a balance in the isoforms to get correct follicular growth. If we look at this, we can see that pool 4 on the left-hand side is more acidic forms. The one in the middle, pool 5, is a sort of middle-of-the-road isoforms, and the pool 7 is the less acidic isoforms. The best, that give the best follicular growth, is a combination and a mixture of the two, of pool 4 and pool 7, illustrated in the bottom of the slide. It's also important to remember that in follicular growth, much of the translation transcription takes place up to the early antral follicle stage, and in the late antral follicle stage, you can see that transcription is actually falling. So the egg has already got most of the proteins on board that it needs to function normally. What about the impact of the isoforms on oocyte maturation itself? FSH is the principal influence on the cumulus cells. It induces oocyte maturation. The LH, even at supraphysiological doses, really doesn't have an impact. The exposure of the cumulus oocyte complex to physiological concentrations of FSH, you only need to do it for a relatively short period of time to ensure the maturation of the majority of the oocytes. And acidic forms require higher doses to achieve the same levels of maturation as the mild or mid-acidic forms. So, in summary, really, we need a balanced of isoforms, with acidic isoforms for initiation in the early stages of follicular growth, and less acidic isoforms around the peri-ovulatory period to try and create the best egg. So what gonadotrophins do we have on the market? Well, this is a list of all the gonadotrophins that I think currently that I could recall anyway. So you've got mixtures like pergonal and humagon, which are no longer available. You've got merional and menopure. And then you've got urinary gonadotrophins with FSH, metrodin, metrodin HP, and fostamon. You've then got HCG in the various formats. And then you've got recombinant products. On the right-hand side of the slide, you've got folitrophin, gonal F, Puragon, Luveris. You've got a mixture of folitropin and leuperin alpha, progaveris. You've got corofolin alpha, which is the new long-acting FSH molecule. And then you've got recombinant HCG as well. Let's look at the commercial products. And let's look at their differing isoforms. And these are the ones that are in common practice, certainly in the UK. And you can see that merional and fostamon, which are made by IPSA, have a much more acidic profile compared to the recombinants. Menopure and Bravel, again the urinary forms, have a more acidic profile compared to both the Serono product, gonal F, and to the Puragon as well. So why are there these differences? There's certainly no structural difference in the form of the basic molecule. So let's look at the proportion of less acidic FSH increases with age. So as you get older, you get more acidic FSH. So postmenopausal women have more acidic FSH because they have low levels of estrogen. So there's no inhibition of glycosyltransferase. So there's high sialic acid content in the FSH in postmenopausal and perimenopausal women. Of course, the source of urinary gonadotrophins is postmenopausal urine. The next thing, of course, is the ion exchange, and why there might be a difference in the purification processes that take place with anion and cation exchange. They employ electric charges to try and separate out the molecules. Another reason why there's a difference is the species difference in how we produce the model. Of course, recombinant products are produced in Chinese hamster ovary cells. And I've already said that there is a difference in the glycosyltransferases in a hamster ovary cell compared to a human pituitary and our own Golgi apparatus on the left. So does it make any difference? Is there any trials to demonstrate that the ideal balance of gonadotrophins might make a difference? Well, I've managed to find one study. It's a small study, and of course you need a lot more to actually prove this as more than just a hypothesis. But this is an interesting study where they had three particular groups. You had an FSH, urinary FSH group for the first 6 days, and then recombinant FSH, compared to recombinant. So that the top one in Group A is acidic, then less acidic. Group B is less acidic all the way through, and Group C was acidic all the way through. Let's have a little look at the results from this study. In the mixture where you had the acidic and the less acidic, as we would see in a natural menstrual cycle, you can see that you got more metaphase 2 eggs, you got more grade 1 embryos, you had a higher implantation rate, and you had a higher pregnancy rate, and the miscarriage rate was the same across the board. Now these are small, it's a small study, but it's an interesting study, and it certainly should make you think about what we do in our practice. Now, of course, when we look at studies, we try to put them all together to see if we can reach a conclusion. And this was an early meta-analysis back in 2008. And at that time, there was evidence that you got a slightly higher pregnancy rate if you used HMG compared to recombinant FSH. And you had even though you might have had fewer eggs, you got a higher number of better quality embryos. Now, later studies, as more studies were published, there was clearly no difference in the outcome in all the randomized controlled trials, whether you used urinary or used recombinant gonadotrophin. Whether that was studies that were just performed by researchers, or whether it was by manufacturer, who of course would try and make the story, if they can, fit their product. So there was no obvious difference. But I'm going to leave you with a final slide, which was taken from the HFEA data from clinics in the UK in 2014. The statistics were compiled very kindly for us by CARE, and this is the top 12 clinics in the UK. And you can see that the almost, well, 3/4 of them exclusively use urinary-based products. And of the top 12, only 2 out of those use a majority of recombinant product, mainly urinary-based product. So I'll just leave you with that question. So we should perhaps think about the gonadotrophins that we use, because this is IVF in practice. Thank you.
I was interested in your last statement of the, and fully appreciate that's relatively anecdotal. So I'm interested in last statement, so being relatively anecdotal, and you accept that. But with your argument, surely what we ought to be using is tailoring the acidic and non-acidic isoforms at various stages of the stimulation cycle, rather than sticking with an acidic or a non-acidic one.
I've no I think that's quite a sensible position, Martin. As I said, there's just that one small randomized trial that's looked at it. But if you look at the differences in that trial between the FSA, the acidic and the less acidic, compared to the acidic all the way through, in other words, the urinary all the way through, the differences were not that statistically different. There was a difference, but they didn't reach significance at the power of this study. So I would say that if you're going to use urinaries all the way through, that's better than using recombinant all the way through. But I certainly feel that study that was performed did show that perhaps we should try and mimic nature and have a combination of both.
Rachel? Could I ask if there's any evidence Could I ask two things? First one is there any evidence that recombinant or urinary is better in an antagonist or agonist cycle? So does it work equally effective whether you use urinary in both? And is there any evidence that one produces more OHSS rates or other complications? So is the rates of OHSS between urinary and recombinant the same?
Well, my understanding of the literature is that the differences don't reach significance, but that with urinary products you tend to get fewer oocytes, and therefore you're less likely to get OHSS. I don't think there's any good evidence to say that with antagonists the picture is any different to that in the agonist cycle.
Andrew?
Thank you, Tony. My question relates to maximal dose of gonadotrophin. I want to know what your thoughts on that. In the UK as well, my understanding is that the maximal licensed dose is 600 units daily. In our clinic, and I think a lot of clinics max at 450 units. But then I think Sheffield maxes at 300 and Glasgow 225. So I just wanted to know what your feeling is as a higher ceiling to go to for that.
As a practicing clinician, I do think that we probably do overdose our patients. And we may give them more, we might get more eggs, but do we get any more functional eggs? And is there any evidence that there's a higher pregnancy rate? Well, the fact of the matter is there's no evidence that if you increase the dose above 250 international units, you'll get any better pregnancy rate. There's no evidence whatsoever. But anecdotally, of course, what we do is that if somebody doesn't respond well, we give them more gonadotrophin. But I don't actually think that that does work. But we all do it, and we always have done. If they don't do well in the first cycle, we'll up the dose the second cycle. As I said, you may get more eggs, but are you actually getting any more usable eggs?
On that last point, again, it's very anecdotal, and yes, it may not prove significant, but we have had patients come over from units who have given a lower dose, this was no response, and we have used a higher dose and have achieved pregnancies in some instances. So I accept that it's anecdotal, it may not reach significance. But there are some differences, and sometimes I promise you to justify going with the higher dose.
Isaac, we all do it, but we don't have the evidence because we don't know whether if we gave exactly the same dose and it's just a different cycle with different oocytes with a different threshold for FSH, because we all know, in those perimenopausal ladies, the FSH goes up and down. There are periods where they've got more sensitive follicles, and then they'll have a period where they've got less sensitive follicles. So is it just it's a different cycle? We don't have the evidence because we haven't done the trial.
Okay.
Yeah, some years ago, one of our senior registrars, who's now a colleague, did an audit on precisely that. And this was looking at the patients who had their FSH level, grand trophin levels increased from 300 to 450 or 450 to 600, and comparing the outcomes. And where you improved the outcomes was where you had low response to a certain dose, but you had other antral follicles which had failed to grow. There, the increase in the grand trophin level improved outcome. Where the antral follicle number overall is less, and there are no small follicles that are failing to grow, there was no improvement. So it is a selection of the patient where you increase the dose of grand trophins rather than a sweeping answer, really, I would say.
But Vinny, that was an audit. It is not a randomized controlled trial. And if you had given the same patients the same dose, would they have responded differently in a different cycle?
It was an audit of patients on comparison. Patients had undergone their own treatment with a certain dose and had a subsequent cycle with their own.
Sure, but what I'm saying is there is in the same patient there's an intercycle difference in follicles, and we don't know, because we've not done the trial, whether if you persisted with the same dose that you would still have got a number of pregnancies. We just don't know because the data isn't out there, and it's an audit, and we all do it, as I said, and I do it, and I'll stand up and say I increase the dose and I use 450. I know I don't go up to 600, but I use 450. But I don't have the evidence to support that. But it is an important thing for our patients because it's very expensive medication. And we are increasing the cost of the medication quite considerably. On that point, I'll leave it. I'm sure it's we can have a discussion in the bar.
I think we're taking a break for some refreshments. We're a little bit behind time, but maybe if we come back in 15 minutes. Okay? Tony, we need your password. Just shout it out. While Tony's getting the computer up and running, Bahar's going to give us a few housekeeping announcements about this evening.
Turn this over. All right. First of all, for any of you guys that don't know me, I'm Bahar. I work as the international coordinator alongside Dr. Tekin. Hopefully you guys are having a good time besides the weather. You guys brought your weather to us, so I don't know how I feel about that, but enjoy it. Hopefully the sun will come out and you guys will get a little bit of color before you go back. So just a few notes. Your program was in the packages that you guys have already gotten. If you guys lost it or need another one, you can get one from us at the front area there. Tonight, our dinner area will be labeled separately. We're in the upper area. It was the same area as last year. I don't know for the people who have been. For the others, maybe they can direct you, but it's quite easy to get you. When you get into the restaurant area, you just move up to the top. It'll be labeled IVF Symposium there. Tomorrow morning, we have a trip planned to Famagusta to visit our clinic and go to lunch. The bus for that will leave at 9 a.m. If there's anyone who would like to join us, can you please let us know so we have a list? We don't want to leave anybody behind, and that way we can make reservations for lunch as well. So again, if you let any of our staff members know at the reception area or one of us now or after the meeting, then we can put you on the list for that. We should be back to the hotel about 3:30 the latest so that we can get prepped for the rest of the conference. In the evening, we're going to be going down into Girne to Nyazi's for dinner. The bus for that is going to leave at 19:45, so 7:45. So if you guys be sure to be on time for that so we don't leave anybody behind. After that, you guys can go out and explore, do whatever you like, or you can come back to the hotel as a group. All the drinks in the lounge and lobby area are inclusive. Anything poolside or in other areas will be charged to your room, and you guys will have to take care of that on checkout. All your extras are paid by yourselves as well, again, at checkout. Other than that, the drinks reception after the meeting is going to be on the other side of the reception in the bar area. Dinner is going to be starts at 7:30 as well. If you guys have any questions about anything, just feel free to contact us or find us in the reception area. There's always going to be someone there. Other than that, I want to thank you guys again for joining us, and I'll pass you guys off.
Okay, so kicking off our second session this evening, Dr. Özgür from Antalya to talk to us about e-freeze. Is it better to replace embryos in a fresh or a frozen cycle? Dr. Özgür.
Before starting, I would like to thank Ibrahim to inviting me for giving this opportunity to present our experience and data about free zone policy. Now, I'm from Antalya. It's a little bit north from here, coast of Turkey, south coast of Turkey. And we were doing conventional IVF, but since 2014 we have switched to freeze-roll cycles. We do like around 22,000 cycles per year, and all of them are freeze-roll. Now, I was grown up in central Anatolia, in Ankara, in the rural area, and this area at that time was a wheat-producing area. And the villagers that I lived there when they harvested the seeds, they were giving 1 year rest before seeding another season. So I think this logic that works in agriculture may be the basic principle for IVF as well. Now, I will speak about a little bit history of how we switched to freeze-all cycles. Until 2011, we were doing cleavage stage embryo transfer, and then we switched to blastocyst transfer. After 2 years, we have found that, including my colleagues, we have all found that our frozen cycles seems better. So I asked my analyzer, data analyzer, to give us a report about this. But I read an article from Shapiro from United States, and he has done a review by matched blastocysts. So I asked him to do a matched blastocyst analysis. That means that he gave me this table, and in this table you can see that he gave me two different combination of all types of two combinations, like as if you are transferring one apple, one orange, and then the second one is one apple, one bananas, etc. like this. So this is the matched blastocyst double embryo transfer scoring. This doesn't give you the impression, but when you put this one into graph, you can see that there is the black row is fresh transfers, and then the gray one are the frozen transfers. So you can see that the line goes up when you do the same blastocyst in a frozen cycle. And then this is the reason that then we decided, why are we staying on fresh cycles? Let's go for all the cycles for frozen cycles. And we published this one last year in Fertility and Sterility, and not only the pregnancy, but also the clinical pregnancy, cardiac activity, and then the implantation rate was significantly higher in this publication. And then until from early 2014, we are still doing freeze-all cycles in our center. Why is it more successful? Of course, it is about receptivity, because if you go back to nature, the nature is monofollicular, and as you can see from the classical knowledge, the one monofollicle and one follicle, by developing one follicle, you see the increase of estrogen, and then after ovulation you see the progesterone, and at the same time you get the response from endometrium, and then after a couple of days, then the endometrium becomes suitable for an embryo. But in superovulation, the scenario is different, because in superovulation you have 10 to 15 follicles, and at least the estrogen is astronomically high. It's at least 10 times higher. And also you see that in some of these follicles you see early luteinization. So you see some of these follicles, you see high progesterone levels. And also the most maybe important thing is you see the shift to the left part of your endometrial preparation. I mean, there's an advanced morphology when you do the biopsies in superovulation cycles. Maybe that's why the fresh cycle is not physiological in the aspect of receptivity. Now, to me, like a natural cycle, if you consider natural cycle like a mild weather, but if you consider superovulation cycle, I think it's like a thunderstorm, because you cannot control anything. Everything is very different scenario. I think it's all about the effect is all about the windows of implantation. As you know, windows of implantation occurs like 6 to 7 days after the ovulation. And I think we have 2 points here. One point is we don't know when the windows of implantation in the superovulation cycle, and that's why we missed the target. We missed the windows of implantation. That's why the pregnancy rate may not be ideal. But the other thing is also important. You may have implantation, but the implantation may be defective. That's why we see more complications, especially obstetric complications in fresh cycles, such as low for gestational age, low weight for gestational age. And there are some studies that the preeclampsia especially is higher especially in OHSS cycles, and also there are some studies that are scary studies that are giving us like these kids, the IVF kids might have more metabolic syndrome in the future. I think we should consider the defective part of implantation as well. I will go in detail in our presentation also. Now, how it affects, because of superovulation you have a very unphysiological estrogen levels, progesterone levels, also VEGF levels, but these hormones and these environment interacts with mainly in there's 5 elements. One is gene expression profiles is very different in superovulation cycles. There are many studies, hundreds of studies done by comparing the fresh cycles and then the natural cycle, and they have found that it's completely different. The gene expression profile is different, especially from EB group. The morphology is advanced, both in light microscopy, when you do biopsy, and also the scanning electron microscopy, especially the pinopod formation is 1 or 2 days before the natural cycle. So that's one aspect. And the other thing is the steroid receptor increase is completely different in superovulated cycles. The endometrial immunology, there are some studies done by, especially in mice, that the natural killer cell concentration is different in fresh cycles. And also the uterine contraction is also different. There is one study from Chinese group, they have compared the fresh and frozen, and they found that in fresh cycles, the contraction of the uterus during implantation is much more higher, the frequency is much more higher in fresh cycles. So these could be affecting factors that we see clinically this difference. Now I'm going to show you one study from Philadelphia group, University of Philadelphia. They studied basically the placenta of the mice for superovulation, and they have found that it's a very good experiment published in 2014 by Manigi, and they found that these mice who are from superovulated mice, they have less weight of both placenta and both the fetal weight of mice. But the most important thing is, I think this picture is very interesting. This part is junctional zone, and this part is junctional zone of superovulated mice. Now, if you compare both the junctional zones, the junctional zone is the zone that placenta interacts with the mother side. So it's the nutrient exchange side, and you can see that in the superovulated mice, the placentation is defective because the junctional zone is thinner than the control group. Now, we have in our data we have found that these babies that in our study we have only found the weight of the babies are different, around like 150 grams of these babies were lighter in fresh cycles. Now, 150 grams may sound not a lot, but the problem is if you are thinking about like 3,000 grams of a baby, and these babies are the fresh cycles 150 grams, they are lighter. I mean, it's like around like 5% of weight loss. Now, I don't think we should. I think we should take into this consideration, because it's like a malnutrition. I don't think it's very minor thing. Why should these babies have less weight for losing 5% of their weight in the uterine environment? I think there should be something defective during this time, and probably it's coming from the superovulation and the early placentation. in our study, the second finding that we have found was also interesting, and this was only the first time we were the group that presented this in the literature, and it was the ACG values. Like 14 days after the ovulation, when you check the ACG levels, both in fresh and frozen cycles, in fresh cycles, these ACG values were 20% less. Now, this finding is also interesting because ACG is secreted by syncytial trophoblasts, and syncytial trophoblasts secrete less ACG levels, less ACG in fresh cycles. Probably that's why maybe that's one of the reflections of the defective placentation, defective early placentation of the fetus. Now, I'm going to speak a little bit about the literature, the obstetric outcome of literature. There is two studies. One is a big meta-analysis from 11 studies, and from Maheshwari, published in 2012. And these 5 complications were higher in fresh cycles compared to frozen cycles. And the second one is a SART, United States SART data analysis from CALRA. And this is also interesting. They found that the low birth weight is higher in, the percentage of low birth weight is higher in fresh cycles. Again, the same tendency. But the most important thing is, within the same patient, when a patient has one fresh and one frozen cycles, and you see this difference much more higher, like for the relative ratio is 4.66. And when it comes to oocyte donors, there's no difference. Why? Because in oocyte donors, you don't have any superovulation. That's the main reason. How about IVF outcome? Now, in IVF outcome, unfortunately, there's only one meta-analysis, which is only 3 randomized control trial. And unfortunately, the first one, which is the bigger one, from Iran, from Aflatonian, has been retracted. So we are ending up only 2 randomized control trials from Shapiro group. And these 2 randomized control trials, they have very small sizes, and both of them are from the same center and same author. So, but in these 2 studies, you see that in frozen cycles, the IVF outcome is better. Now, in this part of my speak, I'm going to speak about how we do segmented IVF in such a big number of patients, how we deal with this patient. Now, we do antagonist cycle completely. We do control ovarian stimulation, and when we trigger the patient, we never trigger with ACG. We always trigger with agonist trigger. Even the patient has only one oocyte, one follicle, we still trigger with agonist trigger. And then we do pickup, and then we culture the embryos for 5 days, and then we vitrify. And the same day that we vitrify the embryo, we give the patient half dose of dipot, agonist dipot, 3.75 milligram, half dose of 3.75 milligram, just to give a suppression. And then we wait for 10 days to have enough suppression. And usually the patient bleeds within these 10 days, usually early times. And then after 10 days, we feel that we have a good suppression, then we start the endometrial preparation. We never do natural cycle endometrial preparation. All our endometrial preparation is always hormonal. We give estrogen step by step, and then we start progesterone 4 to 5 days before our transfer. We are now running a randomized control trial, whether we should give before transfer, whether we should give 4 days of progesterone or 5 days of progesterone. It seems like 4 days of progesterone is better than 5 days of progesterone. Now, and then do the embryo transfer. Now, the workload, the burden of this is to patient is there is only 30 days of increase of your program, But the good thing is you schedule the patient. The transfer scheduling is after you do it during pickup day. So the patient doesn't come you to separately. So when you do the pickup, you tell the patient that you are going to come to transfer the next month on this specific date. And when it comes to workload, there's only one extra visit, and this extra visit is at day 14 of endometrial scan and the progesterone, measuring the progesterone level. And this one should not be, I mean, it could be done in some other centers and the patient can report it to you. That's why it's not very, it will not increase your workload. I think it's very important because most of the people are afraid that their workload will increase if they do a freeze-all policy. Now, I think the changing to freeze-all is not something like unscientific thing. I think it's a technical problem. One thing should be, I think one thing is you should have a good lab. It's very important. Your lab should have a good blast ratio, very good survival rate. But the other thing is the management part. Because if you increase your workload, it's very difficult to switch. I think it's a management problem. But I'm going to give you 9 reasons why should we switch to freeze-all policy in our center. One is, as I showed you, we have a better outcome, at least in our hands. That's why we switched to mainly, the main reason was the better outcome. And the second and third one is very important because you don't have any complications anymore. Now think about 4,000 cycles since we have done freeze-all. I think usually we do aggressive stimulation in our center, and in that case we would have at least 5% would be OHSS, but out of these 4,000 patients we never had one OHSS. It's completely OHSS free clinic. The other thing is ectopic pregnancy. We used to have ectopic pregnancy 1 in 100 cases, but now it's very rare. Once in 6 months, only maybe 3 to 4 cases that we have seen ectopic pregnancy. So that's also important. The fourth reason is agonist trigger. Of course, the OHSS free clinic is because of agonist trigger, but there's one aspect also, because agonist triggers, we must mimic the nature. Agonist trigger is more physiological because it's the endogenous LH, and also it's also FSH. It's not only LH. Maybe that's why you might have a better oocyte, better egg quality, and physiological egg maturation. And the fifth reason is we just published. It's going to come in 1 or 2 months in RBM Online. The next month, maybe the other month. We don't do surgeries prior to IVF anymore. Like, let's say if your patient have a hydrosalpinx or polyp, you don't have to do surgery before IVF. We do the surgeries during the pickup at the same time. First we do pickup, and then we continue with the surgery, do hysteroscopy and laparoscopy, which one ever needs. We had 150 cases of this concurrent surgery, and when we compare this surgical group with non-surgical, there was no difference in outcome and in all our parameters. The sixth reason is PGS or the PGD, and you can have your results within 1 month. You don't have to be in rush, and also it's more cost effective because if you are using next generation for PGS, next generation you need you can gather all your biopsies together and you can study all of them together. So this may decrease your PGS cost a lot. I think it's also important. The seventh one is flexible embryo transfer day. We never do embryo transfers in weekends anymore. It's one aspect. And the other thing is you can schedule your embryo transfer day individually. Like if you are going to go on vacation for or a meeting for 6 days, for 5 days, you can arrange your transfer days according to your schedule, just to increase 1 or 2 days or 1 week of estrogen priming. There's no problem. And the 8th one is, I think there is reduced stress and anxiety in these patients when they come to transfer. This is our observation. I wish I could have proven this one, but I think this is an important observation. Maybe one reason would be because patient has no discomfort anymore because of egg collection is 1 month before. Maybe she has thought a lot about her embryos. She had gone online and she had compared her embryo scores before freezing to her chance, and she thought more about her chance. So she become more logical maybe. And maybe the other thing could be the estrogen levels. Maybe high estrogen are doing something to their brain. Maybe that's why they were stressful. I don't know. Now the last one is the freedom with the type of stimulation. Like in our center, we have 2 groups. One is poor responder, and the other one is when we use contraceptive pill to our patients. Some of them are very suppressed. So in these 2 groups, suppressed group and the poor responders, we give a lot of clomiphene citrate in these patients, and you can use them liberally. There's no problem because you are not going to transfer. And my last slide would be what would be the requirements. I mean, what should be according to our experience. I think the first requirement should be all blastocyst transfer. I don't think it's wise to do freeze-all policy to day 3 embryos, to Kıbrıs stage embryos, because then you are freezing some embryos that you don't have information, a lot of information for these cases. And for me, it should be not only blastocyst, it should be euploid blastocyst. I think it should be screened. Maybe in the future, this should be our type of practice. You should have a good blastulation rate. If your blastulation rate is low, of course, it will not be a good practice. And you should have an optimum stimulation. Like mild stimulation would not be convenient because if you have 2 or 3 oocytes, I think it's very difficult to do freeze-all. And of course, survival rate is important. I think you should have a degeneration rate for less than maybe 5%. In our center, it is like around 1%. That's why we feel safe about it. But I think in some cases, you tell the patient you have a 1 blastocyst, and then during transfer day, you tell her that, sorry, we don't have we are not going to transfer because your embryo is degenerated. I think it's a difficult task to explain to patient. That's why maybe the center should have an insurance policy for these patients to cover the expenses. And also, I think program cycle hormonal cycle is much more convenient than natural cycle, because in natural cycle, first thing, the patient doesn't know when she's going to have transfer, and the clinician doesn't know. It can be on weekend also. And the other thing is, the patient has to give blood maybe 4 to 5 times, but here there is only 1 visit. So I think program cycle is much more convenient. It may not be convenient for non-resident patients. If the patient is coming overseas, it may not be convenient because she should come again for transfer also. But I must admit that we have many patients from Russian-speaking countries to Antalya, and it's interesting that these patients they don't go for fresh cycles. They say that if it is more successful, then we will come again. Of course, the majority will come again. They will do freeze-all. So this is my take-home message. I think we shouldn't lose some of our pregnancies due to superovulation. I think this should be the way of practice. Thank you.
questions?
Have you done a cost-benefit analysis? In other words, of comparing the cost attached to a fresh transfer cycle and the pregnancy rate and live birth rate as compared to the cost of a freeze-all program and the success rate, to see whether the cost-benefit analysis, not just the success rate, favors a freeze-all program?
Thank you, good question. Unfortunately, we haven't done, but like practically I can say something that the cost for freeze-all cycle, I think, as I showed you, one is extra visit. I mean, to the center, just one extra visit, and the second one is just one vial of freezing embryos. It could be one embryo or two embryos. So, if the patient has, like, let's say, three vials of embryo, the first one you are not transferring it. So this is the only extra one. So it's one vial plus.
Well, no, you've got the cost of freezing, because not everyone on a fresh cycle would have freezing. You've got the cost of freezing, because not everyone on a fresh cycle would have freezing, and you've also got the additional drugs on top that you would have. It would be interesting. I'm not challenging your proposal, but it would be interesting to perform a cost-benefit analysis to see whether that actually stacks up.
Thank you.
Tony?
Thank you for a really brilliant presentation. Really interesting, thought-provoking. When you give the agonist on day 6 after the egg collection, A, what agonist do you use? And B, do you ever see cases where the corpora lutea are rekindled and rescued? And the second question is, what proportion of patients do you have that don't reach the stage where you've got embryos to freeze?
From starting with the second question, our cancellation rate is around 15%. It used to be, during cleavage stage, it used to be around like 9%, so it's like 6% increase. Coming to the second question now, when you say agonist depot or agonist trigger?
The agonist depot.
Depot, yeah. No, we didn't check the patients once we gave her the agonist depot, because we checked the patient after giving the injection 24 days later, so 14 days of endometrial preparation, and these were all suppressed. There was no early utilization or there was no finding.
So did you wait for the patient to have a period before you actually started them on estrogen?
Interestingly, these patients, they all bleed 7th or 6th or 8th day of trigger because of agonist depot, because we don't give progesterone or something.
Stuart?
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed the talk. I'm comfortable with the concept of freeze-all embryos, but I'm not sure if I'm comfortable with the concept of freeze-all patients. And are you concerned with what's being brought up in the audience about these poor responders that are maybe getting 1 or 2 embryos, where the development may not be fantastic, that by cancelling them, you may be reducing their chances of doing a fresh day 3 transfer? So why have you gone for freeze everybody instead of having perhaps a slightly more flexible approach?
Yeah. I think your question about not freeze-all, your question is about going for blastocyst. Yeah. I mean, this is our this is our policy. We never transfer or we never use the embryo once it is retarded. I mean, if we see that the embryo is not good quality, or if it is just compact on day 5, day 6, then we don't use it. I mean, if that's why. I mean, this is our policy. If you believe that your lab is providing a good environment for your embryo, I think this policy is correct. But this is my personal view.
One more question, Andrew.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. That's a great talk. The UK is just about to start an E-freeze randomised controlled trial, so in a year or two we'll hopefully have some of the answers to your questions. I think from Martin's view, when you're looking at cost effectiveness, it's quite attractive not to have to do embryo transfers on Saturdays and Sundays. You need less lab staff in, less medical staff in, less nursing staff on Saturdays and Sundays, and so that should be worked into any cost effectiveness model. But my question was really about, and I can see the advantages of doing hormonal or stimulated frozen embryo transfers. When our clinic has looked at our own natural versus medicated stimulated or embryo transfers, the natural group actually had a higher pregnancy rate than the medicated group. But I can see the advantages of not having to work weekends.
I mean, in the literature, when you look whether natural cycle is more advantageous than hormonal preparation, I think there's no evidence that natural cycle is better than hormonal preparation. And in our hands, hormonal preparation is working perfect. I mean, we have around like 50, last 3 months, we have 54% of implantation rate with hormonal preparation. And the loss rate, the outcome is all good. There was no problem.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much for your talk. Am I right in assuming these are all single blastocyst transfers, or do you ever put back more than one?
No. The data that we published is double embryo transfer, but at the moment we are doing the 2/3 are single embryo transfer because our patient population is younger. Our average is like 32.
Okay. And what is your spontaneous monozygotic twinning rate for these blastocysts? Because we've found that vitrified blastocysts are even more likely to split than fresh blastocysts.
We checked it, it's around like 1%.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so we move on to tonight's debate. We have Mr. Stuart Lavery going toe-to-toe with Dr. Gillian Lockwood. The title of tonight's debate is "This House Believes that PGS will improve outcomes for women undergoing IVF and ICSI treatment." The format for this is that we will take a vote for those for and against. Each speaker will then have 10 minutes to convince the audience to their viewpoint. We'll then have a little bit of interaction, and then summing up from each speaker again, and then a final vote to see if there's been any swings. So the title of the debate was "This House Believes that PGS will improve outcomes for women undergoing IVF and ICSI treatments." Those who are for that, hands up.
Keep your hand up so we can count them.
Is somebody counting? Okay, and those against?
Put your hands up so we can see you, just one at a time.
How many? 14. And there's any don't knows?
Because I know
Okay then, Stuart.
Hang on, Ebo hasn't voted.
Yeah, I was also.
Let Ebo vote.
How many votes has he?
Yeah, guess what? Do you believe for or against it? Before we start.
He's against.
15.
So 15 against. Okay.
Great. Okay, well, good evening, everybody. I'd like to echo everybody else's statements about it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for the kind invitation. It's the first time I've ever been in an audience where there's been more people thinking that PGS is a good idea as opposed to thinking it's a bad idea. So I'm normally in the minority, and I feel distinctly uncomfortable being in the majority. I also feel distinctly uncomfortable debating against Jill. And the reason for that is any of you who have ever seen Jill debate will be aware of her rapier-like wit, her fantastic sense of humour, and her formidable intellect. So I decided I couldn't really compete on any of those grounds. So hopefully I'll just be left with some convincing data and some overwhelming evidence to actually show you what the right thing to do is. So I'm going to say a few words by introduction, a little bit about why should we think about PGS, and most of the time about what the evidence is, share some really, really exciting data about where this field is going, and then hopefully show you some conclusions all within 10 minutes. This is my group of clinics that we belong to, a fertility partnership, and we operate in a hub and spoke effect with our PGS services, so that all services are available in every clinic, coming through to a central PGS lab. And I'm going to share with you what I hope are some incontrovertible facts. We know that chromosomal abnormality is extremely common in human eggs. It's something about our human species. We know for a fact that these problems increase with age. And we also know that they account for the majority of implantation failures and miscarriages in IVF. This data is based on over 20,000 eggs from the reprogenetics program. We also know for a fact that aneuploidy is usually lethal. We know that it increases with age, and we know that there's a mirror image drop-off in implantation rates associated with age-related aneuploidy. So what can we do? All of us sit in our clinics with patients coming through the door, more patients coming through, more older patients coming through, more patients coming through with previously unsuccessful cycles. Well, we can put more embryos back. We've tried that one. It doesn't really work out. Or we can just do more embryo transfers. Keep those poor patients coming back month after month, year after year, for more and more treatment. Or maybe we can persuade them all to come in age 17 and freeze some eggs or some ovarian cortical tissue. And who knows whether that will work out or how many unnecessary treatments we'll do because of that. We can potentially persuade the patients to take some donor eggs, or we can try our best to screen embryos. We can use morphology. We've been okay at that, but not fabulous. We can use morphokinetics, the most expensive toy currently available in the laboratory, with its evangelists and its doubters. Or we can use PGS, again, with its evangelists and its doubters. So what's the hypothesis? Well, if we know that aneuploidy is so common, surely screening for aneuploidy should increase pregnancy rates per transfer, reduce miscarriage rates, prevent the birth of affected children with aneuploidy, allow elective single embryo transfer, and most importantly of all, get women pregnant quicker. The pictures below are our very, very first case of PGS that we did in our clinic in 1997. There was a lady who was 42 years old who asked us to do PGS because she'd had a previous Downs pregnancy. Our geneticist said it's a complete waste of time, you don't need to do it. So we took it to the ethics committee, which at the time was all of us having a cup of tea in the kitchen, and we decided we'd give it a try. She produced 4 embryos, 3 of them had trisomy 21, and 1 was euploid. We put it back and she conceived and successfully delivered age 43. And we immediately published that all women over the age of 38 should consider pre-implantation genetic screening. N of 1. Kind of embarrassed us later on. So it should definitely work. It's a easily understood, self-evident, even seductive hypothesis. Why are we even arguing about this? There have been multiple case series retrospectively over 10 years. For advanced maternal age, recurrent implantation failure, we used to argue, should you take 1 cell or 2 cells? We should argue day 3 biopsy or cleavage stage, and how many colours of fish could we possibly do? And then, which is probably one of the most humbling lessons anybody in IVF has ever been exposed to, is somebody had the courage to do a prospective randomised controlled trial on PGS. And lo and behold, Marstonbrook and his colleagues in Holland showed that PGS didn't help. It didn't improve live birth rates. In fact, in the studies, it actually decreased live birth rates. And this is what Cochrane said about it. 2 things. Number 1, 2006. Number 2, no evidence to suggest routine PGS use. Okay, so I feel like I'm giving Jill's talk. But what's changed? What's happened in the last 10 years? Well, what's happened is quite a lot. Number one, the technology has moved on. Instead of looking at 5 chromosomes, 7 chromosomes, or being really proud of doing 9 chromosomes, we can now look at all 24 chromosomes. We're now doing biopsy at the blastocyst stage. The embryos are much more robust, they're surviving, there's much less damage, and the results are more reliable. Using next-generation sequencing, we can now identify which embryos are mosaic. So that terrible fear that we were discarding embryos that actually would have gone on and given us a normal, healthy baby, we now know that, and we can make decisions to actually transfer mosaic embryos in informed patients. We've got vitrification, which is much more efficient, so we can do this much more timely, and the costs have come down dramatically in the last 10 years. So what is the latest evidence? And really this is the take-home slide, because this is what it all relies on. These are the 4 prospective randomized controlled trials in peer-reviewed publications that are changing everybody's mind. And it's difficult because everybody's been burned by the PGS experience with 5 and 9 color fish. But the evidence shows all of them, prospective randomized controlled trials, show very, very significant increases in implantation rate of around about 33%. And most of these have involved elective single embryo transfers. This is the paper that really changed things in North America. Okay? And it's kind of interesting because although it is a PGS trial, the real reason it changed things was because it proved to the Americans that you can actually do elective single embryo transfer. You can massively reduce your multiple pregnancy rate, but at the same time, you can conserve excellent live birth rates if you transfer single screened embryos. And so this is the paper that changed everything in the United States in 2013. We can now look at the SART data. This is from Gary Harton's publication in Fertility and Sterility. We can show that PGS completely eliminates the age-related impact of maternal age on miscarriage. This in itself should convince everybody to vote for the motion. Not only that, PGS also ameliorates the negative impact of maternal age on implantation in patients that have a transfer. So the data is very, very robust. But you need to be careful, and you need to be cautious, and you need to be honest, because it's not all wonderful data. And the reason it's not all wonderful data is that many, many patients, all of their embryos are aneuploid, and they don't get a transfer. So whenever you look at the data that's being spun by particular believers in PGS, they very rarely show this data. This data shows, in fact, that as we get older, significant proportions, up to 40% of patients are not getting a transfer. Okay? And as a result, although you look at fantastic improvements in pregnancy rate per transfer, you've got to also look at the pregnancy rate per cycle started. And it would be disingenuous to only show half the data. So the patients have got to get a full understanding of everything. The trials are all positive, they're all reassuring, but there are some big trials to come. This is one of the most exciting trials that my own centre's been involved with, called the STAR trial, sponsored by Illumina. This is a prospective international multi-center randomized controlled trial using elective single embryo transfer, next generation sequencing in women aged between 25 and 40 who have at least 2 blastocysts. It's a big trial. 600 embryo transfers, 3 stratified age groups. You're randomized on the day of blastocyst. All of the embryos are vitrified, and then you then come back and either have a screened embryo transferred or one with conventional morphology. It's now fully recruited, and we expect the answers within the next 6 months. So what does the future hold? Not exactly part of the debate, but just something to hopefully get you stimulated and interested. Preconceptions testing. Okay? So the idea that all of us sitting in this room carry between 3 and 5 disease-causing mutations that will then affect between about 1 in 300 births. 20% of infant deaths are caused by genetic problems. So what should we do? Should we offer screening to all of our patients as they come through the door before they consider IVF? Should we do panel screening We will do a test looking for the 20 commonest genetic diseases available in your community. These can all be done for less than £100. Should we do point-of-care whole genome sequencing, where we individually sequence that patient? We can then do PGD on them afterwards if necessary. So is there a future where PGD and PGS will be routine for everybody coming through an IVF clinic? If you look at those patients who have euploid embryos transferred and don't get a pregnancy, they're really interesting. Is it an endometrial issue? We think there may be other things going on within the embryo that are more, or that are as significant as ploidy status. And one of them is mitochondrial load. So we have an application in with the HFEA to assess endometrial load as part of PGS. And we're going to use it in conjunction with aneuploidy screening. And Tony's sitting on that meeting in June, so please look on it favourably, Tony. The future also holds reduced costs. The reason it's taken off in America is in the United States, PGS is only 10% of the relative cost of an IVF cycle. Whereas in the United Kingdom, PGS can be nearly 50% the cost of the IVF cycle. So this is a massive barrier to entry. We've got to get costs down. You can do it with NGS, you can program it and you can batch it, costs come down significantly, but you can even just change the way you bill. If you say to a patient you're going to get billed £3,000 for PGS, many will just say, I'd rather just have another IVF cycle. But if you say we'll charge you £300 per embryo to be screened, then people may look on it more favourably. So in conclusion, there is no doubt that more couples are accessing IVF and that more older couples are accessing IVF. And there's no doubt that IVF is not a nice thing to go through. It's stressful and it's expensive. We now have 5 randomised controlled trials at PGS. All of them have shown significant patient benefit. None of them have presented any negative findings. In 2016, 10 years after the Cochrane analysis of the FISH data, we now have robust evidence that we can achieve a very high efficiency with elective single embryo transfer. We can get women pregnant quicker. We can avoid unnecessary embryo transfers, and we can avoid the cryopreservation of non-viable embryos. We can reduce miscarriage rates significantly, and we can reduce the risk of aneuploidy status such as Down syndrome. All of these are real improvements in patient outcomes. Please support the motion.
I think you'll have to come inside it. I think that's the least you can do. I won't mention for 4 minutes.
My apologies.
Hey, well, in the small amount of time left to me, I won't take too much, but obviously thanking the organisers for the kind invitation. There are 2 beautiful buildings in Tamworth. One is the castle and the other is my clinic. There are no others. In an era of evidence-based medicine, obviously this is what we need, and evidence-based medicine means looking at all of the trials that have been done, not joining up the best ones and calling it a meta-analysis. So what is it that fertility patients really want or should want? They should want a singleton healthy term baby. They want the possibility of siblings, so a good cryo program. They want minimum delay and minimum cost, so no pressure for the clinics then. We've seen the bleak biology that even in Denmark, where nobody drinks and nobody smokes and all the women have got a BMI of 21.5, even there, these eggs produced at the age of 30 or 35 or 40 are going to be very poor at producing live births. And we see that from our own HFEA data too, that over 20, 30 years, results for younger women have got progressively better, but for the older women, they're just as bleak as they ever were. And it is claimed that by screening out these poor old eggs, we can somehow improve the options for these women to achieve what are genetically their own and hopefully healthy babies. So let's have a look at the claims made for pre-implantation genetic screening. This paper found only 2 of the studies that Stuart's referred to, and these were looking at good prognosis patients. Finding a way of persuading the Americans to not put back more than 1 good embryo shouldn't involve anything more than explaining to them how expensive and dangerous multiple pregnancies are. You shouldn't have to use a really expensive and arguably unnecessarily invasive scientific technique. Anyway, so around about a 10, maybe 15% improvement on implantation rate for good prognosis patients. But we can do that at much less expense, much less invasivity, and without discarding embryos. Time-lapse will give you a 10 to 15% improvement in pregnancy rates. We are what we eat. This interesting study showed that even normal weight women who were having a very high proportion of their day's calories from a carbohydrate source had much lower blastocyst formation rates, clinical pregnancy rates, and much higher miscarriage rates. So if you're living on a breakfast of cereal and toast, a sandwich for lunch, and pasta for supper, please don't have IVF at my clinic. Sometimes other things may not give a 10% improvement, but a little endometrial scratching has certainly been shown in some of the studies so far, where the data is at least as compelling as it is for screening. That will help, and obviously we can glue. Now, the insight for this debate, I suspect, came from this report from what was rather ominously called, I think, the Virtual Academy of Genetics. And this group of world experts came out with a statement on the use of pre-implantation genetic screening. The statement claimed that as yet much of the published data do not meet the very highest level of medical analysis, so we shouldn't really be believing it then, should we? But they also said we believe that PGS should be part of the discussion with all patients considering undergoing IVF treatment. A significant proportion of the experts who were at the producers' consensus statement have financial reasons to be very keen on persuading everybody to have PGS, in that they make the equipment that they need to use. This was their summary statement. PGS can reduce the time to a live birth, not if it's going to take you an extra year to save up the extra £3,000 it costs to have PGS. Many patients would rather take their already excellent chances with an unscreened cycle. We believe it's good clinical practice to avoid the transfer of aneuploid embryos. I think most people would agree with that, but we also think that we have more specific ways of finding out which ones are. The response by Mertes, Rapping and Divert to this paper was stating the obvious: discarding embryos does not increase your chance of having a baby. I think this is so overwhelmingly obvious, but nevertheless the claim is still made, and we saw it in that consensus statement, that somehow it would. And I'm not sure that we can actually so lightly discard the problem of mosaicism. This, admittedly, the Daily Mail is not usually regarded as a journal of record when it comes to medical education, but this lady who interestingly works in the field of embryo research, finding herself unexpectedly pregnant at 44, went for a CVS and was advised that this was an aneuploid pregnancy and she really ought to consider having it terminated. She decided to wait for the amniocentesis, which gave a rather more reassuring result, and her little boy was born perfectly healthy. I do wonder quite how many other fetuses end up with a worrying test result that doesn't end in quite so much courage. And we do now have, from the same lab that that particular lady works in, a very good mouse model which shows that it is possible for aneuploid embryos and their placentas to actually correct themselves. And this particular model that we've got here, where you can see that using reversing, which will artificially artificially produce a mixture of aneuploid embryos, then depending on how many of the cell lines actually are aneuploid, then there's a possibility that either there'll be no viability or a significant number will be able to eventually correct themselves. And there, I think that however many cells you're screening, there's a really good chance that you could be picking up either the second or the third, and therefore discarding an embryo that has a very good potential. And although obviously there's a lot of difference between mice and men, I think that particular model does give us pause for thinking quite how well a cell line may be able to heal itself. Time for a bit of ethics, and obviously ethical slopes can be either slippery or sticky. If they're sticky, that means that there's a point that we will go no further, but if they're slippery, we do have to consider where the PGS line is taking us, and Stuart very kindly did allude to the possibility of being able to screen out everything that wasn't quite what we wanted. But what will happen there? We will be screening out Chopin with his cystic fibrosis. We'll be screening out Ellie Simmons because she's got chondroplastic dwarfism. We'll be screening out Kennedy because nobody wants to be born with Addison's. We'll be screening out Abraham Lincoln because who wants a Marfan's baby? And we'll be screening out Stephen Hawking too. So let's be very careful when we're saying this is an aneuploid embryo which has absolutely no chance of implanting, that we don't slide towards a slope that says these are features that we don't want to have in our people. And we need to be aware of the law of unintended consequences too. I was delighted to discover that they now think that there is a ginger gene and it is associated with some aspects of longevity. So before we get rid of that lady, or those, or that one, or even Queen Elizabeth, or Van Gogh, or even another ginger that I'm very glad wasn't screened out at Blasis' stage, then let's consider that. Anyway, back to the available evidence. Here, 1,100 couples with recurrent pregnancy loss. These are the patients where this may be useful. But interestingly, in this particular report, and I've only got the abstract here, the pregnancy rate after full PGD was 52%. After PGS, it was only 18.6%. So not at all the huge improvements that we've been promised. Here, from Gynecology and Endocrinology, again, February of this year, really up to date. The emphasis from the red box: should genetic screening be implemented in routine clinical practice, not where we've got advanced maternal age, not where we've got recurrent pregnancy loss, not where we've got known chromosomal abnormalities, but for everybody. And this judgment was it should only be offered under study conditions and with appropriate counselling. And perhaps the most appropriate counselling is you may not get a transfer at all. In the consensus statement from Cogen, interestingly, 75% of the experts present said that they offered PGS, but 85% said that they thought there should be more studies done. So, again, here we are back in 2015. Clinical data suggests that pre-implantation genetic screening may be useful, but further studies are needed, and I'm delighted to hear that about that large one that Stuart mentioned. But we're not there yet, and we're not there for everybody. So, this House believes that PGS will improve outcomes for women undergoing IVF and ICSI. I think that the missing statement there, but the implication is for all women undergoing IVF and ICSI. But what are these outcomes? Without PGS, certainly in the UK at present, the cost of an IVF cycle will be about half what it would be with PGS screening. And we've seen very good clinical outcomes with some of those other adjunct treatments which will improve the pregnancy rate. So, the old and coupled with RPL, the only evidence so far comes from matched cohort studies. There have been no RCTs that are adequately powered to show a benefit for that group. The rich and the impatient, the people who lurk in Wimpole Street, yes, if paying £20,000 for an IVF cycle in some parts of London doesn't bother you at all, then paying another £5,000 to have PGS isn't going to bother you either. And the impatient, time to pregnancy is not what brings infertile couples to an IVF clinic. They want a healthy baby. They don't want it by next Tuesday. For the young and good prognosis patients, all of those benefits, as I mentioned, particularly of the American papers, come from making them do ESET, something they should be doing anyway. So, please oppose the motion.
Okay, so we've maybe got a few minutes for some interrogation. Are there two speakers? No questions. Tony?
Can I ask Stuart a question? What proportion of your patients actually choose to have PGS, Stuart? And secondly, would you do PGS if they have a single blastocyst?
Thanks, Tony. We probably run around about 10% of our patients are currently doing PGS. And if they have fewer than 3 blastocysts, we currently advise them not to go ahead with PGS. We have occasional patients that still want to. They're usually ones that may have had lots of miscarriages or an aneuploid baby, but in terms of efficiency, we normally advise not to go ahead in those circumstances.
For Stuart as well. Can I ask, of those who have 100% aneuploidy rate, how secure can you be in your counselling for future cycles that they ought to potentially consider egg donation in subsequent cycles?
Okay, so there's quite a lot of data on this issue now about how predictive is one cycle of PGS. So when we started doing this, we would find patients with 100% aneuploidy, no embryos to transfer. We have a very difficult consultation with them and then say, this is the reason why all of your previous IVF cycles haven't worked. Let's have an egg donation conversation. And what's happened subsequently over the years is some patients have ignored our advice, said, I want to have another go. And do you know what? We find euploid embryos. So our current belief now is that one cycle's finding is not predictive of outcome in absolute terms, in terms of it's not worth trying again, but if you tend to see more aneuploidy in subsequent cycles. Does that make sense? Okay, so if you have one patient, she gets all aneuploidy, it doesn't mean that in the next cycle she will get all aneuploidy, but it does mean that she'll have a higher background rate of aneuploidy than another patient who hasn't been through.
What sort of rate do you tend to counsel them on? Sort of 80% aneuploidy rate? Or?
We keep it at sort of the age-related sort of levels. We don't say because you've had, so we keep it at that. But this is a really important issue because there's been lots of data from people that have looked at PGD, okay? And they've then done one mutation analysis and put the embryo back. They've then gone back in time and done PGS on the DNA that was left over, okay? And in many, many healthy, live-born babies, you find PGS aneuploidy on the DNA. Okay, so this issue of mosaicism that Jill alluded to is critically important. And there is no doubt that in the past, we have excluded embryos that would have been okay, either through mosaicism or through self-repair. And next generation sequencing is helping us along that way, all right? Because now we can see what's mosaic, and we now are transferring mosaic embryos. But just because mosaicism does complicate the thing, don't discard the technology, because you can still find in some patients euploid embryos that will give you a better chance of success. But the problem of mosaicism has not completely gone away.
I'm not Rachel, but thank you. Just a quick question to both, really. If it was free, it cost 5 pence, would it change your usage? Would it change your view on whether it should be used or not routinely?
I would be a stronger promoter of it if it was cheaper.
Unfortunately, it's not going to ever just be 5 pence. I think for specific groups, the older patient who hasn't got time for repeated cycles, the recurrent miscarriage patient, I think it has a role. But to suggest that all IVF patients should have it, simply because it's there and they could be persuaded to pay for it. You know, you have to think in terms of not as the patient who's having to save up to have it as well as their own cycle, but for the a funded programme. Are you going to do 100 cycles with PGS, or are you going to do 200 cycles without? And that would be a really useful cost-benefit analysis to do.
I mean, I have no doubt that PGS will improve outcome for some patients, and I suppose that's where I need to think about the motion a little bit more, because it will definitely improve outcome for some patients, but whether it should be applied to all, that's when I have difficulties because of the cost benefit. So how much do you think the technology can drive down the price per embryo for testing, and how could that be when you can say the young NHS patients who have a 60% chance of pregnancy with one good blastocyst, how could you justify that cost to a really struggling NHS?
Okay, well, it'll come down to baby produced per pound spent. Okay, is how we'll ultimately analyse this. The first point is you're absolutely right. You need to look at the title of the debate. The title of the debate is not PGS would improve outcome for all patients. Okay, and I think any person that stands up there who says that, don't believe them, because I certainly don't believe them. I'm not sure which patients it's best for. Okay. We started giving it to all the advanced maternal age, whereas actually my gut feeling is the patients you've just mentioned, the young patients who do really well. I think in terms of added value, they may get a better outcome with PGS, but I think at the moment that's not been fully determined. Also, you've got to look at all the other things, and one of the big things for me is time, and I completely disagree with Jill to say young patients can just come in and have more cycles done, and only the rich Wimpole Street patients are sensitive to time. I think pretty much every patient that comes through my door is sensitive to time. So I think that's really, really important, is it gets patients pregnant quicker. And the other thing is the reduction in miscarriage. And I don't think we should discard that lightly.
Sorry, so how long do you think it's off being considered by NICE?
I don't think it should go to NICE yet. I don't think the evidence base is strong enough for it to go to NICE yet. All of those trials look promising, but they're not enough to convince NICE. There are 2 trials coming, the STAR Illumina trial, which we've just completed, and an even bigger trial, which is coming out of PGS in China, called the Beacon trial, which is more than twice the size of the STAR Illumina trial. They will give us the answers that I think, and if they're favourable, if they are, that will be enough to convince NICE.
Okay, I think maybe we should move on to summing up.
There's one more.
There's one more question. You said you can decrease the miscarriage rate by using PGS. Do you know any chromosomal abnormality, who has correlation with the miscarriage? For example, monosomy 18.
Okay, trisomy 16 would be the commonest one.
Which one?
Trisomy 16 would be the commonest one.
How common is it?
Trisomy 16 probably accounts for over 30% of all chromosomal causes or all aneuploidies found in early miscarriages.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Stuart, you're going to go first.
Thanks, everybody. I'll start off by kind of where I agree with Jill. Number one, is it ready for routine clinical practice in everybody? No. Number two, can PGS improve the cumulative live birth rate per cycle started? No. Okay, that's really, really important. PGS is not going to improve the embryos. Okay, all it's going to do is help you pick the best embryo earlier. But I think that has value. I think it has real value in patients that want to get pregnant as quickly as possible. And I wouldn't dismiss that. And I also think there's really good evidence that it will reduce miscarriage rates. And again, I think this is a really, really important improvement in outcome. Thank you.
I feel that by switching from the title to this more sensibly limited range of people that I think even I would agree it could help, then we have got some consensus, perhaps certainly better consensus that they got at the COGEN conference in Paris. I'm concerned to the extent to which our patients worry that the science is running ahead of the ethics. This has always been the issue with IVF, that the HFEA and the legislation is always trying to catch up with what the scientists can do. And a lot of couples do have very real anxieties about the babies in bottles and men in white coats doing strange things in labs. And I think that for many, this would be seen as a step too far. They would say, if the embryoscope says it's divided nicely, put it back and let a higher power decide whether or not we have a baby successfully. And I do think, although, as I said, some ethical slopes are slippery and some are sticky, that the trend into finding more and more things that we'd really rather screen out could, as a shift towards a more eugenic approach to society, we have to stop and think what we're saying about people who have been born with problems, with difficulties, with disabilities. And if we start saying, we can screen these out, I think it reflects very badly on how we ought to be caring for them.
Okay, so we've heard the arguments for both sides of the debate. At this point, we're going to take a vote again, but remember what we're voting on is the actual text on the programme. That is that this House believes that PGS will improve outcomes for women undergoing IVF and ICSI treatment. So first we'll go for those in favour of the motion.
Keep your hands up in the air, please.
Oh, yeah. 16. 17.
Okay.
Okay. Those against?
Put your hands down there. Okay. Well, we've managed to manufacture a few more people. Beforehand, we had 19 for the motion, 15 against the motion, and 2 who weren't sure. Now we've got 17 for the motion and 25. So I think there's a few ringers that have just come in there.
I think they're all from Midland Fertility.
I think we have to go to the Electoral Reform Society. Absolutely. Challenge. Okay, well, there you have the result. Once again, I'd like to thank all the speakers for their contributions this evening. It's been first class, and I think you've all earned a well-earned bit of refreshment now.
And we're about to start today's program. Just following on from yesterday, I thought yesterday was great, and we'll be hoping to maintain the standards. I'm chairing the session today with Jane Blower, and we'll be looking to the future. We'll be looking after the Y chromosome and do some visits to Turkey and other Cyprus. The first talk is going to be given by Professor Roy Humberg, and it's going to be on influence of ovarian manipulation of PCOS. Right.
Thank you and good afternoon. As usual, it's a great pleasure to be back here for the 4th or 5th, I can't remember already. So thank you very much for the organisers and the hosts. This talk is something a bit different to what we've been given before. But I'm going to start off by asking a question. Now, we all know that PCOS, it's a very common syndrome, and it causes infertility. And it's also familial. It's passed down through families. So how has PCOS survived? If it causes infertility, then throughout the years, it should have disappeared. But it hasn't, and we're probably seeing more of it than ever before. That's a question I'll leave you with to think about throughout this talk. And in the meantime, I'll tell you a story. In 1967, I started working in a clinic just north of the Negev Desert in Israel, and they told me it was a fertility clinic. But in 1967, there were no gonadotropins, there was nothing. We couldn't treat for infertility at all. The only facility I had was artificial insemination by a donor. We also had no ultrasound. Now, most of you won't remember, but in those days, we used to examine patients. And I actually made out a special sheet where I would write down vaginal examination, size of uterus, etc. And I would palpate the ovaries. And I had to write down the approximate size of the ovaries. Now, a lot of these women were anovulatory, they were amenorrheic, and very obviously PCOS. Yeah. Please click icon for internet. That's fine. Sorry. All right. What I did notice, that many of these PCOS women with amenorrhea would come back a couple of months later and said, you won't believe this, but I've had a period. This is after a long time with amenorrhea. Or some of them were actually pregnant without any treatment at all from me. Now, this became famously known as the Homburg magic touch. And I'd forgotten about this for about 40 years. And then I suddenly remembered what had happened. And I started thinking, is this one of the mechanisms by which PCOS has survived? Because there is such a thing as a reflex ovulation following ovarian manipulation, or a reflex ovulation, as in many animals, during intercourse. A few examples. Rabbits. You have to look at this because they do it very quickly. When they have intercourse, the female ovulates. This is a reflex ovulation. And it's the same with camels. Please note the ecstasy on the face of the female. So I started thinking, has this anything to do with my previous observation? And I went into this, and several things came to light. First of all, in voles, they have a reflex ovulation, and there's a massive release of LH. In rabbits, norepinephrine is released, and this release is LH. In ferrets, it was found that this is not at all related to estrogen, progesterone, or any of the ovarian steroids. It's been put forward that maybe kisspeptin plays a role, and in camels it was suggested that there is a factor in the seminal fluid that causes this reflex ovulation. So if we look into the seminal fluid, it contains something called nerve growth factor, and this is an ovulation inducer. It stimulates LH. It's got a dose-dependent effect on ovulation. And is this really a new pathway for the direct influence of the male on the hypothalamo-pituitary gonadal axis of the female? How can the male influence this? Well, there's a lot of married men in the audience, and as you know, men don't have any influence at all on women. So I look for another mechanism. And I think it's ovarian manipulation rather than semen that's the key. Now, in humans, intercourse does not have any effect at all on the hormones, and thank goodness it doesn't cause a reflex ovulation, otherwise we'd really be in a mess. But the ovary is very richly innervated by the autonomic nervous system. And I just wondered, is this the mechanism that women with PCOS are using to produce ovulation? Now, if we look at nerve growth factor, you'll find a big difference between PCOS and controls in the amount of nerve growth factor, much more in the PCOS women in the follicular fluid and also in the granulosa cell culture medium. Here we go again, Tony.
Just move the mouse. See that there? Just click on that red thing.
All right.
It wants me to join the three into it.
Never was a technical wizard, but that's really good. So, this nerve growth factor is in very much larger amounts in the polycystic ovary. So, the thought after that, is it this sympathetic hyperactivity in the PCOS? And there is a lot of sympathetic hyperactivity in women with PCOS, and you can see this in the muscles. PCOS women have very much more sympathetic activity compared with women with perfectly normal ovaries, and this is influenced by testosterone. There's a direct correlation. So that's the background. Now let's go back to 1935. Stein and Leventhal, the operative management that was suggested as the treatment for PCOS, and as you know, this resulted in spontaneous ovulatory cycles. Now, the modern day way of doing this is, of course, by laparoscopic ovarian drilling. The first suggested option for PCOS was that they're actually making a hole with the wedge resection so that the eggs could come out. Now this was obviously wrong, as we know today, but they got the right ovulations for all the wrong reasons. Now when we do ovarian drilling, we're not quite sure of the mode of action. We've already documented all the endocrine changes that happen before and after laparoscopic ovarian drilling. But how many of these changes, including ovulation and even pregnancy, are actually due to the drilling itself or just to the manipulation of the ovaries? So we did a trial. This was while I was working in Amsterdam, this kicked off. And what we wanted to know was, is there a difference in all the hormonal changes between the laparoscopic ovarian drilling and a simple laparoscopic diagnostic procedure? And that was the aim of this study. So what we did was we took a number of patients, all who had PCOS according to the Rotterdam criteria, with an LH over 6.5, and we actually asked them, what would you like to do? The diagnostic laparoscopy alone, or would you like ovarian drilling? We couldn't randomize them, this would have been unethical. So we had 12 patients who had a laser evaporation, 9 the diagnostic laparoscopy who served as controls, and we examined just about everything we could before and after the surgery, including GnRH tests to see if there was any change in the LH pulsatility. All these patients, of course, had PCOS, and you can see that the baseline of both groups, as you would expect, was the same. We checked the results of the hormones before and after, and what you can see quite clearly here in the red is the ovarian drilling, and in the green was the laparoscopic, just the diagnostic laparoscopy. You can see that the pattern as regards FSH, estradiol, LH and progesterone was almost exactly the same, whether you actually drill the ovaries or you just manipulated them as you would do in a normal laparoscopy. And this was the same also. You look at the patterns that they're saying, and this was very much the same with testosterone, AMH, androstenedione, inhibin B and IGF-1. The difference being that if you did drilling, then these changes were much more prolonged. So the conclusions we had from that laser drilling obviously makes a difference in the hormones, the testosterone, androstenedione, AMH and inhibin B all go down. But when we did the GnRH test, there was no difference in the GnRH test before or after, meaning that the pituitary sensitivity had not changed. The next thing we wanted to do to test this theory of the ovarian manipulation was to manipulate the ovaries in PCOS women and in normal women. The way I wanted to do this was using the machine that the urologists used to stimulate the bladder. The ethics committee wouldn't allow that for stimulating ovaries. So what we did is we used the usual vaginal probe, the ultrasound probe, and we massaged the ovaries 10 times on each side in a group of women with PCOS and a group of women who were perfectly normal. And we took blood every 10 minutes for 3 hours before and after this manipulation. Now you see here all the examinations, PCOS and controls. Obviously there were changes due to the PCOS, and that was the comparison between the two groups. So we looked in particular at the LH levels, and this is just one example from the PCOS group. After we'd manipulated these ovaries, the LH went down, and it went down quite considerably. This is an example of one patient, but the same thing happened in all 10 patients. How did this happen? How did the LH go down? Well, we measured the pulsatility every 10 minutes, and you may be able to see here that the LH decreased because of a decrease in the amplitude and a widening of the interval between the pulses. And the way you calculate this, you can see down at the bottom, the LH pulses times the LH amplitude, then it was almost completely significantly different, and this is what produced the decrease in LH. In the controls, absolutely nothing happened. There was no difference at all. This is an example of one of the cases, but in all 10 cases that we examined, there were no change at all in the LH or the LH pulsatility, and you can see this in the controls. We're not going to go into all that. So, what we've done here, we've manipulated the ovaries very simply in both PCOS and non-PCOS patients. And what we'd seen was a significant decrease in LH, but no other ovarian hormones were involved. So what we've done here, I think we've discovered a neuronal pathway, not concerned with any hormonal changes at all, but purely from manipulation, stimulating something in the ovary through the autonomic nervous system, going up the spinal cord and changing the pulsatility of LH. And lastly, I think the way that this is happening is through kisspeptin from the ovary, which is stimulated, negative effect on kisspeptin, changes the LH pulsatility and brings it down. So finally, our conclusions, that there is a neuronal pathway going up from the ovary through the spinal cord in the autonomic system, and this is present in animals, and it also seems to be present in women as well. And this is the first time that anyone has described a non-hormonal, that means a neuronal communication from the ovaries to the pituitary that exists in humans. Now, the question is, going back to the first one, does this temporary normalization of the high sympathetic tone that innervates the PCOS ovaries act as a salvage mechanism that restores ovulation in women with PCOS? Thank you.
Thanks for a very, very fascinating presentation, Roy. I thoroughly enjoyed that. Do we have any questions for Roy?
Hi Roy, in that second study, it was a great talk, and it's a new way of looking at things. In that second study, where you looked at the changes between the control group and the PCO group, do you think the weight of the PCO group?
The first study were all PCOS.
Yeah, the second study, sorry, the second
study, yeah.
With the control, normal controls.
Yes.
Do you think weight had any influence on that at all?
Not that we know of. The BMI was equal on
In the controls, the BMI was much lower.
Yeah, it was lower. Would BMI have an influence on the autonomic nervous system to bring down the LH? Don't think so.
Any other questions? Was also waiting for another question, Roy.
Yeah.
Do we know how long such an effect lasts?
How long the LH goes down for?
Yes, yeah.
We did a study that we published in the update, looking at just about everything we could before and after the laparoscopic ovarian drilling. And a lot of these changes, including LH, were quite prolonged. The same can be said for AMH, which is probably even more significant. And that shows up by the length of time that the laparoscopic ovarian drilling lasts for the effect. As you know, there are some women who within 6 months will revert back to anovulation, and there were some who may carry on, been described that for 6 to 10 years they ovulate after the operation, and the hormonal changes go appropriately according to whether they're ovulating or not.
I'm just wondering, in terms of translating this into practice, that for instance, when the women come using the probe and they go away.
Yeah, can we implement this in practice? Well, I'll give you an example. I gave this talk for the first time at a congress somewhere in Eastern Europe, and 2 Russian ladies came up to me and said, "So what's new?" Every PCOS woman, then we massage the ovaries, which was the first I'd heard of it. Now, if you want to take a practical conclusion from this, then you certainly could try massaging the ovaries in PCOS women. You can do it gently with an ultrasound probe, and it might save a lot of gonadotropins. It might save even IVF, but the mechanism, I think, here that we've discovered is the most important thing, and this is novel.
Any other question? Thanks for that, Roy.
Okay, thank you.
And next speaker is going to be ediyorlar, and his talk is going to be on place of surgery for endometriosis in infertile women.
Thanks very much, Isaac. Good afternoon, everyone. And I'll join everyone else in saying a big thank you to Ibo and the team, and to Tony and Claire and Gazi for the kind invitation, and the hospitality has been absolutely fabulous. And thanks for asking me to speak about endometriosis, a subject I'm very passionate about. Not least because it's something that affects a whole host of women, 1 in 10 women. If you think of any other condition that affects 1 in 10 women within the population, and think about the amount of resources that are committed to endometriosis, and the amount of ignorance that still surrounds the condition, and you can appreciate that it's still a subject we need to do a lot more about. And you can see on the list here how endometriosis impacts on women's health, not least because of the amount of pain it causes and the productivity that is lost from days of pain. Some women lose a whole week of their lives every single cycle just because of the pain and the morbidity of endometriosis. So there's still a lot we can do. But we're going to focus here on the impact of endometriosis on infertility. So what I plan to do is to talk very briefly about how endometriosis impacts fertility, and then we'll talk about surgery. That's the main focus of this talk, surgery for endometriosis, and look at some of the evidence out there. And I'll just leave you with a practical approach, the approach we take at St. Mary's Hospital, and hopefully invite some discussion about what more we can do for these women. So let's start with this. The first picture there is a picture of a normal pelvis, and the second picture is a picture of a pelvis affected by endometriosis. And it doesn't, you don't need a lot of imagination to see why endometriosis impacts on infertility. And you can see that the whole anatomy is completely distorted. The presence of endometriotic glands causes continuous inflammation, and that inflammation leads to all sorts of interactions that can impact on not just ovulation, but interaction between the egg and the sperm, and transport of the fertilized egg back into the uterus, and also an implantation. So we know endometriosis affects 10% of women in the general population. And the reason is quite clear that endometriosis impacts on fertility is that within infertility settings, we find it in 40% of women. We don't know exactly why endometriosis occurs. We know that there are genetic predispositions, and that's why we find that endometriosis runs in families. So if you have endometriosis, if your mother has endometriosis, her daughters have a 7-fold the risk of also developing endometriosis. Same thing if a sister has it, the other sister has 7-fold the risk of developing endometriosis. But it's becoming quite clear that there appears to be an immunological undertone to endometriosis, and it looks like people who inherit the gene of endometriosis, it impacts quite significantly on their immunology, and because of that, it allows endometriosis to occur. And of course, we know that they are hormonal. Endometriosis is sometimes called an estrogen-dependent condition, and we used to think that endometriosis was a condition that only occurred during reproductive years, but we now know that women can develop, young girls before menarche can develop endometriosis, and we find endometriosis for the first time in postmenopausal women as well. One of the really, really exciting things that's occurred in recent years is that people are beginning to see endometriosis not just as a disease that affects the pelvis, but more as a systemic condition that has manifestations in different parts of the body, including the pelvis. And I think it's really important to start to see it that way. Otherwise, how would you explain finding endometriotic lesions in the brain, causing seizures during periods, finding endometriotic lesions in the lungs, causing hemoptysis during periods. And certainly, I think it's really important that we start to see endometriosis as a disease of many different types. And for us to really understand it fully and be able to manage our patients properly, we need to divide endometriosis into its constituent parts. And there is good evidence that this might actually be a condition of varying etiologies, and so we really need to manage it differently. So the most common form of endometriosis is peritoneal endometriosis that we find on the pelvic peritoneum. And then we have cystic endometriosis that occurs on the ovaries, deeply infiltrating endometriosis, which is a nodular type that mostly affects the rectovaginal septum, but we also find in tissues like involving the rectosigmoid, the bladder, and forming nodules on the uterus sacrals. And then we all know about uterine endometriosis, adenomyosis, and of course extragenital lesions. So there are established treatment modalities for endometriosis. We manage endometriosis conservatively in certain women. There are medical management options that are well established, and of course surgery as well, which is the focus of this talk. So surgical excision is established for peritoneal, ovarian, and deeply infiltrative endometriosis. And for uterine and extragenital endometriosis, the scope of surgery is limited at this stage. But when we do surgery, what we're really hoping to do is to establish complete clearance of endometriotic lesions. So I've just put a picture here just to demonstrate what we're trying to achieve. So the first picture represents superficial peritoneal endometriosis. And the second picture is one where we have removed the whole of the pelvic peritoneum. And these days, most of us will do what we call total peritoneal excision, where you remove the whole of the pelvic peritoneum, and that just assures that you have removed all of the lesions. In the past, what we used to do was just local excision, where we just excise the lesions locally, but it was quite clear that we were leaving behind occult lesions that were carrying on to proliferate, and that led to a high risk of recurrence of the disease. So what I'm going to do is just show you a very short clip of what we do. So this is a lady with both ovarian and pelvic endometriosis, just to demonstrate how we take out the whole of the pelvic peritoneum. And it's really quite easy to do. And there are plenty of discussions about what's the best modality for excising endometriosis. We use monopolar diatomy for minimal and mild endometriosis, and we use ultrasound for the more advanced cases. So we remove the whole of the pelvic peritoneum, and this is removing the endometriosis, the endometrioma from the ovary. It's just not sufficient to open the cyst and drain it. You've got to remove the wall of the cyst to prevent it from reforming. And depending on the extent of the raw area you leave, because the ovary is probably the most adhesogenic organ in the pelvis, we decide to reconstitute it to try and reduce as much as possible raw areas. What has really helped us to achieve this amount of excision is the fact that we can clear out all the blood and tissue debris from the pelvis. This is co-seal that we spray onto the pelvic tissues, creates a fine coat. So it's a site-specific anti-adhesion agent, and it really helps to reduce the risk of adhesions forming. And you've also got Adept, which is a generalized peritoneal anti-adhesive agent. And all of these in recent years have helped us to be aggressive in the amount of resection we do for women with endometriosis. And over the last few years, we've been fortunate to have very robust guidelines produced by both NICE and ESHRI regarding management of endometriosis. And this just shows you the type of lesions we find with peritoneal endometriosis. So the lesions can be quite varied, from the typical black lesions you can see in the picture at the top, to whitish lesions, to brownish lesions. That's why it's really important that people who have experience with dealing with this manage these patients. And the reasons that have been put forward for infertility with peritoneal endometriosis include impairment of folliculogenesis, ovulatory dysfunction, poor egg and embryo quality, the presence of an abnormal immunological response, and poor proliferation of the endometrium, leading to luteal phase deficiency and defective implantation. And there are good studies, there are lots of studies that have demonstrated by resecting peritoneal endometriosis, you actually reverse a lot of these negative impacts on fertility. So what are the recommendations for treating peritoneal endometriosis? The first thing I'll say is there's really no place for resecting endometriosis generally if we just find it as an incidental finding. So if you're doing laparoscopy, maybe you're doing a lap sterilization, you see a spot of endometriosis. The evidence at the moment is that there's really no advantage for resecting it. But we need to keep this in perspective as we discuss the situation with infertile patients. So there's really good evidence that operative laparoscopy, whether by excision or ablation in infertile women with AFS/ASRM stage 1 or 2 endometriosis, increases live birth rates, and that's grade A evidence. There's some suggestion that laser vaporization achieves higher pregnancy rates than monopolar diatomy, but I think the evidence for this is not very robust, and it was from some very early studies. So what this will suggest is that excision of endometriosis in women with stage 1 and 2 disease, who we find in our general gynecology infertility clinics, will certainly improve their chances of conceiving. There is also evidence that complete surgical excision or ablation of AFS/ASRM stage 1-2 endometriosis before assisted conception also increases live birth rates. This is something that has generated controversy recently, but there is very clear evidence now, grade A evidence, that giving adjunctive hormones before or after surgery doesn't increase live birth rate. So if we're doing it just for the perspective of increasing the success of IVF, the recommendation is that we should not. Yeah, and interestingly, it's not recommended that we also give nutritional complementary and alternative therapies, as there is no robust evidence to support them in improving infertility in these women. Okay, what about ovarian endometriosis? So the first picture there is of an endometrioma, and one of the risk of endometriomas is that if they're left too long and they get too big, one of the things that can happen is that they can rupture, unfortunately. And that second picture is from a patient who had a rupture of an endometrioma, spilling all of that chocolate fluid into the peritoneal cavity. And whilst having an endometrioma is bad for fertility, a ruptured endometrioma is absolutely extremely bad news for fertility, because all of that just causes a lot of adhesions, apart from the extreme severe pain that it causes, and in most cases leading to an acute abdomen. So ovarian endometriosis impacts on fertility by causing ovulatory dysfunction, impaired follicogenesis, poor egg and embryo quality, and also defective implantation. And the treatment of ovarian endometriosis remains a difficult one, because there is no evidence that doing surgery to remove ovarian endometriosis actually improves live birth rates following assisted conception, and that's grade A evidence. And if anything, there is pretty robust evidence that undertaking surgery to remove an endometrioma decreases residual ovarian volume by stripping out healthy ovarian tissue and diminishing ovarian reserve in that way. So at the moment, the recommendation is that we undertake surgery for ovarian endometriomas in infertile women before ART, only if, one, we need a histological diagnosis, so if there's a suspicion of malignancy and we need to obtain some ovarian tissue for a histological diagnosis, if we need to improve access to the ovaries, if we want to reduce the risk of infection at ultrasound egg collection, or we want to relieve pain. And I think this is one area where We really need to counsel patients appropriately. We need to consider a lot of issues, including how symptomatic patients are, the age of the patient, the ovarian reserve, the laterality, and the size of the endometrioma before deciding on what's best in that circumstance. However, if you do decide to undertake surgery for ovarian endometriosis, then performing ovarian cystectomy actually leads to higher spontaneous pregnancy rates than performing drainage or ablation. And I think we all know that there is an alternative to surgery in these women. So using GnRH analogs for 3 to 6 months in the setting of assisted conception has been demonstrated by reasonably good evidence to increase the chance of pregnancy. So this is deep infiltrative endometriosis, and I have put a picture here of rectovaginal nodule. And as we know, this is the most severe form of endometriosis. And I've put this picture deliberately just to illustrate the difficulties of this condition. This particular patient, although this pelvis appears not too bad when you look at it, but the rectovaginal nodule actually involved her rectum, involved a 10 centimeter length of her rectum, and she needed to have an anterior resection as part of her treatment. Considering the relationship between deep infiltrative endometriosis and infertility, it's at best weak because the evidence is really not there. But it's been suggesting that because in 75% of women with deep infiltrating endometriosis, there's also peritoneal disease, and that impacts on the endometrium and on immunology, and in 50% of them, there's also association with adenomyosis, and that also impacts on implantation. And quite a few of them have associated pelvic adhesive disease, meaning they're anatomical distortions of the fallopian tube. And because of the position of the rectovaginal nodule, intercourse can be interfered with. And some of these women, unfortunately, will find it difficult to have regular intercourse. And the evidence is that undertaking excisional surgery for these women does increase spontaneous pregnancies, and that's a grade B evidence. However, there is no robust evidence that undertaking excisional surgery for women before assisted conception improves the chances of a successful treatment. And this is something some women with endometriosis are concerned about, the risk of recurrence of endometriosis if they undergo IVF, full-in excision. The evidence at the moment is that there isn't a significant risk. Adenomyosis impacts quite significantly on the chances of conception by causing an abnormal endometrial development, impacting on the luteal phase, and also causing defective implantation. At the moment, the literature is very sparse with regards to interventions for adenomyosis, and it's really unclear as to whether surgical intervention improves the chances of live birth following adenomyosis in women with adenomyosis, I found 3 studies that tried to address this, but they were very, very small studies with recruiting between 9 and 40 patients. And 2 of the studies suggested that conservative surgical treatment of adenomyosis leads to an improvement in live births, while the other did not. So it's really difficult to reach a conclusion about what to do with these women. But as we said with rectovaginal endometriosis, there's a well-established role for using medical treatment in these women. So extragenital endometriosis, we find endometriosis in all sorts of tissues in the body, in the umbilicus. We found it in the vulva, in episiotomy scars, in cesarean section scars. We found endometriosis in the bladder, and we found endometriosis in distant places like the lungs. The impacts on fertility of those extragenital endometriosis cases are uncertain at the moment, and there's really very limited scope for surgery in treating these women. Irrespective of the site of endometriosis, one of the things that has been troubling for some time is the delay in diagnosing endometriosis. And so there is a debate going on now, because at the moment, we really don't laparoscope women anymore routinely who present to us with subfertility. The question is being asked now if we should go back to the days where we laparoscope all women to make a diagnosis so that we can treat them at an early stage. And endometriosis has been associated with a lot of comorbidities including anxiety, depression, and fatigue, eating disorders. And it is important that when we're managing women, whether by surgery or medicine, we adopt a holistic approach to ensure that we cater for some of these comorbidities. So just to round up, I'll just present the approach we take at St. Mary's Hospital, and we'll welcome the thoughts of those of you in the house who are involved in managing these women. So for peritoneal disease, what we do is that we offer excisional surgery for women who are symptomatic and for who the symptoms will suggest that there is endometriosis present. And for excisional surgery, we always offer total peritoneal excision. For ovarian endometriomas, we only offer ovarian cystectomy if the patients are overtly symptomatic or there's a significant risk of malignancy. In young patients with very large ovarian cysts and high AMH levels, we offer ovarian cystectomy as well. But for the vast majority of our patients, we offer GnRH analogs before assisted conception. And for those of them with very, very big ovaries, we just undertake drainage and put them on GnRH analogs. For deeply infiltrative endometriosis, we offer excisional surgery, again, only for symptomatic women. For women who are asymptomatic, whether they are trying to conceive naturally or going for assisted conception, we manage conservatively. We currently do not offer surgery for women with adenomyosis. We prefer to manage them conservatively if they're trying naturally to conceive, or we offer them medical treatment for those going for ART. And for extragenital endometriosis, we just offer medical treatments. Happy to take questions. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Eddie, for such a fascinating presentation and for sharing your approach to how you manage the various presentations of endometriosis. Have we got any questions from the audience, please? Kevin.
I really enjoyed the talks. A couple of points. First point is that in urology we do see this. We have patients coming through hematuringly. These 2 patients are having nephrectomies for undiagnosed endometriosis, which to all intents and purposes looks just like a ureteric tumour on CTI view, so we want to be a bit conscious of and to recognise. The question is really, in terms of the laser vaporisation versus diathermy, why does laser vaporisation give better pregnancy rates?
It's, as I said, the studies that were referenced were actually early studies, and it's difficult to tell. The only thing I could think of was, in the very early days, there were lots of things we're not doing, including using anti-adhesive agents, and laser vaporization, in my view, will be a lot less traumatic to peritoneum generally, compared to doing total peritoneal excision. My thoughts are that if a study like that is repeated today, we might not find those differences.
Another question? Sorry to ask the questions the second time around, Billy. 2 things really. Why do you think, and what's the mechanism behind peritoneal excision improving IVF success rates? And how strong is that evidence? Because actually that would mean that we should be laparoscoping more patients if we're going to do that. But I wasn't aware that the evidence was that strong.
The evidence is strong. There are some studies that have suggested that there are a few smaller studies that have come out recently that have suggested that the evidence might not be the increase in pregnancy rates might not be as high as thought previously. But the thinking is that peritoneal endometriosis has a massive immunological impact on reproduction, including an impact on utopic endometrium. And there are some studies that have clearly shown that just by excising peritoneal endometriosis, the defective development of utopic endometrium is completely reversed. The abnormal immunology, because people have done immunological studies looking at things like uterine NK cells, looking at peripheral NK cells, and they've shown a higher prevalence of those abnormal cells in patients with endometriosis. And they've also found that abnormality has been spontaneously reversed by just excising peritoneal lesions. So although it's difficult to explain the mechanism, the presence of peritoneal lesions appears to be very, very highly associated with abnormal development of the endometrium. And I guess if you reverse that, then maybe the negative impact on both natural and assisted conception will be removed. So that's why the debate is ongoing at the moment, if we should go back to actually laparoscoping women at an earlier stage in subfertility settings.
Can I ask a second question? That's about the presence of endometrioma. And what would you take as signs which suggest malignancy? The reason why I am cautious about endometriosis and malignancy is because we've had 3 cases now. 2 of them were borderline tumours, but one was a frank malignancy in a lady who actually was diagnosed with endometriosis at a different hospital. She had what looked like another endometrioma in the ovary, came through, had IVF, got pregnant at twins, but had intractable pain at 32 weeks, had a caesarean section, and she was riddled with aggressive ovarian cancer. And so I'm always very cautious. And I wondered what you would say, how can you tell that that is just a pure endometrioma and isn't harbouring anything more sinister?
That's a really good question, Teddy. And I would implore all of us to do a CA125 on any patient who has a significantly sized endometrioma, and we can argue about what's significantly sized, but certainly we do a CA125 and an MRI scan on anybody with an endometrioma bigger than 5 centimeters. Even with an MRI scan, you can't always be certain, but we ask our radiologists to give us an indication as to the likelihood of anything abnormal being within the endometrioma. And if there's any suspicion at all of possible borderline changes and the CA125 is high, then we will always undertake surgery. And I think that's one of the concerns some people have, that we've shifted quite significantly away from doing surgery in some of these women. And if there's no other way of screening them, then, as you rightly said, we could just be allowing some occult malignancies to carry on developing and advance to much later stages before they're picked up. So I would say the cutoff is arbitrary. We use 5 centimeters, but we offer them a CA125 assay and an MRI scan.
My only concern with that is if you suspecting malignancy, you surely will be looking at something more aggressive as an oophorectomy rather than a cystectomy, won't you?
The problem is that when you screen them, the MRI scan hardly ever tells you that they've got an obvious malignancy. What they'll say is that they've got changes that will suggest borderline changes. And even at those, gynae oncologists do not want to receive referrals like that. They want, because quite a few of them will go in, we do ovarian cystectomies on them, and they've got nothing at all, they're just benign. So they want a histological diagnosis. So I think the very least we can do in situations like that is a histological diagnosis.
Now, I'm just wondering, would that not be at the risk of, if it was genuinely harboring some malignancy, would that not be at the risk of worsening the grade? That would be my only concern.
No, you're right. The discussions we have had with the gynae oncologists is they wouldn't remove an ovary in a situation like that. They will always have a histological diagnosis as well. So I guess it's balancing the risk of that against the risk of worsening the grade, yeah.
I suppose what's it called? Taking that intraoperatively and checking the histology, whether that might help to an extent. Okay, any other questions?
Thanks, that's very interesting. I was interested though in your sort of approach. I was very interested in your approach to total peritoneal excision for peritoneal endometriosis, because that seems to be really quite an aggressive treatment for somebody that might only have a few spots here and there, and it looks quite raw and red afterwards with the risk of adhesions and also damage to underlying structures like the ureter and things. And, how do you know when to stop? And when you do, just buzz a few spots or excise it?
No, good question. And that's really, and as I said at the beginning, one of the things that has allowed us to do total peritoneal excision is the fact that we can do a complete peritoneal irrigation with saline, and we've got anti-adhesive agents now that we use. And for people who've been doing laparoscopy for a number of years, anti-adhesives work. And something like Adept works really well as a general peritoneal anti-adhesive. If you do total peritoneal excision, do a good washout with saline, put in a liter of Adept. In most patients that have gone back to do a second procedure for whatever reason, they're completely clear of adhesions. And within 6 weeks, the peritoneal reforms, as we know.
It's interesting. I'm not sure I agree with you about Adept, having been involved in a study on it where the adhesions seem to be quite common.
Which one? Was it the one with Jeff True?
Yeah, the Geneva study.
Yeah, but can I comment on that? I think, personally, I think that study looked at the wrong, not the wrong patient group, but the selection, because ADEPT is a general peritoneal anti-adhesive, and the patients you recruited for that study were patients with fibroids.
And endometriomas.
Yeah, exactly, and endometriomas. And for those conditions, you need a site-specific agent. So a lot of people believe, because the Pamela study showed us really good results using ADEPT, and so a lot of people believe the patient group was wrong.
Yeah, we can debate that. But what is the sort of complication rate with your total peritoneal excision rate?
No different from just doing local excision. And actually just developing, it's like, once you develop the technique to do it, it's nerve sparing. You know where all the structures are. And just as you saw in that little clip, what we normally do is I actually start over the ureters. So you got your landmarks, you dissect the ureter off, and as you come more medially, you know it's only the rectosigmoid you've got to deal with. So it's not different at all, complication rate.
And is there good evidence?
Well, that's all we're working on.
Okay, I'll wait till we've got good evidence.
Okay.
Thanks, Jonathan. One final question.
Okay, thanks, Eddie. Right, I think we're going to be taking a break for refreshments, about 10 to 15 minutes.
Next session, which is called Looking After the Y Chromosome. Our first speaker is actually Kevin McInerney, who's consultant urologist at the Newcastle Centre for Life, and he's going to explain to us all about what a urologist is and how they can support us in reproductive medicine. So, Kevin.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be invited here this evening to this beautiful place, and I've heard some fantastic talks today with some lot of erudite evidence being presented. This will be nothing at all, I'm afraid. It'll be a bit more kind of philosophical than anything else. So as well as Newcastle, I work in Ireland. I work in GCRM Belfast. It's nice to see Pete here this evening, and also Repromed Ireland in Dublin. We use Skype consults. It's interesting to hear about the debate yesterday about Skypes, because our Trust 2 wouldn't let us do it, but they work fantastically well with the private patients. So does anybody recognise that bird? Are there any twitchers in the audience? You know what it might be?
Cuckoo.
Excellent. It's a cuckoo. It's a cuckoo's a bird that migrates from southern Africa to northern Europe each year to breed. The cuckoo's obviously well known because it lays its eggs in a host bird's nest, typically something like a warbler. You can see the female cuckoo there is just dumping the host bird's egg on the ground there. It'll put its own egg in. It'll be raised by the host birds like surrogates, often at the expense of the host bird's own chicks. So as a urologist in a gynae unit, in a reproductive unit, often you do feel a bit like a cuckoo in a nest. You feel like you haven't got the same background, same understanding of reproductive endocrinology as they have, and certainly the ethics and the legislation, it seems quite Byzantine to get around, but hopefully we can find some kind of perspective that will be of use to you. So to start with, for those that don't know, what do we do? Well, we treat male and female patients who have disorders of the urinary tract. Most of the work we do is with malignant conditions, including the diagnostics. Prostate cancer is the commonest cancer in men. Bladder and renal cancer are extremely common too. Testes cancer is the commonest cancer in young men, and you do actually see it more commonly in subfertile men, so we pick up one or two of these up each year on examination. We treat a lot of benign conditions too. Urotract stones are very common, they're very common in Turkey. We do genital tract reconstruction, we treat lower tract symptoms in men and women, we treat sepsis, a lot of benign skeletal pathology, and we treat angiology. There's some crossover with other specialities, and what we call female urology, you call urogynecology. And in our hospital, in fact, you can have a tape put in by either a urologist or a gynecologist, depending on how the GP's referred you in, which is kind of interesting, isn't it? Andrology means different things to different people. For us, it means male fertility, but an andrologist will have an understanding of male sexual dysfunction, which is very common. It's common also in our fertility patients. We would carry out testosterone replacement therapy in older men. We would perform surgery on men with Peyronie's disease. Some urologists will put in penile implants. Some will be involved in gender reassignment surgery, which is a small number only. Urethroplasty, done by andrologists. Penile cancer, done by andrologists. Genital reconstruction following trauma. So there's quite a broad church of different skill sets that we can bring to bear. And in terms of our relationship with gynecologists, well, sometimes it's a bit like this, isn't it? Sometimes you seem to be arguing a little bit about various things. Maybe urologists are from Mars and gynecologists are from Venus, or vice versa. But there are areas where we can cooperate. For example, in major pelvic surgery, I wanted a slide of a uroteric injury, and very kindly my colleague Dr. Metin sent me one. He had several of them, in fact. I said, how have you got so many? And he said, well, this is just since Christmas, so he's always very handy to have a colleague who's going to send you lots of work like that. So that was a joke anyway, by the way. Sorry, Harry. But, so in terms of major benign and malignant conditions, working together, it can be quite cooperative, and I think that's probably the way forward for the future. But in terms of fertility, who should guard the crown jewels? And we had a debate in our male fertility module at the BFS a few years ago on this topic, and it was a urologist from London called Sux Minas debating in favour of urologists doing all the work versus Mark Hamilton, who I'm sure you all know. And it got quite bitter, it got quite angry actually, it was great entertainment. The conclusion was there wasn't really much of a consensus. So what's the basics of the argument? Why should urologists get involved at all? Are they needed? Well, urology trainees get little exposure to fertility and none to female fertility issues, so why should they get involved? Interest in urologists is variable. It's fine them saying that they should be doing all the work, but who is actually going to be doing it if they don't want to do it? They'd rather be doing stuff with robots or stones. Is that reasonable? Sometimes, though, gynecologists are out their comfort zone examining and treating male patients. I'm not saying any of you are, but there are certainly some gynecologists that feel this way, and they've told me. So do they have any role in the fertility? Is it there just to make the team bring the buns and things? Is there actually anything practical they can do of any use? And where do you draw the line between what should be delivered by urology and what should be delivered by repro-med? Is there anything beyond that? Is there any other added value you can have to your service by having a urologist involved other than just providing clinical services? So what can urologists do? Well, they can assess the male partner, identify genital abnormalities with confidence. They shouldn't have any problems finding a VAS if it's there or not. It's an operating speciality. We will have done a lot of scrotal procedures. We have to. That's kind of our bread and butter stuff. So we'll have no problem doing any surgical sperm retrievals and dealing with the complications and other stuff related to that. That shouldn't be a problem for us to do. Particularly bear in mind that if you operate on male patients and they get complications, as they invariably will do, it's probably a urologist who's going to be sorting them out. We can assess for varicocele and treat them. I'm going to talk too much about that today. I do treat varicocele on a case-by-case basis. We can discuss it later if you'd like, but as I say, that's something we can offer. Whether you believe in it or not is another thing, but it's something on a case-by-case basis it can be discussed with patients. We can assess and treat male sexual problems, which I mentioned are actually very common in this group of patients. Problems with ejaculation, problems with libido, problems with erections, and you can treat these and you can get the patients treated quicker if you can do it all in-house. A lot of these other things that you would see crop up incidentally during the consultations, and you can deal with them. You don't have to refer out, it's all done in-house. After patients have completed their treatment, a lot of them will have low testosterones, before you do anything to them, and certainly a lot of these we can manage ourselves. We just treat them. Don't have to refer them on. But what can't we do? Well, female assessment, we're not trained to do that. We're not trained, certainly wouldn't feel confident about administering the hormones. That's something that would be way off target for what we're prepared to do. I think there are one or two urologists who may be treating the hypog type men, but generally we would feel far more comfortable sending them to endocrinologists and doing it ourselves. We don't scan, we don't do egg retrievals or embryo transfers. We don't do diagnostic laparoscopy and uterine procedures. And the last bit, obviously, we have no understanding of this, and it's certainly a real eye-opener when you start and you realise how important it is to get things right and what can happen, what really bad things can happen if you get it wrong. We heard a bit about that yesterday. But undoubtedly some of this could be done if we had the right training, and there was desire on repro medicine departments to have that involvement and urologists to get it. I mean, certainly basic female assessment, when I teach the junior urologists, I make sure they're very aware about the importance of female age, BMI, smoking. This is very important things that they need to be aware of. If nurses can scan, could urologists scan? I think so. We do transvaginal ultrasound scans and biopsies. We could do the other things if we wanted to. If you can take a bladder or a prostate out laparoscopically, you could probably do a diagnostic pelvic laparoscopy, I'd say. I can't imagine anybody wanting to do a uterine procedure. That would be a step too far. But the issues of regulation ethics, they can be taught. I mean, people can be taught to do those. Can they add value? Well, that's complicated. There is a feeling that men have been neglected, and this is coming from the men themselves, from the websites and the patient lines. A unit that focuses on male patients will encourage general referrals because the patients want to see the perceived specialist. In the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. if the patients want to see a specialist with ICSI quality sperm for an assessment, for a history and examination, they'll come and see you. You don't need to operate on them necessarily, but they just want that kind of perspective. So you tend to draw in a lot of ICSI quality work to your unit, otherwise have gone to other places. If you don't have to refer out or write letters of referral and bounce patients backwards and forwards as we need to do in Newcastle in the old days, it does save time, does save money. You know, you can push patients to treatment quicker. In terms of research, it's a fascinating area. It's a very poorly understood area. So opportunities exist for teaching and research, and I mean that's fantastic. And interestingly, most of the people who do the research with, of course, are gynae trainees who are highly motivated and highly intelligent individuals who have performed extremely well. Also, this idea of looking after the male patient, it fits in with the modern patient-centred model, where the patient's at the centre of the process and the activities occur around them, rather than just a patient going through a linear journey. It kind of works well with that. There's some evidence that male fertility may be declining. It's controversial, not everybody believes that, but for those that do, certainly it may become more of an issue in the future, and if there's a high proportion of asystemic men, that might be of interest. So what should the urologist be doing? Well, I think a urologist should be available to discuss the management of a patient with azoospermia and or a patient with urological issues linked to their fertility. Some might argue that all azoospermic patients should see a urologist. I'm not entirely sure about that. I think it depends on the reason. I think a non-azoospermic patient is probably worth seeing. I mean, certainly we would always examine all our patients, and that's important too. You get a lot of basic information in terms of the mechanism of the fertility by simple examination. It's a shame more people don't do it. And one of the important take-home messages from the male course for the BFS is that people just learn to examine the patients, and the patient has tremendous confidence in you if you do something very simple and you can say there's no sperm in the ejaculate because the testicles are small. It's a production type problem. And they mentioned other people before that. It's not rocket science, anybody can do it really. It's just a question of just doing it. And I think another important thing is that if you have closer cooperation with your units, you can just get informal advice. You know, you don't have to be sitting there in the desk in the department. My colleagues in Gateshead, my colleagues in Northern Ireland will ring me up, or they'll email me, or Sheffield, about patients. I don't necessarily need to see them all. I can say, I would do this, this and this, or they might just want a discussion. They'll see me and I'll send them back if they don't want the treatment. They can go back and have treatment at the local hospital. It's not about poaching patients. It's more about giving the patients a choice, so they feel more empowered by the choice they do make in terms of their own fertility. I think potentially a urologist should be available for MDT type discussion of more complex, more profound male factor problems. I think that's important. I think if you're operating on patients, you'd like to have a little bit of a say into how they get to the operating table to make sure there's nothing that you feel uncomfortable with. But this requires, I think, specific training for urologists in issues of relevance, especially the regulation, which, as I say, there's nothing like it in urology, not at all. There's no ethics, there's no legislation that would particularly run any difficulties with, and the stuff that you guys deal with is extremely complicated and very, very important. And as I say, we heard the talk earlier about what happens when it goes wrong. To do it, though, what you do need that's very important is you need a repro-med department and a urology department that actually get on. And unfortunately, it doesn't happen up and down the country in the UK, and sometimes they don't get on well and nothing's going to happen. But they have to collaborate well, and it generally means things like gynae departments paying for consultant PAs. I mean, that's what it comes down to. The days of people doing it in their spare time on their SPA, I think, are kind of largely gone because the clinical managers won't let them do it anymore. Everything has to be bought and paid for. One of the challenges when you start is that I knew what I was doing in urology, and my clinical colleagues, who were incredibly supportive and absolutely fantastic, really wanted to make everything happen, but some other team members weren't quite so sure about it, I think, and certainly it can be a bit of a shock for the scientific team when you start working there and they realise what you're up to. So the departmental culture does change, certainly with the nurses. The nurses came on board fairly quickly with this kind of concept, but again, it was a culture shock to have, for example, male patients in male notes, things like that. But it does provide an opportunity to work in new ways and in alternative ways to improve patient care, and that's obviously what we all want. So, talking about our experience, I started in 2009 with a weekly clinic and an LA list. I didn't have any GA cases, which I found quite stressful. So what I did, I listed them for a GA procedure until the manager stopped shouting at me and found a regular list. but I've had plenty of referrals and the treatment options. Now I've got 2 andrology clinics a week. I have a sub-spec trainee with me. We do basic female assessment at the same time, including scans and blood. I don't do the scans are done by the trainees. We do the female basic assessment, bloods, etc. We'd have same-day semen analysis for patients coming long distances, so we can get as many parts of the problem worked out to get to a point where the couple feel able to make a decision about what to do. So in terms of theatres, I've got either a whole day or a half day andrology list in gynae theatres. They call it Testicle Thursday. It makes me wonder what they call the other weeks, the days in the week in a gynae theatre. But and then predominantly I do microtestes, which we obviously learned in Cornell. I'm not going to go into too much today. I can answer questions about them, but over the years our recovery rate's gone up to about 60% with microtestes, and it's interesting. It's not perfect, that's for sure, and these aren't easy patients to get pregnant because they've still got to, everything else has to work for it to happen. And for example, sperm storage is very challenging in these sorts of cases, so they're a real scientific challenge for the lab. We do mesas rather than pesas for the diagnostic cases. We do vasal surgery, we do varicocele ligations. A similar operation is a spastic cord denervation for chronic genital pain, which works extremely well. We do Peyronie's surgery and orchidopexy. So a few other bits and pieces that kind of latch on naturally to male fertility on that list. And it's all obviously we have access to a very good all-signal dancing microscope, which you can't do without. So I think there's so many patients, and I get referrals now from across the north of England and Northern Ireland. So more recently, we've done other things can come in as well. For example, we've decided to do vasectomies, so we've taken over vasectomies from the urology group. So we're offering an office of vasectomy service. It's kind of paradoxical, isn't it? But it seems to work well because in terms of the type of equipment we need, it's kind of what we already had. So really, it was a no-brainer. That's working very well. And in terms of value-added stuff, we can get MD students. They're both got consultant jobs now, got PhD students, etc. So we're able to offer this kind of opportunity for people who want to develop their careers to make a contribution in so doing to the male side of things. And it's been a great pleasure to have trainees and consultants from across the UK and Ireland in theatre with me, seeing how we do things. So in summary, what is the role? I think the main role is you're the defender of the male interest, because we predominantly deal with male patients in urology, and sometimes the male perspective can be overlooked. The male patient, males aren't always very forthcoming about what they want, and they grunt a bit, and the female generally do most of the talking. But it's important to bear in mind that the male opinions, they have anxieties and fears that you need to address. Another interesting thing is you can certainly reflect on the service with a fresh pair of eyes. Our training is very different. And it's just interesting to see how things are done in the culture of an organisation, and bringing a fresh perspective on it can be very refreshing for the way things work. If you have a male-focused clinic and procedures, it does provide opportunities for innovation. It does bring additional business in, there's absolutely no doubt about it at all. You will attract work from up and down the country. But it is great to be able to offer advice to colleagues, informal advice. It's not to poach all the patients. It's just it's nice to be able to help. And you get emails from guys in Malta or Saudi Arabia, and you can just give them simple advice about how to deal with patients without needing to see them. So another thing is the patients like it. That's important too in days of feedback. And I think if you have a urologist involved, it'll take the unit slightly different ways. It will certainly raise the profile of the unit and lead to further success. So in conclusion, personally I think it's a value, but I would say that, wouldn't I? Because after all, they pay my salary. But I think it's, I think that they can provide a use to the unit. They can. It's not just about sperm retrieval. It isn't. It's about more of the kind of philosophy of the unit, about how you approach the patients and other things that you can offer. I think it's great for example, for enabling patients to come to terms with the decision about the use of, say, donor gametes. If they spit on everybody and everybody's kind of telling them the same thing, and it helps them to come to terms with the decision that they made. You don't need very many of them, though. I think it would be a mistake to have everybody doing microtestes, for example. That would just dilute down the experience of both the surgeon and the lab. I think you'll give good support to the male side of things if you've got your urologist involved. But it's important to pick the right one, though. I mean, it's disheartening when you speak to gynecologists and they say that we'd like a urologist involved, but he just wants to do private PESAs, and that's not really, from my point of view, much use. You want someone who's actually going to give advice and seek patients. You don't get anybody to do private PESAs for. You can do this yourself. It's a slightly different service. I think is really what's required. So that's it. Is there any questions? It's like Donald's describing his last visit to a neurologist.
Thanks, Kevin. And I think you've identified a real gap there that as scientists we've also recognised, and certainly we're working with Alan Paisley and Jackson Kirkland Brown to develop a training programme for andrologists, and clinics such as your own are going to be critical in developing that skill mix. So has anybody got any questions for Kevin? Martin?
Yeah, I've got a couple if you don't mind. One, I got the feeling from your presentation that you don't do joint clinics with reproductive endocrinologists. You do the clinics on your own. And I just wondered why you went down that route. We've got, we do a fortnightly ASO clinic, but I do it with my urology stroke andrology colleague. So me as the gynecologist, he as the urologist. I can assure you, he knows how to examine the scrotum vastly better than I can. And he can diagnose congenital absence without any further investigation, because he can feel the absence of a vas, for example. But I'm interested why you went down that route rather than actually combined clinics. And the second question, if you don't mind, is I've got a bit of a beef and a bit of a campaign going. Not a campaign really, but a bit of a beef on the number of patients, male patients, who are having reversals of vasectomy prior to formal assessment of the couple. And I genuinely believe it's a national scandal what's actually happening. That gentlemen are having reversals of vasectomy with complete disregard to issues of their female partner. Okay. And I just wondered what your views were, and what your college's views are on that.
Okay, well, just to take the first point, it is in fact a joint clinic, because I said I've got a ReproMed trainee with me. It's in the ReproMed clinic where I'm based. I've got consultants either side of me when I do my clinics. So it is in fact a joint clinic. Anything really complicated, I'll get Jane Stewart in to see the patient. So it is a joint clinic in effect. It isn't a joint consultant clinic. I don't think that's necessary. A lot of the patients I see have already seen a consultant gynaecologist in a secondary unit. So what more would I? You know, they would have been worked up in essence, so it isn't that complicated, but we do say we scan them in clinic just to make sure there's no problems accessing the ovaries and things on the day when they come back. But it is a joint clinic. The second point is very interesting. You're absolutely right, of course. Now, one of the things I'm interested in, one of my real things I'm really passionate about, is I want to raise the skill levels of trainees coming through in both urology and gynaecology. I don't think you need to be a urologist to do basic assessment on a male patient. I don't think that at all. And conversely, urologists need to be aware of what some of the important catches are. I mean, on our course we have Uma Gordon does a nice talk, and it's aimed really at the urologist, and she'll start by saying how, you know, there's a case of vasectomy reversal, blah, blah, blah, didn't work, and it turned out the woman's got blocked tubes, always has done. And that's the kind of thing you're talking about. Completely. I mean, it's very, very important. In my perspective, we would make... I don't do everybody who comes along wants a vas reversal. You've got to look at the couple and see. If it's a long interval, I won't do it. If there's female factors, I won't do it. If females up towards 40, I can be reluctant too. Sometimes they get sent back on the basis of a poor predicted response to treatment, and as long as they're having regular periods, there's still a chance. But yeah, I agree. It is an issue, there's no doubt about it. But I would say rather than raise it as a scandal, I would say the way forward is to educate the juniors to have. I don't think
the college have a role. Doesn't the college have a role in actually trying to pass this? Because the norm, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the norm seems to be that an individual goes to his GP, wishes a reversal vasectomy, GP refers the individual for reversal of vasectomy, undoubtedly in the private sector, and the gentleman has his reversal of vasectomy. There surely is something that the RCS has a role to play, and the urology branch of the RCS Urol has a role to play in this.
Okay, well, I mean, as I say, I go back to what I said before. I believe strongly in training, and I think if you train people, you empower them, and that won't happen in the future. There's certainly more fertility going into the new revised SPR training programme for urology, so they will be aware of these things. It will be down there for them to learn. I completely agree, but the trouble is, as I say, traditionally the two groups don't always see eye to eye, and they're fighting over territory. But my view is you empower people. For me, it doesn't really matter who the patient sees, as long as he's somebody who's competently trained, and that could be a urologist or a gynaecologist. I don't think every urologist in the country would say that, but that's my view. I've worked with excellent trainees who are perfectly competent to deal with any level of complexity of a male patient. Absolutely, they've been trained to do that, and that's really good. And you can see, what's great is you can see that they're proud that they can do it. It's not about making money, it's the fact that they're doing a good job, and that's what motivates them. And I think if you focus on professionalism, making the right choice for your patient, putting the patient first, this is how you do it through training education, you'll get your result without needing to sort of put down blanket rules about what you should and shouldn't do. It doesn't need a pathway, it just needs training.
Thank you, Kevin. Apart from ICSI, what treatments do you offer for male infertility, for sperm count, oligospermia and things like that?
Yeah.
Are you proponents of antioxidants or tamoxifen, or what's your sort of, obviously very briefly?
Yeah, well, I mean, with the drugs, it's interesting, because I started using the drugs pre-microtesting, and I haven't had a great response to them. I had someone who was stuck on clomiphene elsewhere who'd had a microtesting with me, and I got nothing from him, but after clomiphene I found a focus of normal tubules and examinations. I was kind of shocked, because this wasn't what I was expecting to find at all. There isn't the evidence there for putting patients on drugs routinely. The trouble is, often you're talking about NOA patients who may have small numbers of sperm come to ejaculate on a periodic basis anyway. To say it's done by the drugs isn't clear, it may just be serendipity. So I honestly don't know. In terms of other treatments, I think it's not unreasonable to offer people they can take vitamin E, vitamin C, something from a supermarket. There's no evidence that the stuff, the well-manned supplements are any more effective than that. They're certainly more expensive, and some of the preparations have got super physical doses. We don't know that they could even be harmful. We honestly don't know. I think we have to be careful with those. Also careful about telling patients to spend money on things that aren't proven. That's my view. But in terms of other treatments, we mentioned varicocele. I think varicocele may have a role in certain cases.
That's lovely. If there's no more questions, then thanks very much, Kevin. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Rachel Cutting, who's consultant embryologist in Sheffield and HFEA person responsible. Rachel was just telling me she's spoken at all 5 of the Cyprus IVF meetings, and I'm sure she'll forgive me for embarrassing her because we're among friends, to say that since she spoke last year, she's actually been awarded an MBE for her services to reproductive science. So I think that's... So Rachel's going to talk to us about sperm selection methods and optimising ICSI.
Thank you very much, Jane, and thank you for the hospitality. And just a little story to follow on from that. When I got the letter, it was a big shock, and I showed my 16-year-old son, who turned around and said, "Oh, so you've got an award for the most boring embryologist then?" Thank you, Joseph. Children always bring you down to earth, don't they? Okay, so I'm going to talk this afternoon about sperm selection methods and how we can then use those and to try and improve our ICSI programmes. So in summary, talk about sperm selection, what we do at the moment to prepare our sperm, the tried and trusted methods. And to be honest, the method that we use hasn't much changed since I started 21 years ago. We're still using the same density gradient and washing the sperm as we did back then. But then what I've done is just looked on the market to see what methods are available now, and looked at the ones that may be coming into clinical practice soon, and then those ones that maybe aren't quite ready yet. And then I'm just going to talk about ICSI and what the add-ons that we've seen being presented at conferences over the last years to see whether they do actually make a difference. So starting off with the tried and trusted methods that we use is obviously a density gradient. And it's a very simple process to do. We layer the sperm on top of a gradient of 2 different densities of fluid, put it in a centrifuge, and either 10 minutes, 20 minutes, different speeds. We collect the pellet at the bottom where all the sperm is, and then we wash that through new media. And we've been doing that quite a while. It's a very traditional method to do, a bit time consuming, that it can take an hour to do a sperm prep if you've got to wait for it to liquefy first. And we don't really know much about the centrifugation process, whether it damages the sperm. There's a theory that it might produce reactive oxygen species and then obviously maybe damage the sperm's DNA. But the basics of it is that it helps us separate the dead sperm, the debris in the sample, other cells that are there that we don't want to be able to be put next to the egg. And certainly for ICSI, we don't want all those horrible cells there that are going to get clammed up in the pipette. So we want a cleaner prep as possible. And it works. We've done it a long time, but it does work. I think maybe we've rested on our laurels and we think, yes, it gets rid of all the cells there and it does clean up samples. And we've used it for sperm washing for HIV, but I think there's still a little bit of work to do on that, and I'll talk about that in another slide. But as I said, it is the tried and trusted method, and when we look to see if anything's better, there isn't really any conclusive evidence. You can do something called a swim up, where you just leave the sperm and they swim up into the media, you then take that off and centrifuge that down. As when we first started the certificate, which I'm sure that all the embryologists will smile, you were made to do 5 swim-ups, 5 density gradients, compare which was better. And I still make my trainees do that now, really, because I think it's good for them to see. Swim-ups are great, some units still use them, but certainly for ICSIs, and as embryologists, ICSIs can be very difficult. You do want to try and recover as much sperm as possible, so the sperm gradient is good. But this was some interesting data that Alan gave me, and something that maybe we should start thinking about is about chlamydial load in sperm samples. And this was done with, he has a large andrology department, and they have donors coming in to donate the sperm sample for research projects. And they looked at the post-wash viral load, did the basically what we do in the lab, the density gradient, and washed it, and then looked to see if there was any viral load at the end. And interestingly, some of the samples were absolutely fine at the end of it, but 6 of them weren't. There was still a residual viral load of chlamydia left in that. And I think that's quite interesting from us as embryologists, for IUI preps and other things that might be able to have some more research looked into. So we've done the tried and tested methods, we know what we're doing in the lab, but can we actually try and improve the methods that we use to separate sperm so we can try and get better sperm to use for the eggs? And we've all heard of sperm DNA fragmentation. I think every conference that I've been to over the last few years, everybody's presented on it. It was you've got to look at sperm DNA fragmentation because it's going to reduce miscarriage, it's going to improve our pregnancy rates. But does it actually do that? I suppose what we've got to look at first is the tests that people use to look at it. So tests of sperm DNA fragmentation, we've got those ones that the Comet assay and the tunnel, which they do in the university. It's hard for an embryology department to do that in-house, but we're very lucky that we've got the Allen and all the university that can do that. The method that most embryologists use if you do test it in your labs is what's this one at the bottom, the sperm chromatin, which is commonly known as the halo sperm test, because basically you're looking for a halo around the sperm to say whether the sperm's got fragmentation or not. This was a really good paper that Matt Tomlinson wrote a couple of years ago, and yes, there does seem to be evidence there between sperm DNA fragmentation and outcome. Maybe it helps fertilisation, maybe it helps embryo quality, but there are very conflicting studies as well about it. Excuse me. And it depends on the test that you use. There's very little QA around for it. We know that just between our operators in our unit we've got a large variability. So goodness knows if you started looking on a national scale what it would be. And if you do get a patient with high DNA fragmentation, do you do anything different? Do you just carry on and do IVF? Do you still do ICSI? I don't really think we know what to do if we do get a high DNA fragmentation result. This was a small study that one of our research fellows did with TC Lee, Carol Coughlin, a few years ago. And she looked in recurrent implantation failure patients, recurrent miscarriage patients, and then control patients were recruited from the antenatal clinic, patients that were pregnant. And she looked at, obviously, the demographics of those patients, there was no difference, and then looked at the sperm concentration, the motility and morphology in those 3 groups, and there wasn't any difference between the groups. But what she did do was asked us to do a halosperm test on those samples, and the university sample to do a comet and tunnel assay on those samples. And it was definitely shown that when we'd prepped the sperm, the concentration of DNA fragmented sperm went down. So very often we'd start off with 40% fragmented sperm, and when we'd done the density gradient and washed it, it'd be down at 10%. So we thought, oh, that's great, you know, we can say that actually just doing that's going to improve it. But interestingly, when they measured it with the tunnel upstairs, it made no difference whatsoever. So even between the methods, there was discrepancy in what we were doing. But Carol really didn't show any difference of percentage DNA fragmentation between the groups at all. So, you know, we couldn't say in this tiny study that it contributed to any problems that were manifesting in recurrent miscarriage or recurrent implantation, but obviously it was a very small study. But for me, as an embryologist, the more cause for concern, I think, is that it highlighted the differences between the tests. We definitely found intervariable operator differences. We tried to do some QA on it, but I think people sometimes buy these test kits, think they're going to do it, report it back to the patient, and forget about all that consistency and validation you need to introduce a new test. But if we look, I know a lot of clinics are doing this, charging patients for the test, and is there any really evidence to do it? This is a few years old. I just, you know, looked at this, and really there wasn't any evidence to say that it was clinically evident, and they needed a lot more adequately powered trials and, again, improvement in the methods that were actually looking at it. So we do it sometimes. We don't charge for it particularly, do we? But we do it for patients who maybe have had lots of poor quality embryos, repeated cycles, just to see if we can give another answer, but we don't do very many of them at all. So if we're thinking of how to prep sperm, I looked at different methods that were on the market at the moment, see if there's anything that we could introduce. As I said, we've done our density centrifugation for the same, you know, very similar for the last 20 years. And I found this that was quite interesting, where normal sperm are negatively charged. So if they put them in a column, and you've got an electrode with a positive and I suppose like a bit like a colander, the same size as a sperm head, that are normal, you put a charge through it, the normal sperm go through the colander and go towards the positive charge, and it's a really quick way of separating normal sperm out. And again, that, you know, it might be very quick to do, it might be easier than centrifugation, and it might actually give us better quality sperm. There was a trial that was done, and there was no difference between the parameters that they looked at, so doing the sperm through electrophoretic separation and density centrifugation. There was no difference at all, it was exactly the same. There has been a live birth from using this method, but I suppose with anything, proof of principle established, maybe there's less damage to the sperm because you're not spinning it in a centrifuge for ages. And I wondered, this is just me thinking, I think as embryologists, one of the worst things we have to do is spend ages prepping teasy tissue and then actually doing the ICSI. And you can get really lovely motile sperm and you can guarantee they're stuck to cells and it's a mess. And I just thought, I wonder whether we could do that for teasy tissues to try and pull out the really good sperm. Might not be possible, it was just a nice thought I suddenly thought of. But I think we need a lot more detail about fertilisation rates, embryo development rates, but quite exciting. This is something I've actually seen work, and I thought this was really clever. And it basically just is a little plastic dish. Unfortunately, I haven't got a pointer, sorry. But you basically put the sperm sample in A, and then there's fluid like going down the channel. And the sperm that can't move or just twitching a bit, obviously just stay in that channel and go to D. So they get discarded, but the motile good sperm are all swimming about, and so they'll jump over and get into the fluid that goes through to C. So really all you're getting in C is really good motile sperm. You don't get any cellular debris, you don't get any immotile sperm. And I saw this at Genea And I don't think this is, I think it's going through CE marking at the moment. I don't know if anybody's heard if they're actually selling it yet. But it was so quick to do and so easy, and obviously less damage to the sperm. Another one is using a magnetic separation of sperm. And if sperm apoptosis means that the sperm membranes are breaking down, the sperm's starting to die in effect. And what happens is that you get externalization of this molecule, and that's attracted to this annexin 5. So if you put like a magnet on this annexin 5, so that's stuck on the magnet, and these sperm that aren't very good quality are attracted to annexin 5, they'll stick to that side of the magnet, and then you only get the good sperm going through to the bottom. So again, it's really simple. It takes a few minutes and you're getting good quality sperm being separated very quickly. I haven't actually seen this being done. I think somebody is trialling it in the UK. My concern is I don't know what happens to all the cellular debris. That would be interesting to see what happens. But there has been studies reported where they looked at not huge numbers, 123, 114, that eventually went through to the study. But there was, again, no difference whatsoever in any of the parameters of the sperm that were sorted, and also the pregnancy rates, live birth rates, miscarriage rates. So it was no better than what we do, but maybe if it's quicker, not time consuming with all the centrifugation, and in some patients where it might have more effect on the DNA damage, centrifugation, it might be quite quick and easy to use. So I think they're the ones that are maybe that we might see in labs in the next 5 years. See what happens. Be good to shake andrology up a bit and do something different, I think. So moving on to ICSI, how do we actually think about improving our ICSI rates? And I suppose the first thing that is a real bugbear of mine, I'm sorry, is you don't use ICSI for female infertility, because you're never going to improve it if you're using it for the wrong reasons. And it does dishearten me when I go around different units in different countries and they're using 100% ICSI. Personally, I don't think it's needed, but certainly it shouldn't be used for female infertility. It's there for male factor infertility. But there are lots of add-ons to ICSI that we've seen over the last 5 years. The one that we've been involved in and used for the last 18 months as part of a trial is what's called the Pixie dish. And it basically uses something called hyaluron, and you have a dish with 3 little dots on it, and one of these dots has got hyaluron in it, and at the end it's a channel with a dot on it. The sperm swim down, and if they're normal sperm, they bind to this dot, and you can use them for ICSI. And the theory is that a good mature sperm has normal expression of these receptors that are going to bind to this hyaluron, whereas if it's immature or got DNA fragmentation, it can't bind, so you don't use those for ICSI, and it helps us. So basically you've got sperm swimming around in this drop, they all go over this dot of this hyaluron, and the normal ones stick and the poor ones swim off. And then what you do for the ICSI is these actually they bind to the dot, and you just see the tails going like this, and you just have to quickly knock it and then catch it and use it for ICSI. So the theory is you're using, a good quality sperm. There's been various trials done. There was one in the States done, and the theory was that better sperm, better fertilisation, better pregnancy rates. This was one that was reported in 2010. It showed better quality embryos, but it didn't really show a difference in pregnancy rates. So I'm really, good for the UK again, David Miller. We're nearly 18 months into this now. We're nearly finished our recruitment. I don't know how. Are you nearly done with yours, Tony?
We're
ahead of it. Yeah, so is it August? It's due to finish. We're nearly there. I think we're about 12 patients off, something like that, our target. So it would be really interesting when all the data is worked out. But they're actually going for live birth rates, aren't they? So I suppose it's going to be delayed a bit until we actually get all the final picture of it. The other one is IMSI. It seems to be a bit quieter now at conferences, but certainly 4 or 5 years ago, everybody was talking about IMSI. And when we do ICSI, we do look at the sperm in higher
definition, in higher magnification. And you can see the sperm, and you pick the ones that look normal, but with IMSI, it's studying them at a much higher magnification. And the theory was that you're looking for sperm that have things that aren't quite right in the sperm head. So you can have like circles, which are called vacuoles, and the theory was that if they had those in them, then they weren't much good quality. Now it takes a long time to do it, and at first they said that you've got to have a second embryologist to even check what the first embryologist was doing, and you can spend 2 hours doing that. My worry is that while you're doing this, the eggs are sat there waiting and might be getting too old to inject, if you haven't got embryologists to start at 7 o'clock in the morning trying to find sperm. But I suppose people that do it must get round that in some respect. So it basically enables us to look at sperm, and you can see here in the sperm heads, can you see, certainly in E, those little round vacuoles. So the idea was that we avoid those. There were several RCTs done, and some of them did show a higher pregnancy rate and implantation rate. I remember going to a conference in, I can't remember, it was somewhere in America, and it was IMSI was the best thing since sliced bread. Everybody should have been doing it with the data that they were producing. But of course, you've always got the other side of the story, and the Cochrane review said that there was no evidence on live birth rate or clinical pregnancy rate, and it shouldn't be introduced clinically until more research had been done. And obviously, it's great having Alan working in the department, because obviously I can go to him and ask his opinion. And he gave me this when we were talking about it a few years ago. He said, so what you're looking for is a vacuole. So can you see, sorry, this bit here? Yeah, that. So that's the vacuole. So that's the sperm that we would avoid to do ICSI with. I don't know, Rachel and Becky and Jane would think, but probably that one we'd use to inject if we were looking at through IMSI. DAPA just looks at DNA, so it's got DNA in it, but the tunnel looks at the fragmentation. Now, the theory was that if you've got a vacuole there, people jumped ahead, I think, and said, oh, if it's got a vacuole there, it's got DNA fragmentation, that's the cause of it. But actually, the only normal sperm was the one with the vacuole in it. The others, the one that we picked, have got fragmented DNA in it. So I don't know, I think the jury's still open on ICSI personally. But I know with patients, and we always say we've got to do more research, find more trials, but sometimes we're faced with, well, what can we do next? Where is the next way to go? And I think when patients have had 3 or 4 ICSIs, what do you do with them next? And we did a small set of patients a few years ago with elective surgical sperm recovery with severe male factor. So these are patients that had recurrent implantation failure. They were under 40 years old. They'd had at least 4 embryos, good quality embryos back in 3 cycles, and they'd got severe male factor infertility. So it was, what do we do with them next? So the patients that we selected for this elective TZ procedure had all got various problems. They'd had cycles, got very low fertilisation with PISA sperm. They'd had recurrent implantation failure investigations. We'd not found anything wrong with them. We'd had a patient that got good fertilisation, was young, but then with the PISA sperm didn't get any blastocyst formed. And we just thought, we felt like we should do something a little bit different this time. So this is the patients. Obviously they didn't get pregnant, but just to show that their age was obviously the same because it was similar, the number of eggs were similar, fertilisation rate was slightly better with the ETZ, and the number of embryos was comparable. But these were patients that this was how on earth what we're going to do next to try and get them pregnant, and actually 4 out of the 7 did get pregnant. So just to look at them in a little bit more detail, this was the first patient. She'd had an ejaculated ICSI with only 5 out of 12 fertilised, and the sperm was really, really poor. And sometimes with ejaculated samples when you're doing ICSI, if you can't prep it, like with a centrifugation, it's gloopy, it's sticky, your injection needle gets, the membranes pull.
and it's not easy to do it. We then she had an FER because she did get, this was a case that was a Tuesday egg collection, so we'd done a day 3 transfer for her, and then on the Sunday we'd frozen blastocysts because she did have some extra good embryos. So we put 2 blastocysts back, didn't get pregnant, came through again, had another ICSI ejaculated cycle, 2 blastocysts back this time, didn't get pregnant, so we did the ETZ, and she got a lot better fertilisation. And it was actually easier to do than using the ejaculate sample. We got motile, really good motile sperm from that. Another one, now this patient, obviously we do the recurrent implantation failure, and she had delta parin as well, and the male decided off his own back to take Proxede, just as something different as well. And again, you know, we'd done multiple cycles with ejaculated sperm and not really got good quality embryos, did the TZ, got good fertilisation, much better embryos, and got pregnant. So yes, we got 4 out of the 7 patients. It was another treatment option for the patient to go through. Obviously needed a lot of counselling, because if you can produce an ejaculated sample, then to be told that you're going to have a needle stuck in your testes is, you know, something maybe the patient needs to understand completely. And we can't be sure, of course, that the elective TZ was the thing that worked. And obviously there's disadvantages, that it's extra cost and the risk of the surgery for the patient. So, yeah, and of course there's a lack of evidence, but it was just something that we did, and I know I spoke to Kevin about it, and interesting we talked, didn't we, in December about it. So just in conclusion, for that part of the talk, we know that density centrifugation is a workhorse, but it's indiscriminate, you know, everybody does it, there's nothing we can do better for any patients. I think that electrophoresis and the other methods might be of benefit in the future. Tests of DNA and the use of IMSI, I think for me, I'm not convinced yet. I think the pixie dish might show benefit. We've enjoyed doing it, something different, but obviously we'll wait for the RCT results. But I think we have to be careful, like with ICSI and IMSI and DNA fragmentation, and not just offer it without thinking about it. And I go to the fertility show every year, and at the end you just get mobbed. I actually come out of there crying most years. And I have, you know, there's about 20, 30 patients after you spoke that line up to talk to you. And this was a lady that came up to me that it was just the start of her journey. She's 32, 3 years of trying, normal semen analysis and irregular cycles. What would your treatment plan be for that patient? Clomiphene, yeah. I mean, obviously, I'm not at that. I'm in an IVF unit, so yeah. I mean, I would hope for us, if she, you know, maybe an IUI £800. This is honestly true, because I saw this on a bit of paper. This is what the treatment plan was for that patient. Why on earth she needed IMSI, I've got no idea. But anyway, there you go. So I think we just need to make sure that we're offering patients proper tests with well-designed studies, make sure that we know they're safe before clinical practice, and as Alan said, do proper studies, and make sure we are actually doing what's right in the lab before we're doing it routinely. And then just another thought at the end. It's interesting that Roy, following your tack about thinking about the animal world, because if we are trying to improve pregnancies and improve outcome, maybe we have to look at why human sperm is so poor, and maybe we have to look at animal models to do that. And we know that human sperm is so much poorer than any animal sperm. Morphology, motility, concentration, it's a lot poorer. And why? Why would this be? So to answer this, we need to look at the chimp. The first thing that's different is that the testes size is so much bigger in relation to the body mass, and the sperm quality in the chimp, or not. This was a really good paper that Matt Tomlinson wrote a couple of years ago, and yes, you know, there does seem to be evidence there between sperm DNA fragmentation and outcome. Maybe it helps fertilisation, maybe it helps embryo quality, but there are very conflicting studies as well about it. Excuse me. And It depends on the test that you use. There's very little QA around for it. We know that just between our operators in our unit, we've got a large variability. So goodness knows if you started looking on a national scale what it would be. And if you do get a patient with high DNA fragmentation, do you do anything different? Do you just carry on and do IVF? Do you still do ICSI? I don't really think we know what to do if we do get a high DNA fragmentation result. This was a small study that one of our research fellows did with TC Lee, Carol Copeland, a few years ago. And she looked in recurrent implantation failure patients, recurrent miscarriage patients, and then control patients were recruited from the antenatal clinic, patients that were pregnant. And she looked at, obviously, the demographics of those patients, there was no difference, and then looked at the sperm concentration, the motility and morphology in those three groups, and there wasn't any difference between the groups. But what she did do was asked us to do a halosperm test on those samples, and the university sample to do a comet and tunnel assay on those samples. And it was definitely shown that when we'd prepped the sperm, the concentration of DNA fragmented sperm went down. So very often we'd start off with 40% fragmented sperm, and when we'd done the density gradient and washed it, it'd be down at 10%. So we thought, oh, that's great, you know, we can say that actually just doing that's going to improve it. But interestingly, when they measured it with the tunnel upstairs, it made no difference whatsoever. So even between the methods, there was discrepancy in what we were doing. But Carol really didn't show any difference of percentage DNA fragmentation between the groups at all. So, you know, we couldn't say in this tiny study that it contributed to any problems that were manifesting in recurrent miscarriage or recurrent implantation, but obviously it was a very small study. But for me, as an embryologist, the more cause for concern, I think, is that it highlighted the differences between the tests. We definitely found intervariable operator differences. We tried to do some QA on it. But I think people sometimes buy these test kits, think they're going to do it, report it back to the patient, and forget about all that consistency and validation you need to introduce a new test. But if we look, I know a lot of clinics are doing this, charging patients for the test. And is there any really evidence to do it? This is a few years old. I just, looked at this, and really there wasn't any evidence to say that it was clinically evident, and they needed a lot more adequately powered trials and, again, improvement in the methods that were actually looking at it. So we do it sometimes. We don't charge for it particularly, do we? But we do it for patients who maybe have had lots of poor quality embryos, repeated cycles, just to see if we can give another answer, but we don't do very many of them at all. So if we're thinking of how to prep sperm, I looked at different methods that were on the market at the moment, see if there's anything that we could introduce. As I said, we've done our density centrifugation for the same, very similar for the last 20 years. And I found this that was quite interesting, where normal sperm are negatively charged. So if they put them in a column and you've got an electrode with a positive, and I suppose a bit like a colander, the same size as a sperm head, that are normal, you put a charge through it, the normal sperm go through the colander and go towards the positive charge, and it's a really quick way of separating normal sperm out. And again, that it might be very quick to do, it might be easier than centrifugation, and it might actually give us better quality sperm. There was a trial that was done, and there was no difference between the parameters that they looked at, so doing the sperm through electrophoretic separation and density centrifugation. There was no difference at all, it was exactly the same. There has been a live birth from using this method, but I suppose with anything, proof of principle established, maybe there's less damage to the sperm because you're not spinning it in a centrifuge for ages. And I wondered, this is just me thinking, I think as embryologists, one of the worst things we have to do is spend ages prepping teasy tissue and then actually doing the ICSI. And you can get really lovely motile sperm and you can guarantee they're stuck to cells and it's a mess. And I just thought, I wonder whether we could do that for teasy tissues to try and pull out the really good sperm. Might not be possible, it was just a nice thought I suddenly thought of. But I think we need a lot more detail about fertilisation rates, embryo development rates, but quite exciting. This is something I've actually seen work, and I thought this was really clever. And it basically just is a little plastic dish. Unfortunately, I haven't got a pointer, sorry. But you basically put the sperm sample in A, and then there's fluid like going down the channel. And the sperm that can't move or just twitching a bit obviously just stay in that channel and go to D, so they get discarded. But the motile good sperm are all swimming about, and so they'll jump over and get into the fluid that goes through to C. So really all you're getting in C is really good motile sperm. You don't get any cellular debris, you don't get any immotile sperm. And I saw this at Girne, and I don't think this is, I think it's going through CE marking at the moment. I don't know if anybody's heard if they're actually selling it yet, but it was so quick to do and so easy, and obviously less damage to the sperm. Another one is using a magnetic separation of sperm. And if sperm apoptosis means that the sperm membranes are breaking down, the sperm's starting to die in effect. And what happens is that you get externalization of this molecule, and that's attracted to this annexin 5. So if you put like a magnet on this annexin 5, so that's stuck on the magnet, and these sperm that aren't very good quality are attracted to annexin 5, they'll stick to that side of the magnet. And then you only get the good sperm going through to the bottom. So again, it's really simple. It takes a few minutes and you're getting good quality sperm being separated very quickly. I haven't actually seen this being done. I think somebody is trialling it in the UK. My concern is I don't know what happens to all the cellular debris. That would be interesting to see what happens. But there has been studies reported where they looked at not huge numbers, 123, 114, that eventually went through to the study. But there was, again, no difference whatsoever in any of the parameters of the sperm that were sorted, and also the pregnancy rates, live birth rates, miscarriage rates. So it was no better than what we do, but maybe if it's quicker, not time consuming with all the centrifugation, and in some patients where it might have more effect on the DNA damage, centrifugation might be quite quick and easy to use. So I think they're the ones that are maybe that we might see in labs in the next 5 years. See what happens. Be good to shake andrology up a bit and do something different, I think. So moving on to ICSI, how do we actually think about improving our ICSI rates? And I suppose the first thing that is a real bugbear of mine, I'm sorry, is you don't use ICSI for female infertility, because you're never going to improve it if you're using it for the wrong reasons. And it does dishearten me when I go around different units in different countries and they're using 100% ICSI. Personally, I don't think it's needed, but certainly it shouldn't be used for female infertility. It's there for male factor infertility. But there are lots of add-ons to ICSI that we've seen over the last 5 years. The one that we've been involved in and used for the last 18 months as part of a trial is what's called the Pixie dish. And it basically uses something called hyaluron, and you have a dish with 3 little dots on it, and one of these dots has got hyaluron in it, and at the end it's a channel with a dot on it. The sperm swim down, and if they're normal sperm, they bind to this dot, and you can use them for ICSI. And the theory is that a good mature sperm has normal expression of these receptors that are going to bind to this hyaluron, whereas if it's immature or got DNA fragmentation, it can't bind, so you don't use those for ICSI, and it helps us. So basically you've got sperm swimming around in this drop, they all go over this dot of this hyaluron, and the normal ones stick and the poor ones swim off. And then what you do for the ICSI is these actually they bind to the dot, and you just see the tails going like this, and you just have to quickly knock it and then catch it and use it for ICSI. So the theory is you're using, a good quality sperm. There's been various trials done. There was one in the States done, and the theory was that better sperm, better fertilisation, better pregnancy rates. This was one that was reported in 2010. It showed better quality embryos, but it didn't really show a difference in pregnancy rates. So I'm really, good for the UK again, David Miller. We're nearly 18 months into this now. We're nearly finished our recruitment. I don't know how. Are you nearly done with yours, Tony?
I think we're
ahead of it. Yeah, so is it August? It's due to finish. We're nearly there. I think we're about 12 patients off, something like that, our target. So it would be really interesting when all the data is worked out. But they're actually going for live birth rates, aren't they? So I suppose it's going to be delayed a bit until we actually get all the final picture of it. The other one is IMSI. It seems to be a bit quieter now at conferences, but certainly 4 or 5 years ago, everybody was talking about IMSI. And when we do ICSI, we do look at the sperm in higher definition, in higher magnification. And you can see the sperm, I mean, you pick the ones that look normal, but with IMSI, it's studying them at a much higher magnification. And the theory was that you're looking for sperm that have things that aren't quite right in the sperm head. So you can have like circles, which are called vacuoles, and the theory was that if they had those in them, then they weren't much good quality. Now it takes a long time to do it, and at first they said that you've got to have a second embryologist to even check what the first embryologist was doing, and you can spend 2 hours doing that. My worry is that while you're doing this, the eggs are sat there waiting and might be getting too old to inject, you know, if you haven't got embryologists to start at 7 o'clock in the morning trying to find sperm. But I suppose people that do it must get round that in some respect. So it basically enables us to look at sperm, and you can see here in the sperm heads, can you see, certainly in E, those little round vacuoles. So the idea was that we avoid those. There were several RCTs done, and some of them did show a higher pregnancy rate and implantation rate. I remember going to a conference in, I can't remember, it was somewhere in America, and IMSI was the best thing since sliced bread. You know, everybody should have been doing it with the data that they were producing. But of course, you've always got the other side of the story, and the Cochrane review said that there was no evidence on live birth rate or clinical pregnancy rate, and it shouldn't be introduced clinically until more research had been done. And obviously, it's great having Alan working in the department, because obviously I can go to him and ask his opinion. And he gave me this when we were talking about it a few years ago. He said, so what you're looking for is a vacuole. So can you see, sorry, this bit here? Yeah, that. So that's the vacuole. So that's the sperm that we would avoid to do ICSI with. I don't know, Rachel and Becky and Jane would think, but probably that one we'd use to inject if we were looking at through IMSI. DAPA just looks at DNA, so it's got DNA in it, but the tunnel looks at the fragmentation. Now, the theory was that if you've got a vacuole there, people jumped ahead, I think, and said, oh, if it's got a vacuole there, it's got DNA fragmentation, that's the cause of it. But actually, the only normal sperm was the one with the vacuole in it. The others, the one that we picked, had got fragmented DNA in it. So I don't know, I think the jury's still open on ICSI personally. But I know with patients, and we always say we've got to do more research, find more trials, but sometimes we're faced with, well, what can we do next? Where is the next way to go? And I think when patients have had 3 or 4 ICSIs, what do you do with them next? And we did a small set of patients a few years ago with elective surgical sperm recovery with severe male factor. So these are patients that had recurrent implantation failure. They were under 40 years old. They'd had at least 4 embryos, good quality embryos back in 3 cycles, and they've got severe male factor infertility. So it was, what do we do with them next? So the patients that we selected for this elective TZ procedure had all got various problems. They'd had cycles, got very low fertilisation with PISA sperm. They'd had recurrent implantation failure investigations. We'd not found anything wrong with them. We'd had a patient that got good fertilisation, was young, but then with the PISA sperm didn't get any blastocyst formed. And we just thought, we felt like we should do something a little bit different this time. So this is the patients. Obviously they didn't get pregnant, but just to show that their age was obviously the same because it was similar, the number of eggs was similar, fertilisation rate was slightly better with the ETZ, and the number of embryos was comparable. But these were patients that this was how on earth what we're going to do next to try and get them pregnant, and actually 4 out of the 7 did get pregnant. So just to look at them in a little bit more detail, this was the first patient. She'd had an ejaculated ICSI with only 5 out of 12 fertilised, and the sperm was really, really poor. And sometimes the ejaculated samples when you're doing ICSI, if you can't prep it, like with a centrifugation, it's gloopy, it's sticky, your injection needle gets, the membranes pull, and it's not easy to do it. We then she had an FER, because she did get, this was a case that was a Tuesday egg collection, so we'd done a day 3 transfer for her, and then on the Sunday we'd frozen blastocysts, because she did have some extra good embryos. So we put 2 blastocysts back, didn't get pregnant, came through again, had another ICSI ejaculated cycle, 2 blastocysts back this time, didn't get pregnant, so we did the ETZ, and she got a lot better fertilisation. And it was actually easier to do than using the ejaculate sample. We got motile, really good motile sperm from that. Another one, now this patient, obviously we do the recurrent implantation failure, and she had delta parin as well, and the male decided off his own back to take Proxede, just as something different as well. And again, we'd done multiple cycles with ejaculated sperm and not really got good quality embryos. Did the TZ, got good fertilisation, much better embryos, and got pregnant. So, yes, we got 4 out of the 7 patients. It was another treatment option for the patient to go through. Obviously needed a lot of counselling, because if you can produce an ejaculated sample, then to be told that you're going to have a needle stuck in your testes is, something maybe the patient needs to understand completely. And we can't be sure, of course, that the elective TZ was the thing that worked. And obviously there's disadvantages, that it's extra cost and the risk of the surgery for the patient. So, yeah, and of course there's a lack of evidence, but it was just something that we did, and I know I spoke to Kevin about it, and we talked, didn't we, in December about it. So just in conclusion, for that part of the talk, we know that density centrifugation is a workhorse, but it's indiscriminate, everybody does it, there's nothing we can do better for any patients. I think that electrophoresis and the other methods might be of benefit in the future. Tests of DNA and the use of IMSI, I think for me, I'm not convinced yet. I think the pixie dish might show benefit. We've enjoyed doing it, something different, but obviously we'll wait for the RCT results. But I think we have to be careful, like with ICSI and IMSI and DNA fragmentation, and not just offer it without thinking about it. And I go to the fertility show every year, and at the end you just get mobbed. I actually come out of there crying most years. And I have, there's about 20, 30 patients after you spoke that line up to talk to you. And this was a lady that came up to me that it was just the start of her journey. She's 32, 3 years of trying, normal semen analysis and irregular cycles. What would your treatment plan be for that patient? Clomiphene, yeah. I mean, obviously, I'm in an IVF unit, so yeah. I would hope for us, if she, maybe an IUI £800. This was honestly true, because I saw this on a bit of paper. This is what the treatment plan was for that patient. Why on earth she needed IMSI, I've got no idea. But anyway, there you go. So I think we just need to make sure that we're offering patients proper tests with well-designed studies, make sure that we know they're safe before clinical practice, and as Alan said, do proper studies, and make sure we are actually doing what's right in the lab before we're doing it routinely. And then just another thought at the end. It's interesting that Roy, following your tack about thinking about the animal world, because if we are trying to improve pregnancies and improve outcome, maybe we have to look at why human sperm is so poor, and maybe we have to look at animal models to do that. And we know that human sperm is so much poorer than any animal sperm. Morphology, motility, concentration, it's a lot poorer. And why? Why would this be? So to answer this, we need to look at the chimp. The first thing that's different is that the testis size is so much bigger in relation to the body mass, and the sperm quality in the tube.
Success rate is approximately 5% less, so it's a good success rate. The people who went to the clinic have seen Ivo's new clinic being built. I nearly died when I saw it. I thought we were doing a little extension until I saw that. So that's going to open in September, and the IVF unit are going to have 3 floors solely for them. So a floor for the patients, a lab floor and a procedure floor. So it'll be really, really lovely. And that's something in September. We often, the questions that I get asked a lot are on the screen in the medical history of the donors. It's done just as the UK, but just as in the UK, some of it is just taken on what people say. Your medical history doesn't always, I'm a GP signed to say they've checked the medical history, but I had this discussion with Tony and I said, so for example, if you had, I'll use me for example, I had a breast cancer, it's nowhere on my daughter's records, so if she came to donate eggs and the GP signed everything, it would never come up that was in the family. So it's not quite as thorough as people think. But Eva's going to introduce a recombined test. I don't know much about it, so if you want to know, you can ask later. So that screens for more things. 200 diseases with 1,500 mutations. So that might reassure patients a bit. We do get asked that question quite a lot. And also, we seem to be having a problem quite recently. The common scenario is a second relationship, met late in life, had a vasectomy plus or minus reversal, their partner needs egg donation and the sperm's frozen in the UK. And this was, I spent nearly 7 months trying to get patients with the HFEA sperm over here. It was just beyond belief what had to happen. It has to be a special license, the committee only meets at certain times, it was Christmas, they were all on holiday. Each application's on its own merit, so if they approve one, in the same scenario goes in again, it can't just be automatically approved. It was terrible. This patient waited 7 months to get here, and that was because the gentleman was severely disabled and couldn't have a sperm retrieval here. So that what we do now is the options are they can transport the sperm, so it goes through the licence, or they can have a sperm retrieval here. What Cyprus have done now, which is great, is some donors will waive their anonymity. They're happy to be non-anonymous donors. Because of that, you don't need the HFEA licence to bring over the sperm, because it's actually the same as in England. There's traceability of the donor, and I checked with Bahar in the UK, you use NHS number. Here, the donors will be Cypriot of origin and they have an ID number, so that's how they'll do their traceability. And the payment here to the donors is €1,000, so it's no greater than the $750 that's allowed in the UK. So if the patient's got 3 choices, they can transport the sperm with a licence, they can have the sperm retrieval here, or they can opt for a non-anonymous donor. So that's great for patients, because it's amazing how many people need that. What we don't offer at the minute, there's over 20 clinics in Cyprus, and I've checked this myself by being a bit devious and running the clinics. You don't need any UK monitoring, nothing. You don't have to have anything in the UK before you come out here. The drugs are delivered by healthcare at home, so I presume there's some doctor in the UK writing the scripts for them. They guarantee eggs, they use embryoscope, they give you PGD, they do sex selection. You can have 3 or more embryos, put back whatever you want, and it's all for less than £5,000. Now, I don't believe anybody here would think that was right or would want to be involved in that, but that's what's about. And actually, Amit, I've been sat here tonight, has had one of his patients find a clinic just like that. And I think I spend quite a lot of time with patients explaining, that cost just doesn't make sense for anywhere, and you've got to be very careful, and there's a lot more to it. All our patients who come to Cyprus, 90% of them come through their referring clinicians, and that's how this clinic works. So they've all got good support in the UK, and I think that's a very ethical way to run it. So that's to be aware of it. Now I'm going to ask Helen and Paul, our lovely patients, just say a few words, and then at the end, if anyone's got any questions for me, I'll answer the questions. I think that's probably the best way to do it.
I'm not going to lie, I'm very nervous. First of all, we'd just like to thank everybody for the opportunity to come over here. I never thought we'd be back here again, meeting the very people that have made our dreams come true. And a particular thanks to Jill Bulmer as well, because I don't think we'd be here today without her support. Thank you. Bit of background information. Paul and I have been trying for about 5 years before we ended up at the Leeds IVF clinic. Obviously we had quite a few failed IVF course treatments, didn't we, before we went to see Mr. Rutherford, and we were informed of our options, which was to either continue and use our last NHS go on IVF, or consider using an egg donor, either in the UK or Cyprus.
Yeah, within North East Lincolnshire, where we're from, you get 3 goes. So, but now it's only 1. So yeah, we had our final go. What Helen didn't mention as well during that time, she got pregnant naturally, but unfortunately had a miscarriage. You know, so.
Yes, it was very difficult to continue with the treatment, but once we spoke to Mr. Rutherford and realised we still had options, which one of them was using a donor in Cyprus, which must have been, when we first were told, we found it quite strange. I'd heard a lot of treatments went on abroad, but certainly not fertility ones, so we weren't really sure at first, was we? But then once we'd got more information about the clinic here, and obviously the reputation of the clinic and how successful they were, our anxieties eased a little bit, and we really thought about it and thought it could be an option for us. Obviously, once we decided that was going to be our last final option, we'd sort of come to the end of the road, really, where we realised that, you know, if it wasn't going to be, it wasn't going to be. We were happy as a couple, so we thought we'd give it one last shot, try our best, and see what happens. Obviously, we looked at the pros and cons, because we still had one NHS free go left back in the UK. Obviously, the cons of that was there was over a 12-month waiting list. The success rates were a lot lower. So the Cyprus sort of came out higher. Obviously, the success rates, the chance to start immediately, because obviously I was getting older, no one was getting any younger. Dr. Tekin's reputation was one of the reasons we thought we would go ahead with it.
And we wanted to start quite quickly because my mother was terminally ill as well.
Yeah, that was one thing, yeah, as well.
We thought if we can give her a grandchild.
Yeah,
so,
that makes it sound.
Yeah.
So anyway, obviously once we decided that Northern Cyprus was what we were going to do, plans were put in motion. Obviously we met with Tony Rutherford, who put us in contact with Claire England, Chris Bulmer, who went through everything to ensure that we fully understood what we was putting ourselves through, obviously the legalities of it, and obviously myself accepting an egg from another female, which didn't really think was an issue, because, you know, it was our last opportunity and I was going to accept that no matter what. Do you want to do a bit of talking?
At the start, it's something what you wouldn't even have considered, is it, Helen?
No, when we first started out back in 2007, using an egg donor wouldn't have been an option, but obviously as time had gone on, things had happened, options got less and less, so you learn to accept things as they are, and an egg donor was definitely what we wanted to go ahead with. Do you talk now?
So I think it cost us about £11,000 in all for our little miracle. I'm trying to explain that to the bank manager as well, what we needed the money for, and it was a first for him, wasn't it? Yeah. So, like I said, we spoke to Claire, and she got in touch with Bahar, who sorted out the donor list, and
I'm sorry, we're not used to speaking at things like this, particularly around something so personal and quite. It was quite hard work at the time. But yeah, obviously, Claire England became our first point of contact. She was amazing. Communication was fantastic. She was very clear and precise with all her emails. If we had any queries or concerns, we'd email her. She'd email us back immediately. The same with Bahar. She sent us an email to introduce herself and wish us well in our journey. Obviously, the scans and everything that we had beforehand went well. The medication that I took was clear. Claire described, clearly told me how to take my medication. On booking Cyprus, we did find that quite difficult because obviously Northern Cyprus we'd not really heard of. A lot of travel agents in the UK don't really arrange holidays to this side of Cyprus, but we managed to sort it out in the end. The good thing about Cyprus was we chose when we wanted to come, so we came out as soon as we could really. I think we saw Tony in September and we flew out in the November. Obviously on arrival, Bahar was in touch with us to let us know that the appointment when we were coming, to obviously sign all the paperwork and for Paul to provide his sample, as we put it. Obviously we decided on a donor before we came out to Cyprus. We were given a choice of 2. Obviously had my features as much as possible, because obviously I would like to have had a little bit of the baby off on me if possible. Can you speak for a minute?
Yeah, it's something which I was very apprehensive about. We had to bring the money over with us in the rucksack, and we had to travel by taxi from Kyrenia to Near East Hospital it was. Yeah. So I had £6,500 in the rucksack and going down the dusty roads.
Yeah, you were a little bit anxious. The taxi driver took us a little bit of a back route, and I think we were quite concerned that we might have been mugged. Not that he'd have known we'd have had that kind of money, but that was an anxiety that we had, because again we was in a strange country with a lot of money in our bag, but we got there okay. Once we'd got to the clinic, signed all the paperwork, paid all the money, Paul went off to do his bit, and I think that was a low point for me, because I remember sitting in the waiting area feeling quite guilty that we'd had to come so far, pay so much money to basically do something that should become very natural for a woman. But obviously in my case it wasn't, and then I had a few minutes of feeling quite guilty, and then he came out and cracked a joke, and I thought, well actually I don't feel so bad anymore, that's just typical him. Obviously we returned to the hotel and we was waiting for contact from the clinic. We did find that a little bit of a struggle, because obviously the clinic wouldn't contact us until they had something to tell us. We were quite concerned, were they not getting through, did we have problems with our phones? But obviously it wasn't that, it was just a case of there was no reason to make any contact with us until they had something to tell us. But obviously in the back of our minds we're thinking, oh my god, there's no eggs there, we're going to have to do this all again. But there obviously was, and we returned to the clinic a few days later for the transfer, which was amazing. I mean, the staff at the clinic were fantastic, very reassuring, very supportive. Dr. Teki, I didn't even realise he'd done it. I thought he was actually preparing me for it, and it was over and done with. And obviously once the transfer had taken place, we returned to the hotel and continued, and just as we would on a holiday, put it to the back of our mind, just relaxed and and kept everything crossed and hoped for the best. On the return to the UK, obviously we weren't due to do the pregnancy test until 2 weeks later, so we just continued our lives as normal, although I did have a little scare one morning where I felt like I was bleeding. I think it must have been about 6 o'clock in the morning. Paul immediately emailed Claire, who responded so quickly and reassuringly to say it could be a positive thing, but obviously not making any promises. And then obviously 2 weeks later, pregnancy test came up positive, which was very, very good. But obviously because of our previous experiences and of miscarrying, we didn't fully relax until we had a 7-week scan with Tony, and I still didn't relax, and I was shaking, and to confirm that there was one fetal heartbeat there, so we were overjoyed. So the pregnancy went, it was textbook, it was a perfect pregnancy, everything went according to plan, and Jessica was born on the 16th of August last year. So I'm so sorry if it was a bit messy. We've never ever done a presentation like this in front of strangers.
Yes,
That's lovely, thank you.
But we would like to thank Jill though, because after the miscarriage, if it wasn't for Jill, you know, we wouldn't have continued, would we? Yeah.
Oh.
So she's.
Thank you. Did anyone have any questions for me? All right. I was getting away with it there.
Kevin, that was not part of the plan.
Thanks, Claire. Actually, I have a question for both, but shall I start with your, for both of you? Shall we start with your questions?
Yeah.
That's okay. I was just interested in what you were saying about the problems with regards to the HFEA and importing sperm, and the necessity, therefore, to create an identity release programme at this side of things in order to smooth that process out and do away with the need for all that additional layer of bureaucracy. I'm actually very pleased about that. I think I talked about that briefly at the very first time that we met at this symposium. So could you just say a little bit about how the identity release programme works in practice? What is it? How is it anticipated that it actually work?
It would be just as it would in the UK. When the child's 18, they can contact the clinic. They would then give the information after they've contacted the donor, just the same as the UK. They just do the protocols written down the same as the UK. Okay. I mean, in real terms, you can say you're going to do it, and we can keep a track of the donors as best we can. But just as in the UK, I've had this discussion long and hard with Tony about it with his HFEA hat on. If somebody moves to Australia, if somebody's here, there's no contact. But they'll try their best, and it'll be kept. There's always been a register kept about it. But sorry, Ibo, can you help me on that one? But
all of our treatments, including which donors are used for which patients, are registered with the Ministry of Health as well.
Right.
So there's always a tie in to be able to trace.
I think Chris meant about the counselling bit and how it's going to be. The model we'll use is just as it is in England, and it'll work just the same. I think whatever it's the child can contact the clinic, and then the donor's checked and there's counselling given at each side, isn't there?
Right. So all of the egg donors then are given the opportunity to opt into identity release.
Yeah. Yes, I think no, that's not right. No, it's not like that. We're not. It's if we need a non-anonymous donor, then they'll be asked if they'll waive their anonymity.
Okay, so the profile once the matching's taken place and selection's taken place, then the shortlist will be approached to see if they will be happy to join the identity release programme.
Yes.
And then so at 18, that person can make contact with the authorities or with the clinic and then retrieve the information in just the same way as it would work with HFEA scheme. Right?
There's no HFEA here.
No.
A certain part of the Ministry of Health actually looks after that part of the health service.
So would it be the ministry then that the patient makes contact with, rather than the clinic? I'm with you.
And the patient, if she wants direct, if the number wants direct.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, that's really helpful. I have a question for Helen and Paul. We can wait until we...
Kevin, did you have a question?
Well, it was the same one.
Oh, was it? Right. Anyway.
Claire, one of the things we've been working with centres for quite a long time, and believe me, you all give probably the best success rates compared to all the other clinics across the world. We compare your clinic with the United States, and I think the Cyprus clinic is the best success rates. Now, one of the things which we also are seeing happening is a lot of couples will go online to check about the information which your clinic would give, and will make a decision on the information that's given. And almost all the clinics on the world are changing their websites. They're modifying their website, trying to put more easily accessible information, because couples take a very big decision when they decide to go abroad for treatment. And I think that's extremely important for them to access that information. I think that your website probably needs a bit of change to make it more simpler, to be able to access. And for professionals, it's good. It's a lot of information. But for patients, they find it difficult to navigate the entire website. And I think it's very important to be able to navigate the website. The second aspect is when there are no frozen embryos, if you'll be giving them free cycle, I think those things need to be made evident much better on the website. So, as part of the clinic does compete with Spanish clinics, Greek clinics, and it gives the clinic a better chance of trying to give the information which other clinics don't.
Did you hear that, Bahar? I think that's good feedback, and that's part of what this meeting's about, to get feedback of how we can improve. So each year, or when I go around the clinics to speak to people and they tell me things, that I feed it back, and hopefully things improve. So I think the website, yes, we'll change that, Anil.
On the financial aspects, you mentioned that they had to bring money over in cash. That sounded a little bit strange. Can you not do a bank transfer?
No. The options to pay are cash, bank transfer, or debit and credit card. Apart from NatWest, you can't use here for whatever reason. Now, I've got every patient, when I send them the information, this may have changed since Helen and Paul here, we've got a big sheet of all the methods of payment and how they do it. Most ladies do bank transfer because I think that costs £30, whereas the surcharge on a credit card is 3%, which when you're paying £6,500 is quite a lot. Because we changed it to pounds, we used to charge it in euros, and the problem was, on €6,500, the exchange rate on the day can make quite a difference. So for patients budgeting, there could be a couple of £100 difference. So Cyprus now got a pound account, so it's paid into the account in UK pounds, but it can be done bank transfer. I don't think many patients bring cash now.
Just to explain that one, we intended to pay on our debit card, and the day before we were due to fly out at 4 o'clock, we realised there was a massive charge. So Paul spent an hour ringing around banks, transferring money to get the cash, because obviously we didn't want to be paying quite a large charge. So normal people probably wouldn't take that kind of money, but that's us.
The bank charges, I think it's £30, most bank charges to transfer it. Anybody else?
Last question.
Can I just ask, in terms of the non-anonymous donors there now, who can elect to have those donors, the non-anonymous ones?
Well, any patient if they really wish to. Is that right, Bahar? Yeah. I mean, to be very honest, I mean, standing in front of you really honestly, the reason this came up was because of the sperm transport. That was, wasn't for any other reason. So it was to get round the HFA's putting massive barriers in front of poor patients who all they want to do is have their fertility treatment and move their gametes to a different country. But if donors are quite happy to be non-anonymous, that's not a problem at all.
The only thing with having the non-anonymous donors, because it's something new that we've started, the amount of non-anonymous donors are limited. So whereas with the regular program that we have, it's non-anonymous donors, we have a catalogue of nearly 400 donors that are ready, willing, and able to donate their eggs. Now, with the non-anonymous, because it's still a newer program, there may or may not, usually not, but may or may not be a bit of a wait in terms of matching everything specifically to the patient's needs. That's the only thing that with the non-anonymous, there's definitely no waiting list because of the high number of donors in the catalog.
Thanks. That's really helpful. I think the introduction of an identity release program, I think, is a very, very positive feature of this. I think it gives more patient choice, and I think it's a very welcome introduction. And it's certainly something which I'm glad that I found out about today, because obviously I spend a lot of time psychologically helping couples to prepare for their journey out here. And so that's really useful to know. We may need to talk a bit more about that, but that's been enormously helpful, and it's a very welcome addition to the clinical protocols here. Could I just ask a quick question of Helen and Paul, if I may, if that's all right? Can I just first of all say that it's brilliant that you've come here and that you're spending time with us at this conference, that you're talking to us about the very personal aspects of your life, and that you brought beautiful Jessica with you. We spent a lot of time with her when you've been here. It's absolute joy. I just wondered, given that the counsellors, part of their role is to support couples and to help think about implications, but we simply don't know the journey like you know it. We could never know it like you know it. And I just wondered if there was anything that you thought that we are not saying to couples that are considering this journey, this pathway for treatment, whether you think there's anything that actually would have been good to have known a bit more about that from the counsellors, or to have had a chance to talk a bit more about that. There might well not be, but I just wondered if you thought there was anything that we were missing that would have helped.
If I'm honest, I mean, whether we was in the right frame of mind or not, I thought the whole process from start to finish was spot on. Everything, like say, seeing yourself, the support we got from Tony, Claire, Jill obviously wasn't involved, but we still knew that she was there if we needed us. Bahar, I don't really think so. I found it, even though obviously we got a good result, so I am going to look at it as a positive. I found the whole experience very positive, very well organised, excellent communication. I would have liked it if it had been in the UK and not here. So if you can encourage some donors to come over to the UK, that might be a little bit better. But no, I think all the support mechanisms and everything seem to be in place. Obviously, it's been a while now, so thinking back, I might have missed something. But for me, I thought it was spot on.
It's really helpful to know. That's good feedback. Thank you very much.
That was very great of Paul and Helen, and I don't think I don't feel we can show our appreciation enough for what you've done today, because that was really brave, and very much appreciate that. And just to quickly allude to what Claire also said about being to be beware of clinics that advertise for things that can look so good. We recently had a patient who had a failed IVF treatment with us, and then did this needed egg donation, and then did their own research, and came out here to have treatment, but with another clinic. She did fall pregnant, but unfortunately they transferred 4 blastocysts, and she came back with quads. So that's just something to be very, very mindful of. The main thing, one of the strong things that have attracted us to this clinic here is because, as best as possible, they have operated with the same principles and ethics governed by the HFEA. Right, Bahar is just going to give us some information on surrogacy, which is another service that is available.
Yes. I'm going to try and go through the main points as quick as we can, because the bus for dinner is already waiting for us outside. So I'll go through as much as I can, as quick as I can, and then over dinner or over the next 2 days or so before you guys leave, or while you're gone, if you have any questions, you guys can contact any of us after that. So usually when we come through, we talk about egg donation, but now more than ever, we have more interested patients in surrogacy. Dr. Tekin has 17 years of experience with his surrogacy program. Now, with the interest, we're now up to doing between 3 and 5 cycles per month, so it's getting higher and higher as we move along. So why consider surrogacy? Which kind of patients come through for us? So patients with a history of severe complications of pregnancy, recurring pregnancy loss, medical procedures that preclude their pregnancy, prior surgeries, people that can't face the psychological obstacles of having a baby of their own, the difficulty of adoption, the wait list, the phases that they need to go through to get an adopted child. And then there's a personal area of there. Now we have a lot of patients with different reasons. One example, for instance, being one being a television star or a model, which we have had come through, doesn't want to ruin her body, so she would prefer to go through surrogacy as an option. We have single parent, a father who would like to come through, just wants to be single, doesn't want to be tied down to a woman for the rest of his life, however does find the need to have a family and a child. So surrogacy has been an option for a patient like that. So who do we offer services to? Same-sex partners, male and female couples, single parents as well. We do gestational surrogacy, so this is when a prepared embryo is transferred to the surrogate through in vitro fertilization. So the surrogate mother will have no genetic ties to the child, and I am putting in stars from the gametes provided because of new research that has been provided recently. Options for the embryo preparation: people using their own egg and sperm, egg donation, whether it be anonymous or non-anonymous, sperm donation, embryo donation. They can do PGD, genetic screening, and gender selection as well, or any combination of the following, or of the previous mentioned, say. We've now streamlined our surrogacy program to a point where we're able to offer a full money-back guarantee. Of course, this does have a criteria for it. The intended parents are offered all of their money back if a take-home baby is not supplied within 2.5 years of treatment. So the criteria for that is as follows. So the female providing the oocytes for embryo preparation must have a minimum of 10 follicles for stimulation or egg donation is to be used. With that, if a minimum of 3 egg collections must be used in total if needed, as well as all the frozen embryos to be transferred by the end of it. When it comes to sperm, a minimum of 5% motility or sperm donation is to be used. Selection of the surrogate. So just like with egg donation, we do have a pre-prepared, I'll say, or pre-screened surrogate mothers available. So initial checkup for the surrogate mother, they'll come in and they'll have emotional psychological assessment by the counselors. They'll have to go through criminal record checks, have an HSG to check to see if their tubes are clear and the status of the uterine cavity. The endometrial lining is checked on the second half of their cycle. Blood test, serology, and that sort of thing, as well as them going through the psychological support program until she has her menstrual period and throughout the treatment as well. So the intended parents choosing the donor. Now we do have, like I said, a catalog of surrogates who have been through the testing, have been through the assessments, and have gotten the okay all the way through. Our surrogates are, again, from all over the world. You're provided in the same way as the donor request form, or donor offer form. They get all the details of the surrogate. So, again, can be anonymous or non-anonymous, and that is the surrogate's choice, whether they choose to be anonymous or non-anonymous. So eye color, hair color, weight, whether or not they've had, well, they all have had children before, whether it was cesarean or vaginal birth, and that's medical history and that sort of thing is provided as well. So they'll choose a donor accordingly. Religious beliefs and that sort of thing are all included with that as well. Communication between the surrogate and the families, again, up to the surrogate, whether they would like to be in full contact with the patients or not. So they can have supervised communication, so someone from the clinic will be there, they can do a Skype conversation and that sort of thing, and if the surrogate is willing to. Some want to remain completely anonymous, And that's something that's talked about at the beginning of the treatment cycle. Yeah, that's that. So the welfare of the surrogate and who takes care of that. Our clinic is fully liable for the health of the surrogate during their treatment. Their medication is given to them every day under the supervision of our nurse. They're placed in one of our facilities. Usually they'll have an apartment to themselves in Famagusta, close to the clinic. A diet program from a dietitian is given out, so we're making sure that they're eating well, healthily, so that weight of the baby as well as health of herself to avoid gestational diabetes and that sort of thing as much as possible. As well, routine checkups carried out monthly until the 8th month of pregnancy. After the 8th month, she's under strict 24-hour surveillance until she gives birth, so that we can monitor everything on every step, I guess I'd say. So an NST is taken out daily to see the situation of the baby and to be sure that there's no stress added through. The costs included in our surrogacy program, so all tests conducted by the laboratory, the transfer of the surrogate mother, medication, rent, water, electric, hygiene, the dietitian, her physiotherapist, her psychologist. There's the amount given to the surrogate mother, of course. Any complications are all, again, tied into the clinic. We take care of everything. The birthing costs, transportation, the legal fees, the paperwork needed to be done at the end of the treatment to get the baby home. DNA test is provided at the end of treatment to prove that the intended parents are the parents of the child being given, I'll say. And insurance of health for the surrogate as well. Like I said, these are just the quickest notes on here. Of course, each treatment and each detail that the intended parents would like changes. So we do flex to be able to fit what each intended parent wants in their surrogacy program. So essentially a separate program is formed for each couple and what their needs are, or intended parent, I'll say, for that. That's about it. If you guys have any questions about anything, like I said, you guys can get into contact with us afterwards. We'll talk about it tonight or tomorrow because we're a bit pressed for time. And the other thing I want to just say is thank yous for everyone. If you can give me a second. Sorry. Yeah, where our transfer times for flights, everyone is leaving 4 hours before their flight. So if you guys can, if you know what time your flight takes off, 4 hours before that, you'll have a driver here to take you to the airport. What else did I need to make note of? Like I said, the bus is waiting outside already for dinner, so if you guys need to swing to your rooms to get a jacket or anything else, if you can do that quickly so we can get to dinner. I really want to thank everyone for being here. Sorry. We're going to keep a few rooms so that people keep their things and that together. We'll talk about which rooms those will be so people can have a place to put their things if they want to change or shower beforehand. We can arrange that. Not an issue. Again, I want to thank everybody for coming. Obviously, there wouldn't be a symposium if you weren't here today. I want to thank all the speakers for coming through and the very interesting presentations. Our chairs, Jane, Isaac, Peter, I don't know where you are, there you are. Thank you for everything you've done. I want to give a very special thank you to Tony and all his efforts in putting together everything. And especially want to thank Claire England.
Avrupa'ya girmiş sayıyoruz. Cinsiyet tayini yapmaya izin veren yasası olan tek ülke. Tabii ki bu konuda da ciddi hasta akımı sağlamış durumdayız. Ben Yani 20 yıldır bu işle uğraşıyorum, tüp bebek işiyle uğraşıyorum. Anladım ki bir noktaya geldiğimizde tıkanıyoruz artık bu işi. Kendi ülkemiz dışındakileri de servis etmek zorundayız. Dolayısıyla işte yabancı ülkelerden ilk olarak İngiltere'yle başladık. Rafet Bey, çok eski bir arkadaşım, Rafet Bey, o bütün bu kalabalığı buraya getirdi. Aslında daha da kalabalık oluyordu ama malum olduğu üzere yani
bu sene kaç doktor geldi acaba İngiltere'den?
68 tane doktor geldi.
Hepsi mi İngiltere'den?
Evet, hepsi İngiltere'den geldi, bir tane Türkiye'den geldi. Ama biz bunu ilk yaptığımızda 500 kişi yapmıştık. Birinci konferans. Burada tabii ilaç firmalarının büyük bir desteğini almıştım. Çünkü 500 kişi bir şirketin getirip burada misafir etmesi olası değil. Ve bu tabii ilaç şirketleri bundan işte 5 yıl önce çıkan yasayla yurt dışındaki konferansları desteklemeleri yasaklandı. Dolayısıyla hiçbir firmadan bir maddi destek alamıyoruz. Öyle büyük miktarda hekim getirme imkanımız vardı. Türkiye'deki ilaç firmaları için. Zaten Kıbrıs'ta
yurt dışı olarak mı?
Tabii Kıbrıs'ı yurt dışı olarak görüyor. Bizde bir tane ilaç firması var. O da aspirin üretiyor, iflas etti. Yani onların sponsorluk yapması mümkün değil. Malumunuz olduğu üzere yani biz elimizden geldiği kadar bu bilimsel atmosferi adamımızla yaymaya çalışıyoruz. Üniversitedeki çalışmalarımızla, kendi özel şirketimizle çalışmalarla buna destek olmaya çalışıyoruz. Tabii ki bilimsel gelişmeleri izlemek bizim için de tabii ki çok faydalı oluyor. Başka bir şey söyleyemeyeceğim.
Türkiye bu tür şeylere izin verir mi? Toplantılar.
Şimdi Türkiye'de tabii
yani o ilaç firmalarından dolayı söylüyorum.
Şimdi Türkiye'de yapmak bu işi daha kolay tabii ama şimdi bizim merkezimiz burada olduğu için, burada ciddi bir sektör olduğu için bu hem de KKTC'yi desteklemek adına yapıyoruz. Yoksa Türkiye'de yapılıyor tabii ki. Türkiye'de de bu tip kongreler yapılıyor. Çok daha büyük organizasyonlar bunlar. 2000, 3000 kişi geliyor, 5000 kişi geliyor hatta. Uluslararası kongreler yapılıyor. Bunlar tabii ki takvim içerisinde alınmış bir şekilde devam ediyor. Her ülkede olduğu gibi ama işte o Türkiye'de tabii ki milyarlarca dolar ciro yapan çok büyük firmalar var. Tabii ki bunlar devlete de büyük satışlar yapıyor. Biliyorsunuz KKTC'nin nüfusu 250 bin. Yani 250 bin kişilik bir adada şu anda 13 tane tüp bebek merkezi var. İspanya'dan sonra bu yumurta bağışı konusunda ikinci sıradayız. Yani Avrupa'da bizden daha büyük sektörü olan yok. Gerçekten böyle. Cinsiyet tayininde zaten bir numarayız. Birçok yerde yasak olduğu için. Ve en güvenilir merkezler burada. Yani ya Kıbrıs'ta yaptıracaksınız ya bunu Tayland'a gidip yaptıracaksınız ki sağlıksız. Rusya, Ukrayna zaten işte bir alt yapıları oldukça yetersiz. Batı'ya uymuyor. Ve bu itibarla tercih oluyor.
Kaç yıldır sizin kuruluşunuz bu sırada?
Benim şimdi bakın ben 20 yıldır tüp bebek yapıyorum. 17 yıldır da Kıbrıs'ta bu yumurta bağışı ve cinsiyet tayiniyle uğraşıyorum. İstanbul'da da devam ediyoruz çalışmalarımıza. İnşallah yakında Azerbaycan'da da yapacağız. Yani ciddi bir talep var. Tabii bu çok tecrübe isteyen, çok ciddi fedakarlıklarla gelinebilecek bir nokta bizim geldiğimiz yer. Tabii ki biraz şans da yardımcı oluyor. Ama dediğim gibi yani kazandığınız paranın bir kısmını da mutlaka bu bilimsel çalışmalara, işte inovasyon dedikleri geliştirme çalışmalarına da harcamak lazım. Sonuçta yani en azından bu dünyada bırakıp gittiğimizde arkamızdan birkaç kişi bu adam da böyle iyi şeylere layık oldu diyebilmeyelim.
Teşekkür ederiz. Bugün bir lütfen özetini rica edeceğiz. Çünkü
bugünkü toplantıda birinci konu şöyleydi. Eşlerden birisi kanser hastası oluyor. Ve ölmeden önce bu hastaya diyorlar ki gelin yumurtanızı ya da sperminizi donduralım. Ve bununla ilgili tabii mesela kadına mesela bu kocası öldükten sonra kaç zaman geçtikten sonra böyle bir teklif yapılabilir? Bunu kim yapmalı? İşte bu arada psikologların katkısı ne olmalı gibi bir konuydu bu. İkinci konu Rachel Hanım anlattı. Glasgow'dan. Orada işte tek başına bir kadın ya da erkek çocuk sahibi olabilir mi? Aynı cinsten kişiler çocuk sahibi olabilir mi? Bu konuda ilgili karşılaşılan komplikasyonlar nelerdir? Bu işin zorlukları nelerdir şeklinde iki konuşmaydı. Üçüncü konuşmada da yumurta geliştirme ile ilgili olarak kullanılan ilaçların bir nevi özelliklerinin karşılaştırılması. Çok teknik bir konuydu.
Tüp bebek konusunda Avrupa nerede, biz neredeyiz ve Kıbrıs'ta niçin Kıbrıs'ta yapıyoruz?
Tüp bebek konusunda Türkiye zaten en azından Avrupa'nın bulunduğu yerde. Bugünlerde herhangi bir yerde bir gelişme olduğu zaman dünyanın herhangi bir yerinde eğer gelişmeleri yakından izliyorsanız onu ülkenize getirmeniz için bir gecikme olmasına gerek yok. Gelişmelerin çoğu gene İngiltere'de ve Amerika'da oluyor. Özellikle İngiltere'de. IVF'in ilk başladığı yer İngiltere. O yüzden önemli gelişmeler hala ilk başta İngiltere'de oluyor. Maalesef Türkiye'de araştırmaya ve geliştirmeye verilen önem ve yatırım ve kültür diyelim o kadar eskiye dayanmıyor. Ama İngiltere'de olsun, başka bir yerde olsun, yeni bir şey geliştiği zaman, kanıtlandığı zaman, bulunduğu zaman bunun ilk kullanılmaya başladığı yerlerden biri diyebiliriz. Türkiye oluyor. Türkiye'deki klinikler. Kıbrıs. O yüzden hiç geride değil. Kalite açısından elemanların kalitesi ve el yetenekleri açısından bence Türkiye'deki klinikler birçok yönden İngiltere'dekilerden daha iyi. Çünkü İngiltere'de olan bütün kliniklerin elinde olan imkanlar, teknik imkanlar var. Onun üzerine bence elemanlar, Türkiye'deki elemanlar el yetenekleri açısından, çalışma şartları açısından çok daha uygun pozisyonda klinikler için. Bu da kliniklere avantaj sağlıyor.
Donör ya da tüp bebek sahibi olmak isteyenler daha çok Avrupalılar mı? Yani orantı nedir?
Bizim Kıbrıs'a gönderdiğimiz hastaların %99'u İngiliz. Bize çünkü buraya bu kliniğe hasta gönderen klinikler zaten İngiltere'den en az 30-40 tane klinikten hasta geliyor buraya. Onların da hastaların çoğu İngiliz. İngiliz olmazsa İngiltere'de yaşayan başkaları. İngiltere'de yumurta bulmak genellikle kolay olmadığı için bir. İkincisi gebelik oranları daha düşük olduğu için. Bizim burada elde ettiğimiz gebelik oranları Doktor Halil İbrahim Tekin'in kliniğinde. İngiltere'de elde edebileceğimiz gebelik oranlarından aşağı yukarı %20 daha fazla. Bunun da nedenleri birincisi İngiltere'deki teknoloji var. Aynı. Ama elemanları iyi. Laboratuvar elemanları muhtemelen İngiltere'deki elemanlardan daha iyi. Üçüncüsü en önemli nedenlerinden biri belki de birincisi diyebiliriz. Doktorlar iyi. Doktor Halil İbrahim Bey yapıyor bütün embriyo transferlerini. Senede 3000 tane embriyo transferi yapıyor. Senede 3000 tane yapan adam, dart atıyorsanız 3000 tane atan adamla senede 100 tane atan adamın tutturması aynı olur mu? Olmaz. Adam keman iyi çalanla çok iyi çalanla çok iyi çalan arasında fark olur. Hepsi çalar aynı melodiyi ama biraz farklı dinlersiniz. Onun da eli bence iyi. Bir de çok önemli bir nokta, belki de en önemlisi donörleri çok iyi. Genç, daha önce çocuğu olmuş ya da başarılı olarak donasyon yapmış bayanlardan yumurtayı alıp da kullanınca, sağlıklı bir şekilde kullanınca da artık biraz da şansımız olunca işin bir kısmını da Allah'a bıraktıktan sonra hakikaten çok başarılı gebelik oranları oluyor. Siklus başına %90'ı aşan gebelik oranları var. Daha da iyisi Allah'tan herhalde.
Şimdi bu toplantıda sunduğum konuşmamın temeli tamamen kendi deneyimlerimizden kaynaklanıyor. Şu anda tüp bebek alanında yeni bir konsepte geçtik. Yaklaşık 2 yıldır bunu uyguluyoruz. O yüzden çok ilgi duyuldu. Bu konseptin özelliği hiç taze embriyo transferi yapılmaması. Yani tüp bebek yapıldığı zaman klasik olarak yumurtalar alındıktan, döllendikten sonra 3 ile 5 gün arası dinlendirildikten sonra embriyolar geliştikten sonra anne rahmine yerleştirilir. Fakat biz öyle yapmamaya başladık yaklaşık 2 yıldır. Biz embriyoları dondurup saklayıp bir ay sonra hasta hormonlardan arındığı zaman, dinlendiği zaman vermeyi daha uygun görüyoruz ve sonuçlarımıza baktığı zaman da daha başarılı olduğunu gördük. O yüzden şu anda 2 yıldır merkezimizde tamamen freeze dediğimiz bütün embriyoları dondurup bir ay bekletip ondan sonra transfer yöntemine geçtik. Tabii bunun bir takım handikapları olabilir diye düşünülüyordur. Biraz onu ikna etmeye çalıştık insanları. Ama yani şu anda yıllık 2000 tane hastanın böyle şekilde tedavi edilmesi bizim tarafımızdan insanları cesaretlendirdi bence. Bakışları birazcık değiştirdiğini ben düşünüyorum.
Daha çok Rus hastalar mı rağbet ediyor bu tedavi?
Yurt dışından gelen yok aslında Türk hastalar tabii ki de. Ama bize yurt dışından gelen hastalar ağırlıklı Rusça konuşulan ülkelerden geliyorlar.
Bizdeki teknoloji mi daha iyi, neden bize geliyor?
Evet, başarı ve teknoloji daha iyi olduğu için. Aslında Türkiye Avrupa'da birçok yerle çok rahat rekabet edebilecek durumda. Bir avantajımız fiyatlarımızın çok uygun olması. Yani Avrupa'daki fiyatların aşağı yukarı 1/3 fiyatına tüp bebekler mal oluyor.
Ortalama yılda mesela ne kadar tüp bebek oluyor? Tahminen bir ortalama.
Türkiye'de mi?
Dünyada ve Türkiye'de diyelim.
Özellikle Antalya'da.
Yani biz kendi merkezimizde yılda yaklaşık 2000 hastaya hizmet ediyoruz. Tüp bebek uyguladığımız 2000 civarında hastaya hizmet ediyoruz. Yıllık aşağı yukarı...
Ne kadar ücret alıyorsunuz?
Aldığımız ücret ortalama Türk parasıyla 5000 TL. İlaçların maliyetleri vesaire ekstra harcamaları göz önüne aldığı zaman yaklaşık 7000-8000 lirayı geçmiyor.
Teşekkür ederim.
Bir de isminizle title'ınızı, konumunuzu belirtir misiniz?
Ben Antalya Tüp Bebek Merkezi'nin sorumlusuyum. Doktor Kemal Özgür.
Teşekkür ederiz.
Evet, teşekkür ederiz.